The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Hello, this is Matt from the past, hoping you had a good Sunday and weekend, and welcoming you to another nightly old-time radio shows episode. And now let's get on with this day in history. In 1519, Herman Cortez leaves Cuba for the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, with 11 ships and 500 men. In 1678, John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress is published in Holborn, London by Nathaniel Ponder. Yeah, back then publishing, I guess, was a real cottage industry. You only needed one person to publish it. And by the way, that was one of my favorite books as a kid. In 1861, King Victor Emmanuel II of Sardinia becomes first king of Italy. Seems like running one country would be enough of a headache for me. I don't think I'd want to run two. That's just me. In 1885, Mark Twain publishes The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn in the U.S. And yes, this always bugged me in It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life is one of my favorite movies, but in 1946, Clarence claims to be over 200 years old, and yet he claims to have read Huckleberry Finn when it was originally published. Huckleberry Finn hadn't been around long enough for him to have read it when he was alive. I don't know why, but that always bugged me, even as a kid when I was watching that movie. In 1917, first major strike of the Russian February Revolution starts at the Giant Pitlov factory in Petrograd. In 2014, Ukrainian Revolution of 2014 begins as protesters, riot police, and unknown shooters take part in violent events in the capital, Kiev, culminating after 5 days in the ouster of President Viktor Yanukovych. In 1952, the 4th Emmy Awards, first time award presented based on nationwide basis, The Red Skelton Show, Sid Caesar and Imogen Koga win. In 1535, first opera performed in America, Flora in Chesterton, South Carolina. And stuck-up rich people have been going ever since. In 1981, 20-year-old Emmington center Wayne Gretzky becomes first player in NHL history to score 5 career hat tricks before the age of 21. Scores 5 goals and 2 assists in a 9-2 Oilers home win against St. Louis. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the show. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Costello program. to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swinging singing of Connie Haynes, and that generous, grubby little goblin.
Costello, I've got a big surprise for you. Who do you think is coming over here tonight?
Is it Lana Turner?
Nope.
Paulette Goddard?
Nope.
Betty Grable?
Nope.
Then I don't care.
Oh, Costello. I'm surprised at you. All you think of is women. Don't you realize that here in Hollywood, pretty girls are a dime a dozen?
A dime a dozen?
Certainly.
And I've been spending my money on jelly beans.
Oh.
And then sometimes I would buy Sirocco.
Ciroc?
That's licorice spelled backwards.
No, talk sense, Costello. Look, I've invited the greatest press agent in town to come here and handle your public relations.
Not so fast, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I'll handle my own relations. I couldn't turn poor old Aunt Minnie over to a stranger, you know. Before I do that, I'd rather send her back to the kennel.
No. I'm not talking about your relatives. I'm talking about public relations. Now, you're famous for your funny stories, and this man will publicize your anecdotes.
He wouldn't dare. He hasn't got the nerve.
What do you mean?
I don't mind being amateurized.
Well...
But when you're going to start with my anecdotes, that's enough, brother.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
Nobody is going to try to make me famous at such a price.
Now, Lou, that'll make you famous.
I still have my pride, you know.
All right, listen, Costello.
My amortization's gone, but I
know.
have pride.
Listen, Costello, this man... This man has great contacts with all the picture studios. He knows Cary Grant from RKO lot, Spencer Tracy from the MGM lot, Humphrey Bogart from the Warner lot.
Does he know Cockeyed Louie?
Where is he from?
The parking lot.
No.
Can't be Frank Sinatra. He can't knock that hard.
Oh, listen, please. He was here last week. Now, that may be the publicity man. Come in.
I beg your pardon. Which one of you is Mr. Costello?
I'm Lou Costello.
Well, I'm so glad I got here in time. I'm Mrs. Clutch, Mr. Costello. And my daughter's very sick. She's got the measles.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, and she listens to your program every week, and I come here to ask you a great favor.
What's that?
Please don't go on tonight. We want her to get well.
How do you like that? She gets $40 for that one measly joke. Maybe that's Frank Sinatra, although it's awful loud for a knock.
That was last week.
I gotta get him in.
All right. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Rabbit. Is this your partner, Mr. Costello?
That's him. No, don't blame me.
Certainly is.
Now, wait a minute, Abbott. Who is this guy?
That's the publicity man.
My name is Needle, but that's not the point. I understand you need a man to handle your business and the publicity.
Could you give me that again, please?
I say my name is Needle, but that's not the point. I understand that you need a man to handle your business and your publicity.
Well, I thought...
All right, I'll take the job.
I certainly talked him into that one, didn't I?
All right, now let's discuss my salary. Why, a man of my standing must receive a weekly stipend commensurate with my ability. Shall we say $500?
What?
Thank you. I knew you'd agree to that.
I didn't say nothing.
Great plans for you, Costello. I have a campaign mapped out for you that will make you...
Wait a minute. $500 a week. How can you afford to work so cheap?
I do my own laundry. Well, now that you've signed the contract, we'll get busy with your publicity. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is get you a job on a farm so you can get some action pictures of you working on a farm.
And what do I have to do?
Very simple, Costello. The first thing you do is you roll out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, milk 20 or 30 cows, fetch a few barrels of water from the well, chop down a couple of pieces of firewood, feed the chickens, pigs, the goats, clean out the stables, and zingo, you're ready for breakfast.
Could I have an extra bowl of Wheaties?
Certainly, my boy. Now, right after breakfast, you overhaul the tractor, plow 5 or 6 acres, ground, dig a couple of 100 sacks of potatoes, then you run over to the barn, pitch a few tons of hay, then skip over to the orchard, pick 50 or 60 bushels of apples, crate them a sack of shipping, then you spread a wagon load of fertilizer over the onion patch, and zingo! You're ready for lunch.
I'll just have a chocolate soda. I don't want to waste any time. Chocolate soda with no straws. I'll gulp it down. I'm fast.
Fine. Now, right after lunch, you get out your shovel, you dig a drainage ditch around the barn, repair all the fences, clean the silos, churn the butter, thresh the wheat, spray the potatoes, prune the trees, trim the hedges, weed the cabbage patch, fill all the land, bed down the cows, curry the horses, and zingo! You're ready for supper.
All I do is eat.
Now, right after supper, you hitch up the buggy, you take the farmer's daughter for a romantic ride in the moonlight. Now, she's gorgeous, captivating, redhead, a little white skin, a ruby lips. You drive down the lane, you're holding her hand in yours. Suddenly, the horse stops. She moves up closer to you, put your arm around her waist, lift her ruby lips up to yours, and then, you know what to do?
Zingo! I'm ready for lunch.
Well, you see, Costello, this is the man you need.
Hey, Abbott, where have you been? Where were you when I was working on that farm? I mean, I've never been through so many zingos in my life.
Now, Costello, Mr. Needle is an honest man.
He is? Needle, look me in the eye.
Yes, sir?
You wouldn't stick me, would you?
Of course not, Costello. I'm here to build up your program now. Last week you had Frank Sinatra as your guest. Who have you got on your show this week?
Abbott and me.
Brother, you're in trouble. But we'll let that happen again. Next week, I'm going to have a great Universal Picture star with Turan Bay as your guest. Good night, gentlemen.
Did you ever see such a breeze in your life?
Hey, isn't that wonderful, Costello? Turan Bay is going to visit us next Thursday.
Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
Oh,
Didn't you hear him? No, he'll be here next Thursday.
Oh, he'll be here next Thursday?
Yeah, Turan Bay.
Guy cooks some turkey, don't he?
That's right.
Well, in that case, I'll have to talk turkey to him. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
No, quiet, Costello. Turan Bay is not a turkey. He's a Turkish gentleman, and he speaks English. He's a linguist. He's familiar with many tongues.
He's familiar with lots of tongues?
That's right. He's a linguist.
He ain't no linguist. He's a delicatessen.
No. Tongues are languages.
Tongues are languages.
That's right.
Well, so long, Abbott.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get a language sandwich on rye bread with mustard.
Lovely Connie Haynes sings Accentuate the Positive.
Gather round me, everybody. Gather round me while I preach some. Feel a sermon coming on me. The topic will be sin, and that's what I'm again. If you wanna hear my story, then settle back and just sit tight while I start reviewing the attitude of doing right. You gotta accentuate the positive, elim. Mine it's a negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. You've gotta spread joy up to the maximum. Bring blues down to the minimum. Have faith, the pandemonium liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? Man, they said we'd better accentuate the positive, elim. Mine it's a negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. You've gotta accentuate the positive, elim. Mine it's a negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In Between.
Abbott.
Right.
You had no business letting that guy Needle invite Turan Bay over here next week.
Why?
I don't know nothing about Turkish actors.
Well, what do you have to know?
The only Turk I know is he's a Turkish civilian.
A Turkish civilian? What's his name?
Hasn't been drafted.
But Costello, surely you've seen... surely you've seen Turan Bay on the screen. And his lovely leading lady, the Princess Ben Ali?
Princess Ben Ali?
Yes.
His leading lady?
Yes.
I know her brother, Bowling Ali.
Oh, no. Hey, what was that?
I am the Princess Ben Ali, Turan Bay's leading lady.
Leading lady? Get a load of that puss. He must lead her around by the nose.
Quiet, Costello. Quiet. She may be a member of his harem.
With that kisser, she must be the harem scarum.
Quiet.
My master...
We made a picture called Lost in a Harem.
I know. Never mind that.
Where we lost.
All right.
My master, Sahib Turan Bay, has instructed me to prepare you gentlemen for his visit. I have written a play of the Far East, which should put you in the mood to receive the master. Come, let us enter my tent so you may study your part.
Abbott, she's been living in the tent so long, she's flap happy.
Well, nevertheless, we're going to do as she says. We can't offend Turan Bay. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, through the courtesy of Turan Bay, we now present a soggy-sagging saga of the Sahara, starring Abbott and Costello and the Princess Ben Ali, entitled The Two Bedouins, or It's Time to Change the Sheets. As the scene opens, we see two footsore and weary Arabs trudging across the desert.
Abbott, I can't take... I can't. I can't take... How do you like that English? I can't take another step. The sand is terrible.
What are you complaining about? I've got a hole in the side of my shoe and the sand keeps pouring in.
Why don't you cut a hole on the other side and let it run out?
Be quiet, Costello. Hey, look. Here comes a man staggering towards us.
Sand everywhere. Sand all around me. And I forgot my bucket.
Hey, who are you?
Oh, just an old air raid warden.
We should have saved him for a blackout.
Well,
We should have saved him for a blackout.
I heard it.
Somebody's killed.
All right. Quiet. No place for two blackouts. We must hurry, Costello. The lovely Princess Ben Ali is being held captive by the wicked Sultan Atfay Ali Bey.
That Atfay Ali Bey has certainly gone to pot.
Quiet. We're approaching the Sultan's tent.
Help! Help! Save me! Save me!
Costello, that's the voice of the princess. It's coming from this tent.
Hello in there! Hello in there, princess! It's me, your friend, the Rip!
Oh, hello, Rip. What do you hear from the raft?
Things are pretty rough with the raft. Rip Rup!
All right. Quiet, Costello. Hey, it's dark in this tent, princess. I can hardly see.
There she is, Abbott. Boy, she sure has gotten skinny.
You're looking at the tent pole, stupid. I'm the one over here with the turban on my head.
My, but that's a pretty turban.
Yes, it was designed by Diana.
How do you like that? The new Diana turban.
Come, princess. We will help you escape from the swiftest Sultan. Hey, wait a minute. Someone's coming. Listen.
The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out.
Who was that?
That's Humphrey Bogart. He's still walking back from Casablanca.
Please, you must get me out of here. The Sultan is going to sell me as a slave.
Don't worry, princess. We'll help you escape.
But it's 500 miles across the desert. Do you have a car?
No.
Do you have a jeep?
No.
Well, do you have horses?
No, but I got a wagon.
But who's going to pull the wagon?
My little Pekingese dog.
Why, how can a little Pekingese dog pull the three of us in a big wagon?
We got whips. Somebody's coming.
Hey, it's the Sultan, Atfay Ali Bey.
So, I catch you red-handed trying to steal the speed of a princess. Aha! 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 Aha!
Oh, a double feature. Hey, Abbott, when I give the signal, say, I'll stay the I'd slay. You get it? Put out the lights.
Yeah. All right, come on, Costello. I've got the Sultan's horses. Let's go.
Okay. Hey, Abbott, don't look now, but my horse's head is missing.
You dummy, turn around in your saddle.
Horses, stop! I got those things trained.
No, we did it, Costello. We escaped from the Sultan and saved the beautiful princess. Now, this is the last scene. You gently lift the princess from her horse. You caress her slowly. Lift her veil. Then, what do you do?
Zingo! I'm ready for lunch.
Freddie Rich and the orchestra play an old favorite, I Get a Kick Out of You.
Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. The joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me? It's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me? Whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and
here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, you did a grand job of acting tonight. And your two little daughters, Patty and Carol, and our listeners are going to be mighty proud of you, Lou.
Thank you, Abbott. And remember, I was working under a handicap.
A handicap?
Yes, I have no talent. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Costello. This is Mrs. Clutch.
Hey, Abbott. Clutch just slipped in again.
You remember me, the lady whose daughter has the measles?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we just listened to your show.
Is your daughter any better?
No, now I've got the measles.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Bob Hope Show. With Francis Langford, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vague, and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. And now here he is, the star of the show, Bob Hope.
All right, fellas, just like we rehearsed it. Thank you very much. Well, here we are back in California. California, that's Orange Grove, the little cottage, and Man the Pumps boys, Grandma's floating out the second-story window. But it's really great to be back out here where they always have enough wonderful fruit trees, great climate, and beautiful girls to go around. Yes, sir. Muroc, that's the place they went around. See, you gotta wait till I finish. I may have a thought somewhere, you know. I just arrived from the east. I had to pull strings to get back into California. The Chamber of Commerce made me unravel the arms and legs off my long underwear before they'd let me in. That's the finish. I knew we were getting close to Hollywood. I looked out the train window and the Gophers had red fingernails and were wearing Max Factor makeup number 10. And the conductor wired the station master that Bob Hope was on the train. He wired back, "We need the equipment. Come on in anyway." My fan club was supposed to meet, but half of them were sick, and the other guy had to stay home and take care of them. The porter was a little rough handling my luggage. Skinny Ennis fell out of my golf bag twice. And I'm not saying how much I tipped the porter, but he kept pointing at me and saying, "Is this jip really necessary?" And when I got back to Hollywood, I found out they were giving Frank Sinatra another physical. The report on his first physical came back stamped, "We don't believe it." I don't know if Sinatra's really too thin to be in the Army, but he's the only guy I know who can go AWL by hiding behind his own tie. But can you imagine us going from that snow back east to this dry desert? It's so dry out here, the rabbits have humps in their backs, and they can go 7 days without water. You know who Gravel Gertie is, don't you? She's the old girl that looks like a cross between a Muroc debutante and a sergeant in Bloomers. Here comes our man, Skinny Ennis, doing There Goes That Song Again. Do it, Skinny.
There goes that song again. We used to call it our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it play. Over and over and over and over again. I still remember when I sang the words and it made you mine. I'd steal a kiss and replace mine. Over and over and over and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listens, stops me reminiscing. I'll soon forget that, yes. I told myself when you said so long, I was wrong. There goes that song again. forget that yet. I told myself when you said so long, I was wrong. When you said so long, there goes that song again. Been a setup for a sign. A mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the moonlight. So the big romance was only make-believe, just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in July. So the big romance was only make-believe, just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in July.
Thank you very, very much, Francis. That's really wonderful. Sleigh ride in July. And you were very fine in there, too, Skinny boy.
Thank you, Rob. How you doing, Bob?
Oh, fine. You know Skinny Ennis, our meager beaver. Say, you know that was great accompaniment you gave Francis on that number?
Well, man, I love to accompany people.
Yeah, what about that Muroc pigeon you were accompanying last night?
Not so good. She lost me in the 8th bar. Say, Bob. Say, you know,
They have that many around here?
I got a question to ask you. The trip's over, ain't it?
Of course the trip's over, Skin.
Well, man, when are we going back to California?
Why, Skinny, this is California. It is? Sure, this is the land of sunshine and flowers.
You know, Bob, they got a PX there. You better start smoking them regular cigarettes again.
Well, hiya, Francis.
Hello, Bob. How are you, Skin?
Well, I got to rehearse the next number. Guess I'll make myself scarce.
You're too late, Skin. Your mother beat you to it. Well, wasn't that nice of the boys to throw us a party, Francis?
Yes, Bob, but when we go to those parties, I wish you wouldn't stick so close to me all the time.
Oh, you mean the temptation's too great?
No, it's just that I do much better when they don't think that my father's along with me.
That isn't gray in my hair. The Joshua trees are molting right now.
Say, Bob, did you notice all the wax at the party?
Yeah, Francis, and believe me, these whacks are doing a great job here. In all kinds of work. Even as grease monkeys and mechanics. Say, let's show the folks a little scene, Francis. You be a whack mechanic working on a plane, and I'll be the pilot. Some B-25 music, Skin. Oh, nothing can stop the Army Air Corps except the weather. Say, well... Well, here I am a pilot. Just think they're going to let me make my first solo flight. And after only 18 years in ground school. Gee, me a second lieutenant. Maybe these bars in my coat are enough. The ones in my underwear keep scratching my shoulders. I told you, wait till I finish the joke. Well, here's my plane. Hey, you get out of there. I got to take off and I'm late.
Well, don't let it worry you. You look like you've been off for years.
Well, a whack well stacked.
A Louis full of hooey.
Well, so you're one of those whack mechanics. Tell me, what can I do about a loose fuselage?
Have you tried a girdle?
Gee, a pretty gal like you stuck up here in the desert. How do you stand this hot wind?
Well, there's much I can do about it. You outrank me.
Hey, I'd like to date you. I bet you know all the answers.
Yeah, and I bet you know all the questions. Say, I see they had grapefruit in mess this morning.
Don't laugh. Them regular helmets cost $8.
You must be one of these hot pilots.
Am I? Yesterday I did 4 outside loops, gave her the gun in a 12-barrel rolls, went into a power dive going 800 miles an hour, then suddenly something went wrong.
What happened? What'd you do?
I bailed out of my link trainer.
Have you ever been in a crash?
In a crash? Whatever gave you the idea that I crashed?
Well, don't tell me you were born with that nose.
What's wrong with my nose?
Nothing. Tell me, is it retractable?
Well, it makes a good shoehorn anyway.
Listen, Hubba Hubba. Why don't you get... You're all ready to fly.
I sure am.
Okay, contact.
Contact.
Fresh.
Well, how'd I know you meant the plane? Okay, I'll take off. You sure you got the motor all repaired?
Sure, it's all repaired.
Okay, I'll start her up. Contact.
Goodness, I guess I should have used larger bobby pins.
Yeah. Give me land, lots of land, under starry skies above.
And don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open spaces that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be.
Don't fence me in. Here I am a private in the Army. Man, they not only fenced me in, they locked the front gate, threw the key out here in the middle of the desert, then gave me a 10-day bivouac to go find it. Man, what's a long, lean, hungry-looking Texas cowpoke like me doing fenced in at this here Muroc for anyway? Well, I get so lonesome for them Texas cows that last night I went out and tried to milk a cactus plant. Wish I was back in Texas with them 10,000 square miles of prairie. I sure feel crowded here in Muroc with only 9,000 square miles of nothing. Don't fence me in, brother. Man, we got so much room out there, you can get on your horse and just keep riding till you get red in the face. Man, every time my sergeant goes by, I think of the panhandle. Yes, sir, I take one look at his pan and think how I'd like to handle it. I remember I used to lie out in the prairie and look up at that Texas sky full of stars. Oh, it looked like a big pinball machine. And the draft board came along and tilted me. Good old Texas. Back there, men are men and women are women. And what's more, they don't keep them separated. And, honey, don't you worry about me going around with other gals. In this here army camp, they don't even let you think about gals. Every night at 12 o'clock, the CQ comes through the barracks with a flashlight, and he wakes up anybody that's got a smile on his face. I got a date tonight. Got a date in Lancaster, and I think I'll go AWOL. There's a sentry. I don't care. It's dark, and he can't see me. I'll fool him this time.
Hello, Sentry.
Who goes there?
Oh, I'm just a whack.
Whack, huh? Well, how about a kiss?
Okay.
You should try Blue Blade. Put that gun down, Sentry. You got to let me out of here. I got a date in Lancaster with an angel. Helped him out, didn't I? Send me off to heaven, and I ask you, please. Don't you fence me in. Here comes Francis Langford, making believe. Francis Langford, hi.
Believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of our lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn off the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Making believe that you're in my arms. Though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn off the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a certain amount of civilian flying is being permitted now, so Bob takes off for a little spin here at Muroc. Bob already has 100 hours in the air. Took the stork that long to find somebody who would accept him.
Come on, boy.
And now we find Bob and Skinny Ennis flying over the airfield.
Well, Skin, here I am sitting in the pilot seat. You know, to be a flyer, you got to have brains, courage, and backbone.
I know, Bob. Just keep it on the automatic pilot.
Come out of that incubator and say that. Well, I guess I better check with my crew. Pilot to co-pilot, everything okay?
Roger.
Pilot to tail gunner, everything okay?
Roger.
Pilot to navigator, everything okay?
Herman.
Must be a spy. Say, you know, I like flying at this level, Skin. The altitude doesn't bother me a bit.
That's great, Bob.
And now you better step on it if you want to beat that train to the crossing. Hey, did you hear somebody? That must be a stowaway aboard. Well, Miss Vera Vague, that's her. Well, Miss Vague, our little fossil.
Oh, well, Mr. Hope, our big nozzle. Oh, goodness, if you're flying this plane, Mr. Hope, you better watch that gas needle. Oh, that's silly innocent, isn't it?
Yeah. Gee, you never forget a face, do you?
Oh, no, not very often. Not when it's attached to a body like that.
Say, now that you're here, you can be our navigator, Miss Vague. You know the country around Muroc Field?
Oh, yes. I've been prowling around it for weeks because I don't know it quite as well in the daylight.
Vague, don't you think you ought to quit that before your ears get too pointed, huh?
Oh, you dear boy. Now that you're out here, Mr. Hope, why don't you take your hat off and show Muroc's dry lake, California's dry brain?
Hey, where are we, Bob? Well, I wonder if this is Muroc. I'll call the control tower. Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control tower.
Yeah, shut up.
It's Muroc. I'm coming in for a landing.
You can't.
What's the matter? No room?
No runway.
No. Oh, cut it out and let me talk to a first lieutenant.
Control tower to pilot. Hello. Did you make an appointment?
No, I didn't make an appointment. How soon can I land?
Well, just a minute. I'll look at my book. Shall we say Thursday afternoon at 3?
Listen, I can't wait that long. I'm out of gas.
Oh, that's different. Why didn't you say so?
Then I can land?
Of course you can land.
When?
The first thing tomorrow morning.
No use. We'll have to jump.
Jump!
No, there's nothing to get excited about. I'll go first, and you two be sure to follow me because I've got the parachute. Well, we're out of gas. Come on, Skin. Come on, Miss Vague. Let's all three hold hands and jump. 1, 2, 3. Well, I'll take another look in the gas tank.
Hey, Bob. I ain't gonna jump. The last time I tried, I had too much trouble.
You had trouble? What happened?
Man, at 2,000 feet, I got caught in a crosswind and stayed there for 3 days.
Will you jump first, Miss Vague?
Oh, all right, here I go. Oh, goodness, I just missed that cactus plant.
I missed it, too.
Bullseye! Goodness, Mr. Hope, look, our plane's falling.
Hey, Joe, get back up there! Stay up there until I say it's okay. Well, here we are, way out here on the deck.
Goodness, everything's so wild out here, and we're all alone.
Miss Vague, it's no use. We're too far from the camp. They can't hear you.
Oh, bless your heart, Mr. Hope. Well, you know, you'll never be lonesome out here. You can always shake your head and give the mating call for rattlesnakes.
Oh, isn't this desert air wonderful? I feel like a new man.
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, look at here. There seems to be a big battleship right in the desert.
Yeah, that's just a mirage, Skin. I'll show you. I'll run right at it. Well, don't stand there. Help me find my head.
We'll have to hitch back to the airfield, Mr. Hope. Do you think one of these... Mr. Hope...
Oh, look. Look. There's an army on maneuvers.
Company! Halt! Halt! Halt, I say!
What do you know? It's me. Professor Clone, are you in charge of this army?
Yes, Hope, and I'm only a general.
If you're a general, why don't you have 4 stars on your shoulders?
No shoulders.
Well, if you don't have shoulders, what holds your coat up?
Hangers. Ah, but I am a general, Hope, and my army's right behind me.
Clone, I don't see any army behind you.
You don't?
No.
Down these Mojave windstorms?
Well, Kelowna, how are the maneuvers going?
Well, not so good. We're short of tanks, but it'll be better next week.
How do you know?
They're drafting W.C. Fields.
Kelowna, you're a fine general. You're supposed to wear your medals on your coat. Why are you wearing yours in the seat of your pants?
Know these boys pretty well, don't I?
By the way, Kelowna, you remember Miss Vague, don't you?
Gad, I told you to stay out of the demolition area. Wait there.
Oh, Professor. Professor, why can't you be nice to me? I'm quite attractive, you know. I have a perfect hourglass figure.
Yeah, that's an hourglass figure?
Yes, it is.
What are you trying to do? Show what time it is all over the world?
Oh, you shaggy-lipped ape, you. Tell me, how long did your brain circle your head before they gave up and landed in another field?
It's not dilly-dally here now. Pardon me, folks, while I give some orders to my regiment. Forward, march. Halt. About face. Forward, march. Halt. About face. Forward, march. Halt. About face. Forward, march.
Oh, General Kelowna, why are you having those men pound back and forth in that one spot?
Making a tennis court.
Look, Professor, what's your racket way out here in the desert?
Secret weapons, Hope. I've just invented a robot bomb. Now we have a bomb like the Germans.
V2?
Yeah, V2. Yeah. Put that joke in for the morons. The idiots can't have everything on this show. And I also have invented the most powerful gun that's ever been invented, Hope.
Powerful gun. Does it have a lot of recoil, Kelowna?
Does it have a lot of recoil? See my right shoulder?
Yes.
It used to be my left shoulder.
Oh, Kelowna, you stoop.
Well, how do you get your cigarette?
Professor, could we see a demonstration of a secret weapon?
Well, come on, Kelowna, light the fuse.
Okay, but don't tell anybody.
All right.
The Kelowna rocket bomb is about to take off. I'll just pour this fuel in the engine. It's a very special fuel concocted for me by some island natives.
A special fuel, Professor, concocted by some island natives?
That's right. I hope the mixture's right. Well, and now I'll light the fuse.
Professor, what happened?
Too much rum, not enough Coca-Cola.
If the nightingale could sing like you, they'd sing much sweeter than they do. For you brought a new kind of life to me. And if the Sandman brought me dreams of you, I'd want to sleep my whole life through. You brought a new kind of love to me. I know that I'm a slave, you're the queen, but still you can understand that underneath it all, you're a maid, and I am only a man. I would work and slave the whole day through. I could hurry home to you, for you brought a new kind of love to me. I know that I'm the slave, you're the queen, but still you can't understand that underneath it all, you're a maid, and I am only a man. I would work and slave the whole day through. I could hurry home to you, so you brought a new kind of love to me.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Because of the special nature of tonight's broadcast, with its very special demands on an actress's versatility, and because, too, she is one of the finest performers in the American theater, we are fortunate indeed in having with us in the Campbell Playhouse Miss Cornelia Otis Skinner. Tonight we bring you an original broadcast. Its subject, the great American dream of personal liberty and independence. We call it The Things We Have. But before we begin, a word from Ernest Chappell.
Among our favorite Sunday dinner dishes, I don't think there's anything we prize quite so highly as chicken. Whether it's roasted and stuffed or fried in tender, crisp brown pieces or fricasseed, the cherished flavor of chicken is something we always look forward to. Chicken has been the number one dish for special occasions for many, many years. And because we like chicken so well, we become mighty critical judges of any chicken dish that appears on our tables. So I think the fact that Campbell's Chicken Soup has grown so steadily in popularity month after month and year after year speaks worlds for it. And I can safely promise any of you this. As sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's Chicken Soup. Every spoonful, every drop of its golden broth is rich with chicken flavor. There are tender, nourishing pieces of chicken meat for you to enjoy, and the finest of fluffy, snow-white rice drifts all through it. Here's chicken soup to match the finest ever made at home. And I wouldn't dare to say that if I were not sure that you'll agree with me once you've tasted Campbell's Chicken Soup. And now our American Cavalcade, The Things We Have, an original broadcast written and produced by Orson Welles and starring Cornelia Otis Skinner.
You tell me where the third class is?
Right down the pier, last gangplank.
How long has the ship been in?
Oh, about 20 minutes, sir.
Oh, heavens, they told us that the steamship officer wouldn't be in till noon.
Bar cleared, I guess. Came in sooner than they expected.
They haven't come off yet, have they?
Only the first class. You meeting someone in third?
That's right.
Citizen or alien?
Alien.
Well, you got plenty of time. They have to wait till everybody else is off.
Thanks, officer.
Oh, officer, how will he know we're here to meet him?
Oh, you just wait around, ma'am. After a while, they'll call out your name. Then you can go on board and get him. Maybe quite a while, though.
Thanks, officer.
You know downstairs.
Gee, I hope he's on board.
Sure he is. They'd have cabled if he wasn't.
Well, everyone else seems to be off.
I guess it takes a while going through their papers and all that. Nervous?
No, I'm not nervous. Just that I'd like to see him. I wonder what he's like.
You're not sorry we're doing this.
Of course I'm not. But you can't blame me for feeling a little scared.
Gosh, Mary, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Of course, Jim. Of course we are.
I hope it works.
Mr. and Mrs. Scott?
Oh, yes, that's us.
Mr. and Mrs. Scott?
Jim,
Here we are.
Mr. and Mrs. Scott?
That's right.
You the couple meeting a party by the name of Lang?
Yeah.
You can go on board now.
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. James Scott, citizens?
Yes?
You're here for Simon Lang?
That's right.
Call Simon Lang. Simon Lang! Simon Lang!
Look, Jim. That's him.
Gee. Look at him.
Are you Simon Lang?
Yes, sir. Simon Lang.
Mr. and Mrs. James Scott, you have declared your intention of legally adopting this child. You've certified that you will provide for him till he reaches the age of 21 and undertake that until then he shall at no time become a public charge in the government of the United States. Is that correct?
It is.
All right, young fellow. Let's see your card. Age?
9 years old.
Eyes blue. Height?
1 meter 12.
Yeah, 4 feet 6, I guess. Hair brown. How about your parents, mother?
My mother is dead 2 years.
Father? Well, what's your father's name?
Oscar Lang.
Father alive?
The boy's father was an associate of mine in business over there 6 months ago.
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. Nationality? Mm-hmm. All right, son, that's all. Yeah, here's your landing card. Well, what do you think? Are you going to become an American citizen?
Citizen? What is that? Citizen?
Well, I guess you'll find out after a while. All right, good luck.
Hello, Jim.
Sorry, Mary. Couldn't make for dinner. Work kind of piled up on me at the office. Everything all right?
Fine.
Where is he?
Oh, he looked pretty tired. I put him to bed right after dinner. He said to say goodbye to you.
Happy, darling.
Oh, Jim, he's awfully cute.
Is he?
When we sat down to dinner tonight, he helped me into my chair. Every time I walk into the room, he stands up.
What'd you do with him all afternoon?
Took him shopping?
Did he say much about his home, about his father?
No.
I guess at that age, kids forget pretty quickly.
Yes.
Do you think it seemed very strange to him? What are you laughing at?
Oh, you can ask the dumbest question.
Yeah? What sort of question?
Oh, all about this country and how people live over here. He's awfully bright, Jim. Some of the things he asked, I simply couldn't answer.
Well, what'd you do?
I told him to ask you.
Oh, that's nice of you. You know, seriously, Mary, there's a lot of things about this country that kid's got a right to know. Things he'll have to know before he gets into school. It's up to you and me to tell him.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Say, Mary, let's go and take a look at him.
Oh, Jim, you'll wake him up.
I won't. Besides, hasn't a man got a right to have a look at his son? Hey, listen.
Jim, I believe he's crying.
I guess he is.
Oh, Jim.
Poor little guy. Hello, son. What's the matter?
What's wrong, dear?
Oh, it's nothing.
Come on, move over. That's it. Sit down. Quite a jump, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, son, it's a jump folks have been taking for a long time now. Why, for more than 300 years, people have been packing up and leaving everything they know about and coming to America. I guess the first day they landed, no matter how much they wanted to come, most of them felt about the same as you do.
Yes, sir.
You see, Simon, this country's made up of people like you. People who came over here on boats just the same as you.
But why did they do that? Were they obliged to leave their homes?
No. I guess they came because they wanted to.
Well, anyway, I guess they all had reasons of their own. But you know, son, get right down to it. We all came here for just about the same thing. Freedom.
Freedom?
Yeah, that's the word we used. My folks did, I know. Their folks who brought them here did. Mrs. Scott's great-great-grandparents. And to every one of them, I guess that word freedom meant something different. For some, it meant freedom to think and speak as they pleased. In others, it just meant freedom to exist with a fair amount of happiness, to earn a decent living by the toil of their hands. For the first people who came here, it meant freedom to live together and to worship their God together, openly, in their own way. That was over 300 years ago.
A petition presented to His Majesty King James I in the 16th year of his reign of England, France, and Ireland, of Scotland the 150th by his humble subjects, to meet for worship in the public places with peace and protection, would be in this world the greatest blessing which our hearts desire or which would come to us. But we dare not expect, neither do we ask so great a favor at your Majesty's hand, only that in private we might serve God with clear and quiet consciences. We, in all lowliness, crave but your toleration.
The petition is refused. Our pleasure is that all the Puritans and physicians conform themselves or leave the country according to the laws of our kingdom and the canons of our church. And we do hereby command our judges and justices to put the law in due execution against them. God and the King will reward their zeal. Brethren, we that are about to embark today for the new world are a company professing ourselves fellow members of Christ, for which reason, though we come from many regions and diverse classes, we ought to account ourselves knit together by this bond of love. Our object this day is to seek out a new home under a new form of government, both civil and ecclesiastical. Our end is to improve our lives, to do more service to the Lord. For this end, we must be knit together in this work as one man. So shall we keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. For we must consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all people are upon us, so that if we shall deal falsely with our God in this work we have undertaken, and so cause him to withdraw his present help from us, we shall be made a story and a byword through the world. Therefore, let us choose life, that we and our seed may live by obeying his voice and cleaving to him, for he is our life and our prosperity. And he shall make us a praise and glory, that men shall say of succeeding plantations, the Lord maketh like that of New England.
They were the first to come, Simon. They came in little wooden ships with their wives and their children, and then afterwards others came. And always when men spoke of this country, that same word, that word freedom, was on their lips. To others, in other countries, America meant freedom to think and speak as they pleased.
Yes? What is it?
Lives here Professor Heinrich Schurz.
Yeah?
Who are you?
I am his wife.
You will give him this paper immediately. Immediately.
Heinrich! Heinrich! Heinrich!
Well, my dear.
Heinrich! I told her. He just gave me this for you.
Let me see it, Frida.
Heinrich, what is it? Read it, Heinrich.
Nothing new, my friends. You've seen this before. Heinrich Schurz, Senior Professor of Philosophy at the State University, is hereby summoned to appear before the High Chancellor to answer questions pertaining to a speech made by him before the students of this university on the 7th day of October. Signed this day, the 7th of October, 1848, for the High Chancellor Karl Seibel and the Secretary of Police.
You know what this means?
Of course. Imprisonment.
They have no legal right. They wouldn't dare.
They wouldn't dare. My good friends, you forget where you are. Remember Professor Wiener? Remember Karl Ludwig, my best student? Gentle and peaceless, both of them. There are they today. The young man shot trying to escape. The old man still in prison. Perhaps dead.
And why? Because they love mankind. Because they ask for freedom of speech. What about you, Dr. Schurz?
Well, Heinrich?
Are you going to go to the Chancellery tomorrow?
No, gentlemen. I'm not going. I'm no martyr. And I'm no revolutionist. I don't think I could change things or make them better, even if I knew how. I'm a just teacher. If they won't let me teach here, I must go elsewhere. There's work for men like you and me all the world over. My friends, the time has come. Tomorrow, perhaps it is already too late. Who knows how many of you have got similar orders waiting for you at your home?
Heinrich, what do you mean?
What are you going to do?
We're going to leave our country, Frida. You and I and the children.
Then we must go at once.
Arrangements are made. Our friends will help us reach the border.
And then?
Then there are ships ready to take us to a country where men may think and speak the truth as they see it. Where freedom is a virtue, not a crime. To America. There are a lot of people who came here to whom the name America was nothing but a word in a foreign tongue. And to them that word meant freedom from oppression, freedom from fear.
They're marching. There are the soldiers. I knock you down. Keep away from the window.
I want to see the soldiers, Mama.
Yes. If they see you, they'll cut you into pieces with an axe.
Don't talk to the children like that. Don't frighten me.
Well, it's true, isn't it? But they did last year on the town's birthday, you remember.
It'll soon be over now. And we will breathe again.
Mama, they've stopped.
Keep down. It looks like they've stopped at Ivan's house.
They have no flag out. They have no money to buy a flag. Get out of the closet.
So it is every holiday. Before the end of the day, the streets red with blood.
I will sit dead.
Well, not for long. A few more months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. When we have saved enough, then we shall leave this place for a country where men can walk together side by side in broad daylight, be afraid of no one. To a land that's rich and happy. To America.
And there were still others to whom the word America came to mean life itself. Just life and the chance to earn the things that maintain it. Life in a new country across the sea, without foreign rulers, and where there was always enough to eat.
There you are, Emily. There's your tea. Oh, Jeffrey.
Yes, Your Ladyship.
Jeffrey, is Miss O'Shaughnessy will take a glass of port.
Yes, my lady.
You're extremely kind, Lady Townsend. I will that.
You have some more of these little cakes, Emily. We have them sent from London, you know. They never can make them quite right over here. Thank you, Lady Townsend. And now, Mr. O'Shaughnessy, what were you saying?
Well, my lady, I've seen bad times in my day, but nothing like this. It's about 3 in every 10 is dead of the famine and 2 more of the fever. So you might say it's about half the people in the county that are dead now. And the same all over Ireland. In Skibbereen, if you'd believe it, there's not more than 10 men left in the village.
Oh, dear me. Emily, isn't that dreadful? What are they going to do about it? That's what I'd like to know.
And they're burying them, Lady Townsend. That is to say that there's any left alive to be doing the digging. Sure, the graveyards are so filled that they do be laying them down in the gardens now, leaving them in the open fields where the dogs come as they do in the night.
Oh, how shocking.
It is that.
Only last week, my sister was riding over to Bentry for the meet, and there were 2 of them lying right in the road on their faces.
It's likely to get worse before it gets better. It is indeed, Lady Townsend. Here it is August, and seeding time almost passed, and not a tenth of the land seeded. You know what that means, I'm certain.
No.
It means no potatoes, Your Ladyship. No potatoes at all for another year, surely.
Potatoes? Oh, that's hard for the Irish to go on eating potatoes.
Well, Your Ladyship, potatoes is about all the land's fit for. To say what land in Ireland the country people are permitted.
Oh, well, then I suppose they can't help it.
And then there's the rinse, my lady.
Yes.
Sure, I had a hard time of it last year, Your Ladyship, and this year I don't know how I'm going to be going about it.
What do you mean?
Well, they're hard to approach, Your Ladyship. They've gotten mean with a hunger.
That's absurd. A rent is a rent. They must pay.
I'll do my best, Your Ladyship, but I can't go getting blood out of a stone or money out of a dead man.
Well, they're not all dead. You just said they're not all dead.
That's entirely true, Your Ladyship, but of them that's alive yet, there's a lot that do be leaving the country. Every day now you hear of them going off from their land, nobody left at home to work it.
What do you mean going? Going where?
America, Your Ladyship.
America? How dare they?
I'm sure there's no law against that, Your Ladyship. They do say there's food to be eaten there and work to earn it with. Pat O'Mernon's brother, you know Patrick, Your Ladyship, it's one of your gardeners. Well, his brother went away to America only 2 years ago, and we hear now he's doing famously. He's digging the Erie Canal, he is, and making his fortune. Oh, there's opportunities in America, Your Ladyship. It's a fine, free land, it is. Well, at least I mean to say, jobs there, Your Ladyship. At any rate, ways to keep alive, if you know what I mean. Your Ladyship. Yeah, well, anyway, it's a big country.
Oh, well, O'Shaughnessy, I suppose it can't be stopped.
I suppose not, Your Ladyship. I suppose it can't. then sometimes they've come here simply for the right to keep alive. So it's been, son. Ever since the first ones landed more than 300 years ago. People coming from all over the world, some of them only dimly knowing why they came. And all of them with this thing in their heart. This dream of freedom.
And when they have come here, what have they found?
They found happiness, most of them.
And money, some of them.
And freedom?
Well, no. No, they didn't find freedom when they first came here. See, Simon, it turns out that freedom isn't something you find lying around, even in a new country. And it's not a thing other people can give you. Something you have to want awfully bad before you get it. Freedom's a thing you make for yourself.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of our American Cavalcade, The Things We Have, an original radio drama starring Orson Welles and Cornelio de Skinner. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of the American Cavalcade. A great deal of historical research went into the preparation of the story for tonight's broadcast. Right down from revolutionary times, the customs and manners of succeeding generations were closely studied. And to me, the most interesting sidelight of all this study was the evidence that appeared again and again to show that all of our ancestors were just as fond of eating chicken as we are today. As early as July 1746, the London Magazine published these observations of a traveler in Virginia. I quote, "All over the colony a universal hospitality reigns, full tables and open doors," unquote. And among the favorite dishes he mentions fowls boiled or roasted. In 1756, a Miss Anna Maria Dandridge was celebrated for her recipe for chicken surprise. And Mrs. Mary Randolph's book, The Virginia Housewife of 1831, features a delectable fricassee of small chickens. Chicken wings a la Perigord were the entree of a great birthday dinner given for General Grant. And so we find that our present-day liking for chicken is a heritage, that we come by it naturally. Well, as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Every ounce of the good meat of plump, tender chickens goes into this good soup to fill it to the brim with chicken flavor. This is a chicken soup our forefathers would have enjoyed enthusiastically, and one that their good wives would have approved wholeheartedly. How about you? Have you tried Campbell's chicken soup? Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation, starring Orson Welles and Cornelio de Skinner.
Now watch him, son. Fellow with the ball there. See? Now then watch him.
Hey, what do you say, sport? Play ball. Come on, Mel, a little single. That's all, kid. Get back, Marty. Mel's up.
Here comes the pitch. Well, Simon, there goes the ball game.
Is it over now?
After that homer Mel knocked out, certainly is.
There is no more now?
No, not for today. Come on, son. Let's get out of here before you get caught in the crowd.
Oh, Father, those men, are they soldiers?
What men, son? Where'd you see soldiers?
The ones in the coach with the big buttons.
Oh, no, son. Those are just ushers. We don't have any soldiers here.
Oh.
Don't you like the ball game?
Oh, yes, it was fine. We can come again sometime. Maybe I understand better.
As often as you like, Simon. Well, here we are. Here's your car.
Hey there. What's the hurry? Oh, this your car?
Yes, officer.
What gave you the idea you could leave your car in a no parking zone?
I didn't know you couldn't park here, officer.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No, sir.
Well, what do you think this yellow line is along the curb?
I didn't
What do you think those signs mean?
Wait a minute, officer. When I pulled in here, there's half a dozen other cars.
So you think that gives you a right to break the law, huh?
Sorry, officer. I won't do it again.
Now, that's mighty white of you, mister. And just to make sure that you know what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a little ticket just to remind you the next time.
Oh, now, wait a minute, officer.
Now, here it is, right in the door handle. You
Thanks,
can pay
Bill.
the fine at headquarters any time before Friday.
Yes, sir.
Was that a soldier?
No, Simon. That was a policeman.
What does a policeman mean?
It means we just got a ticket.
A ticket?
Yeah, we're just arrested. What's the matter, son?
Well, I don't understand. You see, you say last night that this is a free country.
A free country? Sure it is, but that doesn't mean you can break the law.
What is the law? Who makes it?
Why, the people. They make their own laws. That's what you mean when you say it's a free country.
Well, then, why don't you make a law so that you can put your motor car wherever you want to in the street?
Can't do that exactly, Simon. I can't make a law just for myself. Laws are made by everybody, for everybody.
Well, how do you mean everybody?
I mean the people of the United States. They're the government. Government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Do you know who said that, son?
Well, no, sir, I don't.
Well, Lincoln said that. Did you ever hear of Abraham Lincoln?
Did you ever hear of the traffic court?
Oh, excuse me, officer. We're just going.
Come on.
I've seen Lincoln's picture. He was a great man with
Yes,
a beard.
Hey, do you mean to tell me you never heard of Abraham Lincoln, the father of our country? What's wrong with the kid? Has he been to school?
Well, not over here, officer. He's just been here 2 days.
Yeah? Say, buddy, didn't they teach you nothing about Lincoln in Europe?
No, sir. I only know he was born very poor and that he was always very honest. He was the president of this country.
Are you going to be president when you grow up?
I don't know, sir. How do you become a president?
Well, if you mind your father and mother and wash your hands before every meal and be good at school, then when you grow up, maybe you'll be president.
Well, who makes me a president?
People. People.
Yeah,
and after the people have made me president, can I do just as I please?
I'll say you can.
Officer, I don't know. You see, while the president is directly responsible to us during the 4 years of his office, he must consider our opinions as expressed by our representatives. Isn't that right?
Oh, sure.
And then if we don't like the way he's done his job, we elect another president, and if he's a really bad man, we have the right to fire him before his time's over.
That's right. It's a free country.
Well, does a free country mean that you don't have to pay for anything?
I'm afraid you have to pay for everything everywhere, son. A free country is a country in which the government is chosen and run by the people.
Yeah, like Lincoln said.
What's a policeman?
A policeman is a public servant.
Servant?
Yeah, but that don't mean I gotta wash the dishes. Come on now, get moving.
Yes, officer.
Hey, look out.
Yes, officer.
Which way you going?
Yes, officer. I know. I'll tell you more about this after dinner.
Free country.
Oh, that's the last dish. Bedtime, Simon.
I'm sorry, Mary. I made Simon a promise. Got more explaining to do.
Oh, Jim. You know he's had a full day with a ball game and everything, and tomorrow he's got to get up early and meet the teacher.
Please, Mary, just this once. Got to keep my word.
All right, Simon. Just this once.
Was America always a free country?
No, dear. America used to belong to England. We had to fight for our freedom.
We never stopped fighting. That's the story I want to tell Simon.
Very well, dear. You and Simon go in and sit down.
All right.
I'll be with you in a minute. Remember, you haven't much time.
Well, Father, tell me, when did America become a free country?
1776, dear.
That's the date of the Declaration of Independence, July 4th.
Aren't you smart?
But it started before that. Before the Revolution.
Dirty red coats.
I'd like to see him trying puppets now.
Friends, I propose a resolution. I propose... Burn the tea. Burn the tea. Hancock, speak.
Hancock.
Mr. Hancock. Men, brethren, fathers, and fellow countrymen,
Some boast of being friends to government.
What government?
I'm a friend to righteous government. To a government founded on the principles of reason and justice. But I glory in publicly avowing my eternal enmity to tyranny.
Down with tyranny. Down with tyranny.
The British have imposed a tax upon us without our consent.
Unfair tax.
The town of Boston has been invested by a British fleet. The troops have crossed the wide Atlantic to assist a band of traitors.
Silence, Mr. Hancock, in the name of the king!
Traitors!
This is insurrection!
Traitors! Are trampling on the rights and liberties of his most loyal subjects in America.
That's true.
Now that worst of plagues, the detested tea, shipped for this port by the East India Company, is now arrived in this harbor. Countrymen! Countrymen, let the matter be settled before 12 o'clock tonight. Let every patriot do what is right in his own eyes. Bring the tea. Boston Harbor. Tonight.
Boston Harbor. A teapot.
Boston Harbor tonight. Boston Harbor tonight.
And after that day, then they were through?
That was only the beginning. You see, there was only a few boxes of tea they threw into the water that day. It took them many years after that, and it took a lot of courage and a lot of fighting before they got their freedom. Before there was a chance to sit down and write the laws under which you're going to live, Simon. Here, where'd you put those books you brought, sir?
You mean, Simon? They're on the table in the hall.
Come on, son, let's go and get them. I'll show you.
Now then, let's see. Geography. Here we are.
Simon, you read English pretty well.
I try.
Of course he does.
All right, then, there's something I'd like you to read us.
Oh, yes?
After you've been in school for a few days, they're going to make you learn this stuff by heart, and you and the other kids are going to start it over and over again until you get awful sick of it. That's a shame, because it's good stuff. That's why I'd like you to read it to us now for the first time. Come on over here and sit down by the light. Okay?
Oh, yes.
Now then, here it is. See?
Yes, I see. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
How'd that sound, Mary?
It sounded good. But, Jim...
Yes, Mary?
After all, Simon doesn't start school till tomorrow. Put that book away, Simon. Too much like work. Come on, Jim. Tell us about the Indians.
Oh, yes, the Indians.
The Indians. Well, there aren't so many of them left now. But they used to be, as the Bible says, like the sands of the desert. There were great men amongst them. Chiefs like Pontiac of the Ottawas, the Canopy of the Seminoles, White Ghost and Little Crow of the Sioux, Logan of the Mingos, Black Hawk of the Sacs. Leaders, most of whom led their people against us. Warriors who earned their glory in another fight for independence. Chiefs of the Mingos, the Shawnees, the Wyandots, the Miamis. You have seen the fires burning on the hills. You have heard the call of Logan. You have answered. The time has come, my brothers. The time of blood. Many times we have said to the white man, there is a place for you. There is a place for us. Many times we have offered them the hand of friendship. What is their answer? They have stolen our land. They have set us one against the other. They have driven us before them, from the rising to the setting of the sun. I appeal to any white man to say if he ever came to Logan's cabin hungry, and he gave him not meat. If he ever came cold and naked, and he clothed him not. Such was my love for the whites, that my countrymen pointed as I passed and said, Logan is the friend of the white man. Then, the last spring, in cold blood and unprovoked, They murdered all my people. People of Logan. Not even sparing my women and children. There runs not a drop of my blood in the veins of any human creature. This calls on me for revenge. I have sought it. I have killed many. I will kill many more until I have fully glutted my vengeance. Who is there to mourn for Logan? Not one. And Simon, besides these first Americans who fought us for their freedom and lost, there were other Americans. Simon, do you remember all the different kinds of people I told you about who came to this country like yourself to find freedom?
Yes.
Well, son, if somebody says that the American colonists should have stayed in their own country and fought there for liberty, you tell them that what was done in that short time here in the New World made possible the whole progress of liberty everywhere else. But for many years, our American example was not entirely good. See, as we've seen, there were the Indians, from whom we stole this country. And then there were those other people. People the rest of us still sometimes don't treat so very well. People we used to buy and sell as though they were our property. Well, if they were stolen property because these Americans were brought to this country without wanting to come.
Coming on board, sir.
Very well. Come aboard, sir. You're very welcome.
Yeah. Did a good time, Captain Douglas.
We did, sir. 41 days from Sierra Leone. Good winds most all the way.
Well, Captain Douglas, you got your manifest?
Yes, sir.
Shall we go below?
I wouldn't go below if I were you, sir, not to this cargo. Here's the manifest, sir. Brought it up.
Thank you. Everything tally? How many aboard?
326 blacks, sir. 96, rather. This morning's count. 161 males, 192 females, the rest children.
Manifest states 405 blacks.
I can account for everyone, sir. Overboard the storm, the Bahamas, 4 males, 3 females, 2 children. Died of disease and exposure, 35. Total lost cargo on voyage, 44 blacks. That's an average, sir.
Yes, so it is. The underwriters will thank you for that, Captain Douglas.
Yes.
Haven't been doing so well lately. Vestas came in 10 days ago, less than half a cargo. Mutiny and disease. Those foreigners never did know how to stow their blacks. Well, Captain, here's your orders of consignment.
Thank you, sir.
You've got 3 ports of call. At Charleston, you'll unload 100 males, the best you got. At Norfolk, 30 males, 40 females. The rest of cargo to Northern. Oh, and, Mr. Douglas, sir.
Yes?
There are 2 new ones. 2 born on the voyage. Shall we keep them with their mothers?
The buyers want them, certainly. After all their own ways. I mean to say, sir, admitting they're savages, pray don't misunderstand me. Do you follow?
Yes, sir.
They are humans.
That's how the Negro people came to this country, Simon, like cattle. Stowed 3 deep in the cargoes of slave ships. Chained together, each on their right side to keep their hearts beating. And for many years after America was founded and dedicated by the men who founded it to certain truths which they held to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, we Americans kept the Negro people as our slaves.
Of course, sometimes they were very well treated. My great-grandfather...
Yes, sometimes the Negro people were better than beasts of burden. They were our household pets. Yes. What old John Brown of Kansas was thinking of when he went down into the nicest farm country in Virginia, where slaves were happiest. Took on the whole United States Navy. Army.
Oh, Jim, John Brown isn't worth talking about. Everybody knows he was crazy.
Well, he wasn't crazy enough to think he could lick the world with 18 men.
He tried it, didn't he?
I don't know.
Who was John Brown?
There's another American who fought for liberty.
Oh, I see.
See, after folks had been talking for some time about fighting the slave states to free the slaves, old John Brown sold his business and took his sons with him. He went out and fought America to show America what it ought to do.
Was he a good man?
He was a man of God. He's like Joshua in the Old Testament. He died according to the New. Maybe he was mad. Maybe he was a very great man.
Your name, prisoner?
My name is John Brown. I have been known as Old Brown of Kansas. 2 of my sons were killed here today, and I'm dying too. We are abolitionists from the North, come to take and release your slaves.
You consider yourself an instrument in the hands of Providence?
I do.
On what principle do you justify your acts?
Upon the golden rule. I pity the poor in bondage that have none to help them. The oppressed and wronged that are as good as you and as precious in the sight of God. That is why I'm here. This court acknowledges, as I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed here, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament. That teaches me that all things whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do so even to them. I believe that to have interfered as I have done in behalf of the despised poor was not wrong, but right. Had I so interfered in behalf of the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or in behalf of any of their friends, either father, mother, brother, sister, wife, or children, or any of that class, and suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, every man in this court would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than of punishment. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life, the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit. So let it be done.
And it was done. They took John Brown up to a hill over Charlestown and hanged him. There were men who made a song about it, a marching song. And thousands of Americans went to their death singing it in the Great Civil War. John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on.
The Civil War was fought between the North and the South, Simon, to determine states' rights.
What's that?
The South believed that each state had a right to quit the whole union of states if it wanted to.
And the North said no. America must stick together. It's a wonderful story, this story of the Civil War. Filled with brave and gallant heroes, but it's a sad story, too, because both sides were fighting for freedom.
And how did it turn out?
Well, the North took a lot that was good from the South in that war. But in the end, there was still the United States of America, and there were no more slaves.
An amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America, passed by both houses of Congress and signed this 20th day of March, 1870, by Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States. The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Get your ballot. Great Democratic Party with General Grant. That's Michael T. Brody. He serves fifth. Play it away, gentlemen, one at a time. Don't push. Hey there, lady, come out of there. You're not supposed to be there. Hey, lady, what are you doing in that line? That's for voters.
That's why I'm here. I want to vote. Will you give me a ballot, please?
Ballot? Well, what would you be wanting with a ballot, ma'am? Ladies don't vote.
I want to vote.
Well, you can't vote. You're a woman. The law says...
I know what the law says. It says that the right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Want a ballot, please?
Say, wait a minute. Ain't you the lady that wore bloomers at Seneca Falls?
My name is Susan B. Anthony, and I demand either that you allow me to vote or that you arrest me.
Gee, lady, why don't you go home?
I demand to be arrested or to be allowed to vote. Go on. Handcuff me.
Oh, lady, have a heart. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the defendant is indicted under the 19th section of the Act of Congress, May 21st, 1870, for voting without having a lawful right to vote. The only alleged illegality of the defendant's vote is that she is a woman. If the same act had been done by her brother under the same circumstances, the act would have been not only innocent, but honorable and laudable. But having been done by a woman, it is said to be a crime.
It is the belief of this court that the 14th Amendment, under which the defendant claims the right to vote, is a protection, not to all our rights, but... Oh, I direct the jury to bring in a verdict of guilty. The jury is now dismissed.
Your Honor, I wish to take an exception. The jury has not spoken.
Exception denied. Has the prisoner anything to say why sentence should not be pronounced?
Yes, Your Honor. I have many things to say. For in your ordered verdict of guilty, you have trampled underfoot every vital principle of our government. My natural rights, my civil rights, my political rights, my judicial rights are all alike ignored. I am degraded from the status of a citizen to that of a subject.
The prisoner will sit down.
Your Honor, I demand to be heard.
The prisoner will sit down. Sit, madam, sit.
Of all my prosecutors, from the corner grocery politician who entered the complaint, to the United States Marshal, Commissioner, District Attorney, District Judge, Your Honor, on the bench, not one is my peer, but each and all are my political sovereigns. And had Your Honor submitted my case to the jury, as was clearly your duty, even then I should have had just cause of protest. But not one of these men was my peers. But native or foreign-born, white or black, rich or poor, educated or ignorant, sober or drunk, each and every man of them was my political superior. Hence, in no sense, my peer.
The court must insist. The prisoner has been tried according to the established forms of law.
Yes, Your Honor, but by forms of law, all made by men, interpreted by men, in favor of men against women.
The court orders the prisoner to sit down. It will not allow another word. The prisoner will now stand up. The sentence of the court is you pay a fine of $100 and the cost of the prosecution.
May it please Your Honor, I'll never pay $1 of your unjust penalty. And I shall earnestly and persistently continue to urge all women to the practical recognition of the old revolutionary maxim, resistance to tyranny is obedience to God.
But what did they do to the lady? Did they put her in prison?
No, they made her pay a lot of money.
Did the lady stop trying to vote?
They did not.
I'll say they didn't.
Did they go to war, too?
Well, not exactly, but for 50 years they marched and talked and starved themselves in jails. And then in the end, it did take a war to make men see that women were people.
Did you go to prison, too?
I was too young, or I might have. Jim, what are you laughing at?
Remember how your mother got that congressman from Maryland to vote for the amendment?
Hello there.
Yes?
You, Congressman French?
I am. What can I do for you?
Mr. French, I've come out here to ask you to vote for the woman suffrage amendment.
Well, missy, certainly picked a hot day. I'd like to talk to you, but my neighbor here wants to get his wheat in before that thunderstorm breaks. Anyway, it wouldn't do any good. I can't see that suffrage is right, so I can't vote for it.
Did you think the war was right?
Well, of course.
And why did we go to war?
To get democracy.
Exactly. And didn't President Wilson say that democracy was the right of all those who submit to authority to have a voice-known government?
Now, look here, missy. I believe women are superior beings to men, and if they were to vote, they'd have to be equal. Now, look at this haystack. Why, you could no more pitch hay...
Will you lend me your pitchfork?
Well, sure. Here you are. You want a hand up?
No, thank you.
Well, I'll be jiggered. Labor's scarce. Now I know where to look for it when I need it.
What I came to you for your help, your vote. Will you give it to me?
Well, I guess one good turn deserves another. I don't know why, if you can pitch hay like that, man, you shouldn't vote.
And so, everybody got the vote, Simon, even the ladies, which is all right with us, isn't it, son? And after that, of course, everybody lived happily ever after.
Why, Jim, what do you mean?
Well, everybody, that is, except a few millions of American citizens who haven't worked for years. Of course, those several hundred thousands on the land who don't own the homes they live in, nor the fields they work in, nor the crops they grow. Those several hundred thousands are almost too poor to live at all. Those folks have a vote, too. Maybe that isn't quite enough for them. Maybe they still want that freedom their folks came here for. That freedom everybody's been fighting for in this country all these years. Maybe some of them might settle for the wrong kind of freedom. Maybe some of them might trade their vote for a decent meal. That's bad, son.
Whose fault is this?
I've just been looking at this book again. I'd like to read you a few more sentences. George Washington said this when the Revolution was won. The citizens of America, placed in the most enviable conditions, as the sole lords and proprietors of a vast tract of continent, comprehending all the various soils and climates of the world, and abounding with all the necessaries and conveniences of life, are now acknowledged to be possessed of absolute freedom and independency. The foundation of our empire was not laid in the gloomy age of ignorance and superstition, but at an epoch when the rights of mankind were better understood and more clearly defined than at any former period. At this auspicious period, the United States came into being as a nation, and if their citizens should not be completely free and happy, the fault would be entirely their own.
What is there for us to do then? Can we change things?
If we ought to. An old quotation that covers that. Goes like this. This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it.
Oh, Jim, who said that?
Abraham Lincoln.
Well, if Simon's going to start changing things in America, he'd better get some sleep. Come on, son. We've got a full day tomorrow.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Our American Cavalcade, The Things We Have, an original radio drama by Orson Welles, starring Cornelius Otis Skinner and Mr. Wells. In just a moment, Mr. Wells and Miss Skinner will return to the microphone, but first a word on behalf of our sponsors. As sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's Chicken Soup. I mentioned that a little while ago, and I'm repeating it now because I want to impress it upon you. I'm pretty certain you like chicken, so I'm anxious that you try Campbell's Chicken Soup and find out, as so many thousands have, how delicious it is. I wish you could see it being made. Only meaty, plump-breasted chickens are used, each one government-inspected. The broth is simmered from them in true home kitchen style, till it glistens with the most inviting color you can imagine. Tender pieces of chicken are dropped in, and to make the soup extra substantial, fluffy, nourishing rice. Believe me, Campbell's Chicken Soup is as delicious and as full-flavored as the finest chicken soup you've ever tasted. Perhaps even more so. Why not discover that for yourself this weekend? And now I think Orson Welles has a special message for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this, too, is a part of the things we have here in America. All winter long, disabled veterans have been making poppies, slowly and patiently with their own hands. Tomorrow is Poppy Day, a day when grateful citizens will wear the little red symbol of Flanders Field. It is more than a tag to show that we've contributed to these disabled veterans, their families, and the families of the World War dead. It's a token of our continued devotion to those ideals for which they stood so nobly. Now, before I present our guest to you, Mr. Chappell, would you please announce the cast of tonight's broadcast?
Yes, Mr. Wells. In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production, The Things We Have, Orson Welles played James Scott, Professor Schurz, O'Shaughnessy, Chief Logan, and John Brown. Cornelia Otis Skinner played the parts of Mary Scott, Frau Schurz, the Polish woman, Lady Townsend, and Susan B. Anthony. Others who completed tonight's cast were Ray Collins, Frank Reddick, Everett Sloan, Agnes Moorehead, Howard Smith, Kenneth Delmar, Kingsley Colton, and William Harrigan. The music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now I know you want to hear from our two stars. Orson Welles?
Ladies and gentlemen, it was with great pleasure that I introduced to you a lady who has been variously described as a one-woman theater, a top-notch sorceress, and one of the greatest single attractions on the American stage. Miss Cornelia Otis Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
I think I should explain for those few of you who don't already know it that Miss Skinner is that rare and remarkable artist in the theater, a solo actress. Quite alone and without scenery or properties of any kind, she's created the complete conviction of hundreds of thousands of people, such characters as, among others, as the Empress Eugenie, Nell Gwynn, and I believe all 6 wives of Henry VIII. Not satisfied with this, last season, Miss Skinner did an even more remarkable thing. She successfully toured the country in her own adaptation of Margaret Eyre Barnes' famous novel, Edna, His Wife. In this full-length play, Miss Skinner, I believe you played the part of Edna.
Yes.
Edna's sister.
Yes.
Edna's mother.
Yes.
Family friend. And 5 other women.
Yes.
In addition to this, according to a New York critic, you created in your audience's mind the pictures of a large number of men who never appeared. Must have been quite a frantic little evening, Miss Skinner.
No more frantic, I assure you, than being here with you tonight at the Campbell Playhouse.
Well, I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not.
I assure you it's a compliment. I've had a wonderful time playing those 5 different parts.
Thank you, Miss Skinner. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us.
Good night, Mr. Wells.
Good night. And now, a few words about next week's announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, Friday night at the same time, we bring you the greatest event in this year of radio broadcasting. I say this unblushingly. Next week, the marquee on the front of the Campbell Playhouse blazes with the most magical words known to this decade of theatrical entertainment. Helen Hayes and Victoria Regina. Till that time, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell's Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening when that star of stars, Miss Helen Hayes, pays us a second visit. Our play will be Miss Hayes' latest and greatest stage hit, the phenomenally successful Victoria Regina. This will be its first presentation on the air. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. 16 persons have been robbed and beaten senseless. The victims describe the assailant as a tall, beautiful woman. Your job, stop her.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Ladies and gentlemen, next week marks the beginning of National Crime Prevention Week, sponsored by your local police department. These 7 days are set aside to call your attention to the fact that your police officer, to better ensure the safety of your community, relies on the cooperation of the individual citizen. We feel that crime prevention should be observed not 7, but 365 days a year.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment,
Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, October 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner is Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on the way over from the city hall, and it was 6:55 p.m. when we got to the county hospital. Ward 9800, room 12.
This way, gentlemen. The third bed.
Thank you.
Here we are. Please try not to excite him, Sergeant. He's had a pretty hard time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Make your visit as brief as possible.
We will, thanks. Mr. Maloney, how you feeling?
Not so good. You fellas doctors?
No, sir. Police officers. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. Robbery detail.
Oh. Find out anything yet?
Still checking, Mr. Maloney. We'd like to have you tell us exactly what happened night before that.
Well, she sure had me fooled. That's all I can say.
You're not the first one. 15 others ahead of you. Would you tell us what happened?
Well, I left the shop a little after midnight, and I started to drive home on Central Avenue.
You work at Maloney's Steakhouse down on South Commercial, isn't that right?
Yes, sir. My uncle owns the place. His name's J. Brown Maloney. He knows a lot of cops. You know him?
We met him this afternoon. Could you tell us what happened after you left work?
Well, I started to drive home out Central Avenue. I guess it must have been around 18th Street. Would you push that bill up a little bit?
Yes, sir. I'll get it here.
Thanks. I pulled up for the arterial, and I saw this gal standing on the corner. She was hitchhiking.
Do you remember what she looked like, how she was dressed?
Well, you know, kind of flashy, but nice clothes. Good-looking dame. Tall, long blonde hair. Beautiful eyes.
You're sure about the color of her hair?
Yeah, it was blonde.
And you offered her a ride?
I didn't think there was anything wrong in it. I'm a married man, you know. I didn't think there was anything wrong.
What happened then?
Well, she got in the car and we drove off. We talked a while and then she pulled a gun on me. Told me to drive up an alley.
Where was that? Do you remember?
Around 32nd Street. 32nd is Central.
And then what?
She took my wallet, watch, car keys, everything I had.
Mm-hmm.
And she made me get out of the car, lay down on the street. I felt her shove that gun again. Can you fix that pillow?
Yeah, you bet. Just lie still here. There you are.
I felt her shove that gun against me, and then she pulled the trigger, I guess. That's all I remember.
You don't recall her slugging you?
It must have happened after she shot me. Her face looks pretty bad, huh?
You'll be all right, Mr. Maloney. You think you'd recognize the girl if you saw her again?
I sure would. Nice looking, you know. Tall, blonde, beautiful shape. Doesn't figure, does it?
What's that?
She'd make more money on the stage than she would rolling guys like me. Must be crazy.
Maybe. Would you look at these mug shots, Mr. Maloney, and see if any of these look like her?
Let's see.
Yeah.
No.
This one?
No.
How about this one here?
No. Let's see. No.
How about this one?
No, she was better looking.
Well, here's the last one.
I don't know. This might be her. The hair was fixed right. Maybe a little more makeup. I'm not sure.
All right, Mr. Maloney. Thank you.
We'll be back to see you in a day or so when you're feeling better.
Okay. Say, my name won't be in the papers, will it?
No, sir, not unless you give it to him.
I was just wondering if a wife might not understand giving a girl a ride, you know?
Yes, sir, we know.
Well, thank you, Mr. Maloney. We'll be checking back with you later on.
Okay, officers. I hope you get a line on that dame.
We're going to try. Goodbye.
Sure messed up, isn't it?
Yeah. That dame's got some other motive besides money.
Psycho. Some kind of a sadist, maybe.
Yeah.
Find out what you wanted, Sergeant.
Yes, we did. Thanks, nurse. What'd the doctor say about Maloney? Is he going to be all right?
Well, he had a severe beating, but he'll get over that all right. It's the bullet wound in the back.
He'll recover, won't he?
The bullet shattered part of the spinal cord. There was nothing the doctor could do.
Yeah?
Paraplegia. He'll never walk again.
We left the county hospital, went back to the office, and got out a local broadcast for the woman whose mugshot Maloney had partially identified. Her name was Beverly Allen. She had a record of 3 arrests and 1 conviction of 240 PC, assault and battery. After we checked in the office, we went across the street to the crime lab. Lee Jones had already examined the bullet taken from Maloney's spine and the cartridge casing found at the scene of the shooting. Both of them bore the same markings as those which had wounded the 2 previous victims. From the striations, the gun had been previously identified as a .45 Colt. Maloney's car was examined. We found nothing. We went back to the city hall and checked in at the stats office. It was 8:35 p.m.
Hi, Ethel. Make that run for us yet?
Just a minute, Sergeant.
How you coming, Ethel?
Fine, here. Same old run. Back 7 years on this one.
Yeah, that's right. Did you get any more names?
A few. Let me check the list for you.
All right.
Wanted the names and DR numbers on Caucasian women. 5 feet to 5 feet 8, 115 to 130 pounds, 20 to 30 years, blonde or brunette, assault and battery, M.O. Hitchhikes, rides, and robs drivers, uses gun.
Yeah, that's it.
Here's what the machine turned out, 19 of them.
Good.
Here are the names. The DR numbers opposite each one.
Fine. Any new names?
A few more than the last time. Anything else for tonight?
No, that's it for now. Thanks a lot, Ethel. Let's go. Bad start.
How's that?
17 of these names we checked and cleared already.
And the other 2?
Well, one's Catherine Collins. The other one's Beverly Allen. She might tie in.
We got nothing else to go on.
You want to get to the record bureau and pull the packages on these 2 names?
Yeah, okay.
I'll check robbery and see if we have any calls. Huh?
Right, Joe.
Okay. Hi, Captain. Any calls for us?
Just one. Thad Brown wants to see you.
Oh, bad mood?
Kind of. Wants me, too. Let's go. That fellow Maloney tell you anything?
Nothing that helped much. Same old story. No reports on that broadcast we put out for that Beverly Allen?
Not yet? No. You banking on it?
It's first lead in 16 nights.
Here we are.
Walker, Friday, come in.
How are you, boss?
Sit down. Take a look.
Woman bandit gets 16th victim. Beautiful hold-up queen robs, shoots restaurant worker. Yeah?
It's on the editorial page, too. Something else. Memo from the chief. Here, letter from the Downtown Citizens Committee. Another one, Civic Club. They all want answers.
Men are doing all they can, Chief. We got 2 other teams besides Friday and Romero working the case. Special squad from Metropolitan Division. They're on it, too.
I don't care what we've done. We got to do more. 16 nights, 16 robberies, and 3 shootings. 3 victims still in the hospital. When do we blow the whistle on her?
We've checked out every possible lead, Chief. We got a warrant out on one suspect. We're checking out another one. Talked to that man Maloney, the one she got last night.
Well, what did he tell you?
Well, not much more than the other 15 that she took. Descriptions still don't match in one respect.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, in 10 of the 16 cases we've had reported, the victims tagged the girl hitchhiker as a blonde, long hair. 4 of them say she was a brunette with a short hairdo. 2 of them tell us the girl had red hair, long.
She's using wigs. That's what we figured. Checked every place in town where she could have rented or bought them. No leads.
What about some of the bigger supply houses out of town?
We've started in checking them. It'll take a little time.
And you've got practically nothing on the woman.
Same gun, .45 Colt. Lee Jones examined the bullet they took out of Maloney's spine.
How's he doing?
Oh, not good. The bullet smashed his spinal cord. His legs are paralyzed.
When do we stop her?
Yeah?
Romero?
Hi, Chief. Captain.
What have you got?
Pulled the packages on 2 possibles in this woman hold-up thing. It's no good, Joe.
Why not? What about that Allen dame?
Zeal in Kansas City? I called him. Been in for a month.
And the other one?
Catherine Collins. I checked Seattle. Been in the hospital up there for the past 3 months in TB ward.
Where does that leave you, Friday?
Right back where we started. No leads and no suspects.
All right, Walker. Starting tonight, we cover every street and alley in the central area until we get that woman. We'll order up more men and more detectives from the Metropolitan Division.
Right, Chief.
Get out more decoy cars. Have the area covered from sundown till sunrise until further notice. Get that woman.
Right. Come on, Joe.
Hot shot.
I'll get it.
At 211 and shooting at Gatewood and Cameron. At 211 shooting at Gatewood and Cameron.
Let's go. The name on his driver's license said William Gillespie. We found him 50 feet from the corner of Gatewood Alley and Cameron Street. His face and head bore the marks of a vicious beating. There was a single bullet wound in his left shoulder. He was conscious when we arrived. Chief of Detectives Brown, Captain Walker, and Ben checked the area for physical evidence. I spoke briefly with the victim before he was placed on a stretcher and carried to the ambulance. On the way, he lapsed into unconsciousness. I went over to where Ben was standing with Chief Brown and Captain Walker.
Take a look, Joe. Captain found over there near the lamppost.
Yeah, 45 shell casing, same as the others.
How's Gillespie, Friday?
Doc says he'll be all right. Badly beaten.
Tough dame. She really works him over.
Wonder what makes a woman do things like this.
What makes a man do it? William Gillespie was taken to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. The shell casing, which we had found at the scene, was taken to Lee Jones at the crime lab for examination. It compared with the others. Jones confirmed that the markings on the bullet, which had wounded Gillespie, matched those on the bullet which had been taken from Maloney's back. Both bullets had been fired from the same gun. The dragnet operation for the woman bandit went on. The men in the special detail covered every street and alley in the central area from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following morning. During the next 5 days, 11 suspects were picked up and brought in for questioning and then released after the victims failed to identify any of them.
Well, at least we got her stopped temporarily. She hasn't pulled a caper for almost a week.
Yeah, that doesn't bring us any closer to her. I don't know about you, but it's got me beat. 17 jobs, and she's as free today as she was before she started.
Joe, Ben, what'd you find?
Nothing. The last 4 women we questioned were clear.
What about the other men on the case, Ed? Did they get anything?
Baxter and Olson are down at the Record Bureau. Be in a minute. They've been out talking to some of the victims again. Tough one.
I've been thinking, how about a composite picture? We got enough to work with?
Artist in the crime lab's working up a couple of sketches now. A lot of guesswork.
What about the descriptions of the clothes the girl wears? Anything there we could start on?
No, other than the fact that she wears flashy clothes.
Hi, Olson.
Hi.
Any luck?
Not much. None of the victims have a very good idea what the dame looked like. Tall, good-looking, nice figure, that's all.
Nothing out of the ordinary, huh?
Well, some of them said she had kind of an unusual voice. Soft, low. That's about all they could remember.
That's not much help.
She's been described in 3 different outfits, is that right?
Yeah, green dress with a pink coat, white dress, dark blue jacket, bright red sweater, and a brown skirt. Always carries a dark brown alligator handbag. Shoes to match. No hat.
Not much of a wardrobe, is it?
Maybe that's why she took up robbery.
Now, look, let's get on this thing. We've been chasing this woman for almost a month now, and she's still got the run of the town. How long's it going to take us?
If we only had a lead that was worth something.
Find it. It's there someplace. I've never reached a thief yet without digging for him.
I'll get it. Robbery Olson. Yeah. Right, Andy. I'll tell him. Anderson and burglar Joe wants to see you and Ben.
Thanks. Captain?
That's all.
Come on, Ben.
Yeah. I'd like a day off, wouldn't you? We'll get one when we get this dame.
Right, Ed.
This thing isn't doing much for the skipper.
It's not doing much for our time off either, is it?
That fire department's got the racket 24 hours on and 24 off.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they get 3 days off in a row.
That's what you keep telling me. Here we are.
Joe? Ben?
Andy, what do you got?
Checking back on a job out in Hollywood. Heard you were having troubles. Came across this thing. Thought it might help you out.
What's that, Ann?
One of the picture studios had a burglary about a month ago. Thief got in the wardrobe department, then next door in the makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see. Here's some of the stuff taken. Dress, coat. Oh, here, you can read it.
Okay, thanks. Mm-hmm. Red sweater, brown skirt.
Hey, look down here, Joe.
Where?
Right here.
Oh, yeah. Took 2 makeup kits and 4 wigs.
2 blondes, 1 redhead, 1 brunette. That's it.
Any leads on this job?
Not so far, no. Only got one thing to go on, a single footprint, size 9.
Pretty large size for a woman.
I didn't say it was a woman. Print was made by a man's shoe.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Those words are echoing across the country. Yes, Fatima has more than doubled its sales because Fatima smokers are telling their friends it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And why?
Because Fatima contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
So, for a much different, much better flavor and aroma, smoke Fatima.
One of the most popular misconceptions of the working detective as offered by the fiction writers is the picture of a man with amazing talents for detecting evidence, analyzing human behavior and motives, and then, almost as if by magic, fitting all the pieces together to form the solution of the crime. The real-life picture is a little different. The working detective has a job. In a sense, it's a practical and down-to-earth job as baking bread or practicing law. It's his job to protect citizens and apprehend criminals, and it's a job he doesn't do alone. To assist him in collecting and analyzing evidence, he has the aid of the crime laboratory. To help him identify oddities in suspects or possible suspects, he has the Record Bureau, latent fingerprints, the statistician's office, the ballistics department. A battery of men and machines to aid him in reaching conclusions based on fact. Tuesday, October 9th, 9 p.m. For the past 8 hours, Thaxter and Olson from robbery and Ben and I had been requesting all of the 16 victims of the woman bandit. We asked them one question. Could their assailant possibly have been a man dressed as a woman? The majority didn't think so. Those that did weren't very sure. We followed the lead through. At 9:25 p.m., we checked in and headed down the hall for the stats office.
Do you think it was a man dressed as a woman?
I don't know.
One male footprint. Pretty slim odds.
Maybe the machines here can tell us.
Hello, Sergeant.
Back again, Ethel. Can you make a run for us tonight?
9:25. Sure, I think so.
Now, here's the dope right here.
I'm going to try another angle,
Yeah.
Let's see. Male Caucasians. About 5 feet 8 or 9, 130 to 135 pounds, feminine features, size 9 shoe, impersonating women, robbery and assault.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Armed, 45 automatic. M.O. Hitchhikes, rides, and robs drivers.
How soon do you think you can have it for us?
Well, you make the run on the collator. Have to punch up the master first with all this information and let the machine work the cards. I don't think I'll have it for you much before 11. That all right?
Fine, yes.
We'll check back a little before 11 then, huh?
They'll be ready.
Good. Come on, Ben. You call your wife after dinner?
Yeah. Wish I had, and she's mad as a hornet.
What's the matter?
Kid's having a birthday party tomorrow, and I forgot to order the cake.
What's she going to do for the party? Bake one?
She have to.
And she pulled this gun on me and told me to stop the car. Well, I'm telling you, Captain, I just grabbed that gun and slapped that kid just as hard as I could.
Hold it just a minute, will you, please, Collins? This man's name is Emil Collins. Mr. Collins is Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero.
Oh, yeah. How do you do? Oh, yeah. I was just telling the captain here, I'm down here on a vacation. I'm from Sacramento, South Sacramento. I was driving down your Figueroa Street about half an hour ago and picked up this girl hitching a ride, and she tried to rob me.
Collins took the gun away from her, subdued the girl, and brought her in.
Where is she now?
Interrogation room. Thaxter and Olson are with her.
The description match?
Not too close.
Sounds like you didn't have too much trouble with her, Mr. Collins.
Well, now that I come to think of it, maybe I didn't. When she pointed that gun, I just grabbed for it and slapped her as hard as I could. Sure took the starch out of her.
Who is the girl? Any identification?
None. Thaxter and Olson haven't been able to get anything out of her. You want to try?
Sure.
What do you think, Skipper?
You tell me. See if you can make her talk. I'll have a stenographer take Mr. Collins' report.
Okay. Glad to meet you, Mr. Collins.
It's a pleasure. I'm only down here for a vacation, but if you need me, just call.
You bet we will, thanks.
How do you figure that one?
I don't know. Let's see what the girl has to say. Olson?
Joe, I want to talk to you before you go in.
Sure.
Did you finally get her to talk?
Well, Thaxter did. Pretty sure she's not the one we're after.
What's her story?
Said she read about this woman bandit in the paper, decided to try her hand at it, needed money.
Yeah?
Claims her husband left her. She's pregnant, needs the dough for a hospital.
She live here?
Up the coast, Monterey. Got in town 4 days ago, staying at the YWCA. We checked there. She's not lying.
You call Monterey?
Yeah, they confirmed it. She left there last Wednesday night. She's not the one.
Where do we go from here?
You'll take care of having her booked, huh, Olson?
Yeah, as soon as we get a station.
Okay, fine.
Friday, Ben, this way. Hustle it. You too, Olson.
What do you got, Ed?
4th and Lucas, 211 shooting. Let's go.
Any details?
Yeah. A tall blonde with a gun. Come on.
The woman bandit's 18th victim was a truck driver. His name, Harry Reese. His story differed a little from that of the first victim. The woman was hitchhiking near Alvarado and 3rd Street. He gave her a ride. She robbed him at gunpoint, slugged him, and then shot him through the left shoulder. He described her as tall, blonde, attractive, and well-dressed.
Guess I should have known better. Remember reading about the dame in the papers.
You're sure that the person who held you up was a woman?
I don't get you.
What he means is you don't think it could have been a man dressed like a woman.
Oh, no, I'm sure of that. No guy ever looked that good to me.
All right, Mr. Reese. We'll check with you later at the hospital.
Okay.
Let them get through, will you? Just move aside one side, please.
We keeping that truck cleared?
Yeah, Olson's got a couple of men watching it. He's going over it.
Same old story. Just another version.
Don't you think she's spreading it pretty thin? Her luck can't last forever.
It's got me beat, how she always manages to disappear without a trace.
Yeah. Now, Ben, this way, over here.
Yeah, okay.
What do you got?
Better hustle it. 4 blocks down on the coal factory shooting. Just came in on the car radio.
Let's go. Slide over, Joe.
Yeah. Okay, hit the sign, Ben.
Yeah.
The crowd, watch him.
All right, Skipper.
Is that all that came over, Ben, a shooting?
That's all they said. See the cab driver, ambulance shooting.
This is working real fast.
What's the address for now?
3rd and East Flower Hotel. Hold on. This is it coming up.
Should be to the right here. Yeah, take a right. That must be it up ahead. I can't see. What's that sign say?
Edgemar Hotel for young women.
Here's a cab driver.
Officer's right over here.
Hey, looks like blood stains to me here all over the sidewalk.
Yeah, I guess it couldn't have happened any more than 5 or 10 minutes ago. I had this fare. See, picked her up at 4th and Bixel, and I drove her here. She paid the fare and got out.
Yeah, go on.
I was about halfway down the block when I heard a shot. At least it sounded like one. And when I looked back, this dame was down on one knee near the door to the hotel here, and by the time I backed up there, she was gone.
And you noticed the blood, huh?
That's right, yeah. I figured I better call somebody.
Can you tell us what the girl looked like?
Oh, not bad at all. Blonde, tall, pretty girl, nervous.
But you didn't see where she went?
No, but I didn't.
I'll get the driver's name and address. Joe, you and Ben, see if you can follow that trail. Stuff's all over the place.
Right. Over this way, Ben.
Yeah. It's not hard to follow.
Down this alley between the buildings.
How does this figure?
I don't know. Let's find out. Here we go. All the way back here. You got your flashlight?
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Yeah, this way. Come on.
This must be the rear of the hotel.
Oh, look. The stains lead over this way to the back door here.
Let me try.
All right. Okay, inside.
Still following?
Yeah. Careful. Up these stairs.
Yeah. Second floor. What's the matter? Did you lose him?
No. Just a minute.
See anything?
Yeah. Stains lead on up the stairs here. Let's go.
I just happened to think. This is a woman's hotel.
And they ought to keep the back door closed. Come on. 3rd floor. Let's hold it.
What is it?
Thought I saw a door open down the hall.
See anybody?
No. Let's go. This way.
It's an easy trail to follow.
Now, this is it. They stop here at this door. That doesn't sound like a woman.
Yeah, you ready?
Now, try the door first. Easy.
It's locked.
All right, come on, together now. Let's hit it.
Yeah, all right. Watch it, Joe!
All right, you.
I got the gun.
Yeah. Well, we found what we came for. Look.
Still got the clothes on. Blonde wig, makeup, everything.
Please, help me. My leg. Call an ambulance.
It's on the way. Take it easy.
Have a look, Joe. The wigs, full makeup kit, clothes, living in a woman's hotel. The works.
It was an accident. You never would have got me. I dropped the gun. It went off. You never would have got me.
Yeah, that's right, mister.
It was an accident.
You better get the boss in here. I'll stay with Glamour Boy.
Yeah, okay.
And Ben.
Yeah?
Leave the door open, will you? House rules.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 14th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 79, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
They find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
The welfare and security of your home and your family is a subject of national importance next week, National Crime Prevention Week. The efficiency of your local police department is dependent upon your attitude toward your police officer. Not just 1 week out of the year, but every day in the year. He wants your cooperation. He needs your cooperation for the enforcement of your laws. Help your officer to help you to live in a peaceful, orderly community. National Crime Prevention Week costs you nothing, just your cooperation.
James Harold Sutter, alias the Bandit Queen, was tried and convicted on several counts of assault with attempt to commit murder and robbery of the first degree. He was sentenced to the term prescribed by law. While serving his time in the state penitentiary, he was stabbed to death by another inmate. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Hear Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Charles Coburn. Charles Coburn. Now, Duffy, don't hang up. All right, so 1 week it ain't a dame. Huh? You never heard of Coburn? Duffy, I'm surprised. The gentleman's histrionic talents have made him one of the foremost exponents of Thestus. Yes, he's a ham. Been in show business for years. How old is he? Well, let me put it this way. He's old enough to know what it's all about, but he ain't young enough to do nothing about it. Yeah, that's right. A lot like Jolson. Except if Coburn never got down on one knee, he'd never get up again. Huh? How's business here? Well, we're running ahead of yesterday. Yeah, we was closed yesterday. Well, you know something, Duffy? You know what would help business here? A doorman, you know, a good front man. Huh? Well, when a customer comes in a place, what's the first thing he thinks about? Right, about leaving. So we got to have a front man to block the door, and this Coburn is a natural for the job. Yeah, you ought to see the front the guy puts up. His duties, well, we'd expect him to go up to the customers, you know, and inquire, for instance, how they like the food here. Duffy, who's gonna hit a guy his age? Look, I'm busy now. I'll call you back. But Duffy, me and Eddie is right in the middle of some very important business. Okay. Okay, Eddie, deal out the cards.
Okay, Miss Archie. Oh, this is a wonderful game, you know? What'd you say the name of it?
It's called Jim Rummy. It's named after that famous gambler, Diamond Jim.
Diamond Jim, huh? I thought this game was called Gin Rummy.
You're thinking of Eli Whitney. Sure, he invented the cotton gin.
I saw it, a great game.
Yeah?
Very educational.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How much do you owe me so far?
See, now, you Jim me 4 times, 3,000 points. Times it by 7 is 21,000. 21,000 plus 10,000 for boxes is 32,000. Multiplied by 4. It's an even dollar.
Okay, give me the buck.
Okay, here's the buck. Now, lend me the loan of the buck back.
Nothing doing. That's bad luck. I ain't gonna lend you no money.
You won't lend me a lousy buck? That's a fine attitude. Suppose other people felt that way. Suppose Isabella hadn't lent Columbus some money. Do you realize the world would still be flat? Eddie, I'm surprised at you.
Hey, Archie, this Charles Coburn who's coming down here tonight.
What about him?
Well, why don't you ever have anyone like Robert Taylor or Tyrone Power to meet me?
Tyrone Power? Look, Miss Duffy, when a guy's got a filet mignon at home, he don't go out to eat hash. I might further mention that to get guys like Tyrone Power down here, we'd have to induce them with a little sex appeal.
Sex appeal? What is it? Nothing but sheer plain animal attraction.
Animal attraction. Look, have you ever been to the burlesque?
Yeah.
Ever see crowds like that at the zoo?
Incidentally, how old is Mr. Coburn?
What's it to you?
Well, in case he happens to find me irresistible.
Look, Miss Duffy, the guy may have gray hair, but his opticals are still good. Now, beat it, will you? I wish to be alone.
All right.
My wish has been granted. What's the matter with you, Finnegan? You look a little tired.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
Couldn't sleep, huh? Did you try counting sheep?
Yep. Counted up to 864.
Yeah, still couldn't get to sleep?
Oh, the room got so stuffy, I had to get up and open the window.
How come?
I made a mistake. Instead of sheep, I was counting goats. Another thing that kept me awake was a loud party going on upstairs.
Well, why didn't you go upstairs and tell them to shut up?
Well, as it turned out, I didn't have to. You see, the ceiling in my apartment ain't too strong.
So?
So the next thing I know, I'm dancing with a tall blonde.
You mean the party dropped in on you and carried on in your apartment?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Well, as you know, the floor in my apartment ain't too strong neither.
So you dropped in on the people downstairs?
Sure.
How long did this party last?
Clear through to the basement. You know them penthouse parties, Arch. They go on for a long time. So, as I say, I didn't get a wink of sleep.
Well, what'd you do all night?
Played solitaire with me brother.
Solitaire with your brother? Two of yous playing solitaire?
What else could we play? We only had one deck of cards.
Oh, so you played cards,
Yeah.
I didn't know you was a card player.
Oh, I'm very good at it, Arch.
Maybe we can get up a little game.
Okay.
All right, we'll play dealer's choice. What game do you like?
Flipping them into a hat. Boy, that's a wonderful card game.
It's a better card game than it is a joke. Flipping them into a hat. I thought that was very funny. Flipping them into a hat, huh?
Yeah, I thought so, too.
Look, how would you like to play a little rummy?
Little rummy? Why not? I'll play anybody.
Finnegan, I mean Jim Rummy.
Oh, Jim
The
Rummy.
new card game.
How do you play it?
I'll show you. You got any money?
Well, I got $50.
In that case, I think I can teach you the game.
Well, thanks, Dodge. And I think you'll find that I learn very fast.
Well, if you learn very fast, how come you don't know nothing?
Oh, easy come, easy go.
I'm glad you feel that way, Finnegan. Now, put up to 50 cents.
Okay.
All right, now, card for you, card for me, card for you, card for me.
Miss Archie, how can you do it?
It'll be a lesson, Tometti. It'll teach him not to gamble.
Now, back to Duffy's Tavern.
Well, Finnegan, that's that.
Okay, Arch. You owe me $3.
$3. Okay, here you are.
Oh, thanks, Arch. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
That guy that just came in. I think I seen him in the movies. Ain't that Faye Baker?
Finnegan, that's Charles Coburn. Well, Mr. Coburn, may I tell you that many great stars have passed through these portholes. But you are the portliest of them all. And furthermore, may I say that we are indeed pleased...
Oh, shut up. So this is Duffy's Tavern,
Mm-hmm.
Where's Duffy?
He's home.
He's smart.
You don't like the place?
Well, it's sort of broken down and decrepit. But then, who am I to talk?
That's right. At least you got a roof over your head. By the way, are you keeping busy these days?
Oh, yes. My days are quite full. Pictures, radio, personal appearances, looking for work.
Tell me, how long have you been an actor?
About 50 years.
50 years, almost a decade. Look, as long as you brought it up, just how old a man are you?
Approaching 65.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, at an age like that, what do you do for amusement?
Oh, I collect antique furniture.
Antique furniture? Did you buy these antiques when they was new?
All except the 18th century stuff. John Quincy Adams outbid me.
Say, Archie.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble. I suppose you want an introduction?
To him? I'm afraid he doesn't appeal to a person of my sex.
Archie.
Yeah?
What sex is that?
She's a girl.
You could have fooled me.
Well, we might as well get it over with. McDuffie, this is Charles Coburn.
How do you do?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Coburn, but May can never wed December.
Miss Duffy, December had no intention of asking you.
Miss Duffy, can't you see that he ain't interested in you?
Oh, no? Did you see the look in his eyes?
Forgive me, dear lady. I was carried away by your lovely, ravishing face. I can go along with the gag.
Tell me something, Mr. Coburn.
Yes?
Do girls go out with you?
Oh, once in a while.
How do they explain you to their folks?
They usually say, Mama, see what I'll have to marry if you don't let me go out with Joe?
Well, Mr. Coburn, don't feel too bad. Remember, any girl who'd go out with you isn't worth having anyway.
pleased to assist your presence. Me and the gentleman here has some business to discuss. Tell me, Mr. Coburn, how long did you say you've been an actor?
50 years.
50 years, huh? Don't you think you ought to settle down to a steady job?
A steady job?
Yeah.
Where?
Here in Duffy's Tavern.
I'd rather marry Miss Duffy.
The hard way, huh? Look, it happens that we have a very important job open.
What kind of a job?
We need a front man.
A front man?
Yeah, and you're just the type, you know. Prosperous looking, well-fed, well-dressed, business-like. Perfect phony. Well, what do you say?
But, Archie, a job like that, wouldn't it tie me down?
Not too tied down. Take me. I work here, and I wasn't too tied down to do a picture for Paramount.
Yes, I saw that picture.
Oh, really? What'd you think of it?
You should be tied down.
Mr. Coburn, for a man who is seeking employment, I should think you'd be a little more diplomatic.
I was only fooling, Archie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I really enjoyed the picture.
Did you?
Yes, especially Dorothy Lamour. In that sarong. Oh.
How old did this guy say he was? Like that sarong, huh?
Yeah, didn't you?
Personally, I never gave it a second thought. I was too busy with the first thought. But what a cast we had in that picture. Remember Bing Crosby?
No.
He was in it. Remember Betty Hutton?
Yes.
Remember Victor Moore?
No.
Remember Veronica Lake?
Yes.
Remember Alan Ladd?
No.
Remember Diana Lynn?
Yes.
Looks like December has moved up a couple. Yeah, it was a great cast. We had 34 stars in addition to me.
Yes, 34 stars and 1 eclipse.
Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. No, I ain't got him out on the sidewalk yet. Huh? Well, I figure on rainy days we can let him stand inside, you know, next to the cash register. Well, Duffy, we can have him bonded. Look, Duffy, there's nothing to worry about. He's the settled type, you know, not bright enough to steal and too old to run. Incidentally, how much you think we should pay him? Duffy, he can make more money than that out of Social Security. Huh? Okay. Be with you in a second, Mr. Coburn. Eddie, Duffy says we gotta test the guy's character before we hire him.
Character, huh?
Yeah, and I agree with him, you know. I won't have nobody around here, Eddie, unless he's honest. There's 2 things we gotta have. Character and honesty. Now, we gotta test the guy.
How?
We'll clip him in a poker game. That's the sure way to test out a guy's character, you know, to play him poker.
Suppose he wins.
Then he's fired. We can't have guys around here without character. Now, look, fellas. Leave us not scare this guy off by mentioning poker right away, you know. I'll lead him up to it gradually, you know, subtle-like.
Subtle-like, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Coburn.
Yes?
Speaking of baseball, them St. Louis Browns is the best baseball team in St. Louis. Don't you think so?
No, I like the Cards.
Speaking of cards, how would you like to indulge in a nice sociable game of, say, Jim Rummy?
Well, frankly, I don't know much about cards.
A pigeon. You say you don't know much about cards?
No. About 6 years ago, I did play a game called poker.
Poker, huh? What kind of a game is that?
Well, it's been so long ago, I've forgotten.
Me too. Why don't we play again? Maybe it'd come back to us, huh?
All right. If you'll promise to be patient with the greenhorn.
I'm even greener than you.
No, I'm much greener than you.
Nah, I'm a lot greener than you.
You're the 2 greenest actors I ever seen.
get the cards. Fellas, we got a real sucker here. This guy don't know a thing about poker.
The poker! Oh, boy, poker!
Do you play poker?
No. No, I don't, but I got dumb luck.
If you got any kind of luck at all, that's the kind. Now, Finnegan, all you got to remember in poker is one thing. Don't go into a pot unless you got four of a kind.
Four of a kind, eh?
That's right. Yeah. Don't go in unless you got four of a kind.
Well, okay, I got it.
Well, Mr. Coburn, what shall we play first? Say, 1 and 2?
All right, 100 and 200.
Shall we compromise?
All right.
2 cents and 4 cents. All right, now, let's start the game. Now, go ahead and deal out the cards. By the way, you do know how to deal, don't you?
Well, I used to be able to. Now, let me see. 3 missing. Fortunate coincidence, I happen to have a deck of cards right here in my pocket.
Oh, really?
In your pocket? How long did you say it was since you played?
6 years. This is an old coat. I wonder if I'll be able to remember how to play this poker.
Yeah, I wonder if I'll remember, too. How are we going to play?
Straight poker. Jacks are better, nothing wild.
I got a queer feeling that ain't such an old coat.
Well, let's look out now. See here, what have I got? I'll open it. I bet 4 cents. Wait, no, I don't.
Leave it there. That's down or dead.
Are you staying, Eddie?
No, I'm dropping out.
Me too.
Me too. You win the pot, Mr. Coburn.
Oh, do I win?
Yep, take the money.
Well, this is great fun. Beginner's luck, I guess.
Yeah, what'd you have?
A pair of bullets. I mean, 2 ones.
You deal next, Eddie. By the way, Finnegan, what did you drop out with?
Oh, nothing. 3 kings.
You dropped out with 3 kings.
Well, you told me to only go in with 4 of a kind.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, I won't do that. Just wait till you get 4 of a kind.
Well, here's your cards, gentlemen.
Oh, boy! I open it!
You open it, Finnegan?
Yeah.
In that case, I think I'll drop out.
And me too. Well, I think I'll stay.
Brave boy.
Okay, how many cards you drawing?
None. I think I'll stand pat.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll stand pat, too.
Hey, very shrewd poker, Finnegan.
Here's my bet.
I raise you.
I raise you.
I said it first.
Finnegan, he's got a right to raise you. This is a democracy. But you can re-raise him.
Oh, okay. And I raise, and it's be raised, and I raise, and I re-raise you again.
I double it.
Okay, I'll drop out.
You'll drop out. Why?
We ain't got enough dough.
Wait a minute. I might back you if you got what I think you got.
Don't worry, Arch. I got him.
You got him, huh? That's good enough for me. Mr. Coburn, we raise you 2.
4.
8.
16.
32.
64.
Give me a pencil. 97. What do you got?
Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
A straight? That's all? Finnegan.
Yeah.
Show your cards.
There you are, Rod.
Let's see. 10, 4, 2, 7. Jack. Finnegan, where's the 4 of a kind?
There they are, 4 spades.
Well, gentlemen, I thank you very much. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Coburn. Hey, wait just a second. I think this ace belongs to you. It just fell out of your cup.
Oh, did it? Well, you may keep it. I've got 1 million of them.
Be with you next week.
It's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for now, but be sure to be with us again next time for another hilarious get-together at everybody's favorite tavern.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
How are you this morning, Mr. Bumby?
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is, Kitty around?
Oh, don't know she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Oh, feels good. It's a nice time of year, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like spring myself.
Sam, you better wash that glass over.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe?
Got any coffee?
Sure. Just made a pot.
Oh, that'll be fine. Her face is something wondrous.
That's pretty, Matt. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, it's good enough for calling hogs, I guess. Yeah. You just got up?
A while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close, too, early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit by your head.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh, Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl.
You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I got to work here. You know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, Matt. I'm not rightly polite society.
What do you care about what...
Well, thanks anyway, Matt. That smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks.
Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought the
You're
tickets.
sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure.
Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. It's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Okay.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7, huh?
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working clothes.
You look just fine, like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her leg, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's a picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. The first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seems like a big bluebottle fly, last of his kind this fall, I guess. Big fool bluebottle fly was a-setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool bluebottle fly was a-stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got him.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big, maggoty bluebottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. The mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking Miss McNish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man here standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I got a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Mr. Dillon?
Yes? Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir,
Yeah?
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a raggle-bone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town about you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gum clobbering up and down all over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. And when they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's Galentine's got herself a new beau.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul them in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge them with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon. Just plain pestilence.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. He didn't see me until it was too late.
Complain to the dance committee. It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal... Ooh.
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. Maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she kind of moved back in the shadows, almost as though she was ashamed for me to see her. Hi.
Hello, Matt.
Are you all set?
Well, I guess so. Matt, are you sure
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. You look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you know, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female, and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
How do? You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Fine. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my cloak? Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name. Catherine Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. And all the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fiddling. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. Then promenade all and around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. I had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What says she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans.
Hey, Marshal. Oh, Miss Kitty.
It's Doc.
Well, hiya.
Oh, fine, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you, Doc.
Oh, well, sure. Say, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best-looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man gets kind of dry fiddling.
Oh, well, so long.
So long, Doc.
Punch, Marshal Dillon?
Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell? No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle.
Huh?
I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunker than a hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward? Edward,
Yes, dear.
you let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
Well, I promised. I'm on the committee. Evening, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you've brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal.
Emmy.
You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you've seen fit to bring.
Come on, Matt. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll thank you to leave this lady's presence.
What?
Now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty! What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please. I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about some music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed and you know it. Let's get out.
You refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced. But it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I could see the other couples looking, whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. And there were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. And that's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week. And they were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
Folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
Oh, I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself and my friends here a committee of 3, seeing as how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in
Matt,
Dodge City, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal.
Everything all right?
Everything's
Mr. Dillon?
fine, Chester.
This ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now come
Matt.
on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
Ah, it's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty, Kitty, wait.
Now, there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. No, I'm telling you. You and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. We sure will. Marshal.
Just 3 no-good drifters, hating the law, finding pleasure in trouble. Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. Much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There was only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table, and someone else standing at the bar, looking into the mirror at me.
What do you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Sam.
Yeah. Well, I got some things to do in the back. Give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
I'm bad. Bad.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, it's all right. Sure, it's all right.
I'm so mad. I could.
Yeah, I know.
I should have known better.
No, it was me, not you. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief, will you?
Yeah. Here.
Been a long time since I cried.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, Matt. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayer spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I wanted you to go with me.
That made me real happy. But maybe we're different, Matt. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Well, I didn't do a bad job with you.
Oh, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
There's 3 fellas going to get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, Matt. Just let it go. Let it go, Matt. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, Matt.
You're a funny one.
Am I?
But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
Well, I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or 2? Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty? I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Don't miss Robert Trout and his timely roundup of world news tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations. Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
The General Tire and Rubber Company, world's largest manufacturers of low-pressure tires, presents another half hour of music and entertainment starring Jack Benny. The orchestra opens the program with Here Comes Master, that educator of children, that power of wisdom, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, say something, Mr. Benny.
Jimmy McLarnon sat in the corner, eating a welterweight pie. He put in his thumb, pulled out the decision, and said, "What a good boy am I."
Oh, did you see that fight, Jack?
Did I? Why, Don, I was right there at the ringside. Did I see that fight?
Well, Jack, I was at the ringside, and I looked all around, but I didn't see you.
What row were you in, Don?
I was in row A.
Well, I was right behind you, row X.
Row X? Row X? How in the world did a man in your position come to get in row X?
Politics, Don. You know, there's nothing like knowing people, you know.
Yes, but row X is way back, isn't it?
Oh, no, Don. It's A, B, C, D, E, X. 6 rows. That isn't bad, is it?
Well, I had a wonderful seat, Jack. Row A.
Right next to the ring, eh, Don?
No, not exactly. You see, there were 10 rows of press seats. Then came 6 rows of Republicans.
I see.
6 rows of Democrats, and 5 rows of people who couldn't find their seats in the rear.
And then came row A.
Yes, exactly.
You must have got your face full of rosin, eh, Don? But then I've seen worse row A's than that. Why, I remember Boyle's 30 Acres in Jersey City where Carpentier and Dempsey fought.
I remember that.
Well, I had row C for that fight. What a place that was. The fight was held in Jersey City. See, row A was in Elizabeth, row B was in Trenton, and I had row C in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? Why, that's where Dempsey and Tunney fought.
That's right. I sat down in row C and waited for the Dempsey-Tunney fight. I killed that gag myself, didn't I?
Well, Jack, what did you think of the McLarnon and Ross fight?
Very good, Don, but nothing like back in 1903 when Terry McGovern fought young Corbett. There was a fight.
Do you call that a fight? Why, I remember back in 1892 when Jim Corbett knocked out Sullivan.
Corbett knocked out Sullivan?
Yes, Jack, he certainly did.
You don't know what you're talking about. Corbett knocked out Sullivan. Mary?
Yes, Jack?
Get Sullivan on the phone.
Okay. Hello, operator. Get me the Daily News. I want to speak to Ed Sullivan.
We'll find out.
Yes. He isn't in, Jack. How about Mr. Solomon?
No, Mary, we're talking about fighters. Did you see the Ross and McLarnon fight the other night?
Who, Jack?
Ross McLarnon.
Gee, the last name is familiar.
Mary, listen. Look, on last Monday night, it didn't happen to rain. So two fellas by the name of Jimmy McLarnon and Barney Ross got into a ring in Long Island and fought. Did you hear anything about it at all?
Oh, Jimmy and Barney. Sure, I was there, Jack.
Well, what did you think of the fight?
Very cute.
A cute fight, yes.
And you know, Jack, Jimmy kept flirting with me all during the fight. He kept waving at me.
He wasn't waving at you. He was missing Ross there, waving at you.
Oh, I wondered why Ross kept bowing to me.
Mary, he wasn't bowing. Look, he was ducking the punches.
Well, don't tell me Jimmy wasn't flirting. In the 7th round, he winked at me.
Winked at you? His left eye was closed by a punch.
Oh, yeah? He can't get away with that. I'll sue him for breach of promise.
Oh, sure. Mary, why did you even go to see that fight?
Because that's where everybody ran when it stopped raining.
Oh, well. Well, that makes sense,
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jack.
Oh, hello, Frank. Well, Parker, were you there?
Was I? Well, I never saw anything that close in my life. First it was one, then the other. What a contest.
Who do you really think won?
The Rainbow. You know how to sail a boat.
Where ignorance is bliss, a certain gathers no moss.
Yeah. Let's play, Don, before it's too late.
Say, Jack, I saw the fight, and I thought it was swell.
Save it for the next fight. We're running overtime now.
Well, then, play, Don.
Yeah, that's the idea, yeah. That was Don Bester and his Row A Syncopators playing You Ain't Been Living Right. And, Don, I want to say that was fine. Say that I like about you and your boys. You always give everything you've got.
Thanks, Jack.
And you know, folks, Don is one of the best-dressed orchestra leaders on the air. Of course, he doesn't look so good on the street, but on the air, he's marvelous.
I wouldn't talk much if I were you, Jack. Look at that suit you're wearing.
The suit, what's the matter with it? It's a brand-new outfit. You know, just a little knockabout suit.
A knockabout suit?
Yes, he knocked about $8 off the price.
Yeah, you know, Don, the guy that really dresses on this program is Wilson. I mean, he always looks immaculate. Say, Wilson, that's a dinner suit you've got on, isn't it?
Yes, why?
I notice you have a little breakfast on it, too. I'd be a little careful if I were you, you know.
What men on this program? They were in a carload.
And now, folks, we have a big surprise for you this evening. As you remember, the last 2 weeks we put on School Act. But this week we have something entirely different. Something that...
Jack, here's a letter for you. I think it's for you.
Let's have it. This isn't for me, Mary.
Well, it was addressed to Don Wilson, but Frank Parker opened it by mistake, and he said he thinks it's for you.
Mary, it's for you, isn't it?
No, I read it by mistake, and it's for you.
Well, better let me read it by mistake. It's from the Board of Education in Pawtucket, or Woontucket, Rhode Island. What's the name of that town, Mary?
What's the difference as long as you're healthy?
Oh, sure. It reads, Dear Jack Benny, or if opened by mistake, hello. We have a short-wave radio set on which we have no trouble getting Bulgaria, Algeria, Bavaria, and neuralgia. Last week, while trying to get malaria, we accidentally tuned in on your school day program, and it reminded us of the first 3 letters in the word loud and the last 3 letters in Jersey. Wait a minute, I don't quite get that. Let's see, the first 3 letters in the word loud and the last 3 in Jersey. Do you get it, Mary?
Sure, a lot of people wear loud jerseys.
I guess that's what they mean, yeah. I guess that's it. They also say, of course, this is only a small school, but some great scholars have come from our classes. The governor of Rhode Island came pretty near going to our school, and look where he is today. And we could mention hundreds of others. We would like to match our pupils against yours anytime. Signed, Board from Education. P.S. Bah. Oh, yeah, that last crack got me. I didn't mind that letter so much, but they can't bear me. Wilson, throw out that scenery for our play. We got to go back to school days and show these people from Rhode Island, with the help of Providence, that they can't bluff us. So on with the school act.
But, Jack, we have no pupils tonight.
Just ring the bell. They'll be here. Here come all the kiddies. Didn't I tell you? You'd be surprised how many stooges are waiting for that bell. Play, Don.
School days, dear old golden rule days, reading and writing and arithmetic, condiments to not have everything. You are my bashful barefoot boy. You are my girl in calico. Wrote on my slate, I love you, Joe. Da 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 da. When we were all kids.
Sit down, my children, before teacher gets nervous. Oh, good morning, Mary. How are you this morning?
I've got a headache, teacher.
What are you going to say? I got a teacher headache? That's it. I got a headache, teacher. That's from trying to think. You pupils will have to stop this practice. I will now call the roll. Don Bester, Jr.
Here, teacher.
Put out that cigar. Don Wilson, Jr.
Here.
Away with that racing form. Ben Burney, Jr.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm here with all the love.
Jr.
Am I here? Am I here?
Use your handkerchief, Jimmy. Frank Crummett.
I couldn't crumb it today.
Who wrote that? Percival E. Clare.
I'm here, teacher.
That name certainly fooled me. Singing Sam, Jr.
I am here.
All right. We know you. Bing Crosby, Jr. Bing Crosby, Jr. You little Crosbys are too young for school. Imagine 2 months old. You better wait another week. Will you stop crooning and go home? Maurice Chevalier, Jr.
I'm here, teacher. I've just finished. Man, a picture called The Merry Widow. So, I have come back to school right now.
Thank you. Kay Francis.
I'm right here with Maurice, teacher.
You're telling me. All I know is what I read in the papers. Bert Wheeler, Jr.
That was last week, teacher.
That's right. They graduate fast here. Fido, Jr. Fido, why weren't you in school last week? Oh, well, you must take care of yourself, yes. Well, I guess everybody's here now. Ah, there's a new pupil. I haven't seen your face before, young man. What's your name?
My name is Mo.
What Mo?
Meeny, miny, Mo.
Oh, that Mo. I see. Where do you live, Mo?
Kansas City.
Oh, you're a Kansas City Mo, I see.
Precisely.
Well, sit down. I don't want to hear any Mo from you. That was good. Now, children, we will start in with our usual morning exercises. Stand up. Throw out your chest. Now, throw back your shoulders. Now, look at you without chests or shoulders. Pick them up again. Now, children, bend down. Stretch out your arms. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Don Wilson, don't jump.
I'm not jumping, teacher.
His pants are baggy.
Oh, pardon me. And now, children, we will start with our music lesson. Frankie Parker, Jr. will sing his song for today, The Very Thought of You.
Oh, can I sing too, teacher?
Yes, Don, but not as good as Parker. Children, quiet, children. That was Frankie Parker singing The Very Thought of You. Children, we will now start with our daily lesson. History first. Mary Livingston.
Yes, teacher.
Who was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen?
Washington.
Correct. And who was first in the American League?
Detroit, but it was Washington last year.
That's right. And who chopped down the cherry tree?
The Giants.
Right, they are first in the National League, yes. Frankie Parker, Jr.
Yes, teacher.
Frankie, who was the father of our country?
I don't know, but Eddie Cantor isn't doing bad.
No, Frankie. It was Washington.
Oh, he gets blamed for everything.
Miney Mo, stand up.
Yes, teacher.
How much is 11 and 9 divided by 2?
Washington.
You're wrong.
Well, everybody else said Washington, and it was all right.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. None of us are infallible. Fido, I'll get to you later. Don Bester, Jr.,
Yes, teacher.
what are the three great products of the North?
The three great products of the North are automobiles, steel, and
The new General Tires with the corkscrew grip. Corkscrews, that's right. Now, Mo, you tell me, what are the three great products of the South?
Possible sisters.
Remind me to break your skull after school, huh?
It's a date.
You know, you won't have a chance to president someday. What's the matter?
Only the Secretary of Labor.
Oh, get in that cabinet till after school. Have a chance to be president. Yeah, about the same chance, yes. Huh? Now, Mo,
What do you want?
that's fine to the school teacher. The Senator Long of Louisiana's first...
This is a red. Senator Long's first name is Huey.
Oh, I'm going to have trouble with Huey, Tooey.
That's a lot of hooey.
Yes, Fido, you can leave the room. Yes. We will now take up arithmetic. Don Bester, Jr., what state is the city of Newark in?
New Jersey.
Now we're getting someplace. Don Wilson, Jr., what state is Boise in?
I don't know.
That's right, Boise, Idaho. That's it. And what other large city is in Idaho?
Guernsey.
Boise and Guernsey, correct. And Mary Livingston,
Yes, teacher.
name the largest city in the state of Washington.
The largest city in Washington is,
Now, come. Now, maybe I can help you. What do you do with your eyes?
C,
And what keeps the doctor away?
an apple.
Then what is the largest city in Washington?
Seattle.
Seattle, Washington. That's right. Very good. And now tell me, what state is Portland in?
Portland is in,
Oregon. That's it, Oregon. That's right, Portland, Oregon. Percival E. Clare.
Yes, teacher.
Never mind. Mary Livingston,
Yes, Toots.
stand up and tell the class what happened in 1776.
What street?
I mean, what happened in the year 1776?
Oh, that's way before my time. Why don't you ask Frankie Parker?
All right, sit down. Frankie Parker, what happened in the year 1776?
What?
17. Where did the Boston Tea Party take place?
I don't know. I drink coffee.
Does anybody in this classroom drink tea?
I drink beer, teacher.
All right, then. Where did the Boston Beer Party take place?
255 Tremont Street. You get free lunch with it.
Right, mark down that number. We will now take up our spelling. Mary Livingston, spell chrysanthemum.
Spell it. I've got a cold and can't even smell it.
Then smell rose.
Oh.
Now, Don Bester, Jr., tell me, who was the vulgar boatman?
Oh, I don't know. None of them are perfect.
Neither are you. Frankie Parker, Jr.? Frankie Parker, Jr.?
Likewise.
Likewise. What is an optimist?
An optimist is a man who makes eyeglasses.
Eyeglasses, an optimist. And what is an optician?
When a man puts a deposit on something, he takes an optician on it.
That's an option.
Well, yes, if you want to use slang.
Teacher.
What is it, Mo?
I know what an optimist is.
What?
The British sailboat Endeavour.
Well, why is the Endeavor an optimist?
Because it's always chasing rainbow.
I get it. Chasing rainbow. And what is a rainbow, Mary?
Rainbow is a cloud with too much lip rouge.
That's good.
I thought you'd like it.
Morton Downey, Jr. Morton, you haven't been paying attention to our program. What's on your mind? Now, look what you did. You woke up Fido. I'll have to ask him questions. Fido, how much are 2 and 2? 4. Thank heaven we have one intelligent pupil in this class. Huh?
I knew the answer, but I can't bark.
Oh. Now, Fido, who do you think won the big fight last Monday night? I don't know, but it cost me $10. Huh? Now, Fido, one more question. When you go out hunting, what animals do you catch?
Rabbit.
That's it, rabbit. And what's the synonym for rabbit? Come now. What's another word for rabbit? It's hare.
What?
Oh, you two, hare. What's on your head?
Please, he's only a dog.
Say, Jack, that's my joke.
I know, but it's his fleas. Get out of here, Fido. Get out. Go on. Out. Now, pupils, it's getting late, so I want to give you your homework for tomorrow. I want everyone... There goes the bell. It's too late. School is over. Children, you can all go home now.
Goodbye, teacher.
Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye.
Good night, children.
Good night,
Goodbye,
teacher.
Johnny Woods. Thanks again for doing those imitations.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, Mary, come back here a minute.
What is it, teacher?
It's a writing pad and pencil. I want you to put a little ad in the newspaper.
All right, what'll I say?
For sale, first-class schoolhouse, suitable for garage, Chinese laundry, or high-class tapping. Money no object. Must unload, as we are doing a play next week. Address J.B. Box 52, General Tire and Rubber Company, Akron, Ohio.
Anything else?
No. Good night, Mary.
So long, Toots.
That reminds me, how much is Toots and Toots?
4.
That's right. Play Toots. Or Don.
This message is directed to the young businessmen of America, not only as a business opportunity, but without egotism, it can be spoken of as a mission that has a considerable bearing upon the safety and well-being of a vast percentage of the people, the motoring public. Among the car owners of America, there are probably few who have not realized from the frequently published figures the staggering loss of life and limb that is caused annually by skidding accidents. The skidding bill of America is bigger than the tire bill. That fact has stood constantly as a challenge to the tire industry. It has been intensified every year with a step up in power and speed of automobiles. And every year, with pardonable pride, General Tire has managed to meet the challenge, in many cases a year or two in advance, of letter including references direct to the General Tire and Rubber Company, Akron, Ohio. Inquiries should not be made in person or by telegraph. Once again, the address, the General Tire and Rubber Company, Akron, Ohio. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Quarter of a minute past 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. WEAF, New York.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, February 1st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur in Mr. Deeds Goes to Town with Lionel Sanders. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you Gary Cooper, Gene Arthur, and Lionel Sanders. As special guests, Sidney Skolsky, nationally known Hollywood columnist, and Fay Gillis, noted aviatrix and foreign correspondent. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silver. Welcome, everyone, to Hollywood and to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. And now, before introducing Mr. DeMille, I'd like to share with you a letter from a California woman, one of our unseen radio audience, Mrs. Roberta Hurst of San Jose.
Lux Flakes. I'd like to thank you not only for the treat you give us on the air Monday night, but for the boon Luxes to my household. I use Lux Flakes for all my lingerie, all fine laundering, and for dishes. In every instance where my hands come into contact with soapy
I'm sorry we cannot give you the rest of Mrs. Hurst's enthusiastic letter, but I'd like to emphasize one point. Lux Flakes do protect a woman's hands just as they protect fine fabrics. So why not use Lux for all soap and water jobs, especially dishwashing? Lux protects the natural oils of the skin, leaves your hands soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. And now,
we present Hollywood's foremost producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur were born to the roles they play tonight. Mandrake Falls, where our play opens, might have been any one of the prairie towns Gary once called home, while the town Mr. Deeds goes to is the town Jean Arthur came from, New York. As Babe Bennett, Jean writes lines for a New York paper, while before she came to Hollywood, she delivered lines from a New York stage. Longfellow Deeds devoted his spare moments to writing greeting card poetry. And Gary also likes to use a pencil. But instead of making rhymes, he draws pictures. He confided to me that his artistry is merely a case of advanced doodling, which had its beginning when he filled in all the O's in his third-grade reader. Their work in Mr. Deeds convinced me that Mr. Cooper and Miss Arthur were definitely the stars I wanted for the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane in our picture, The Plainsman. I knew that Gary, raised in a saddle, could be as western as sagebrush in the setting sun. Whatever hesitation I might have had about Jean Arthur was dispelled when I saw her practicing to snap a 15-foot bullwhip around a cowboy's wrist to make him drop a bottle. By letting her use my outstretched arm as a target, Jean had the chance to do what many stars have wanted to do, whip a director. Lionel Sander, in resuming his role of Corny Cobb, gives us another member of the original cast, together with the celebrated Pixelated Sisters. Mr. Deeds has been voted the best comedy of 1936 by the New York critics, a well-deserved feather in the cap of Columbia Pictures and director Frank Capra. We've had both its brilliant author and adapter on this program, Clarence Buddington Kelland and Robert Riskin. Now, we present the stars and the story. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater spotlights Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Sander. Our story begins in the little town of Mandrake Falls, population 600. On the porch of an old-fashioned frame house, two men are waiting for an answer to their knock. They're clearly out of their element here, clearly city folks. As the older man, a sharp-eyed attorney, taps his foot impatiently, the door is opened by a motherly old lady.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. Longfellow Deeds at home?
Why, no, he isn't, but I'm expecting him any minute. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. And, my name is Cedar. I'm an attorney. This gentleman is Mr. Cobb.
How do you do, Mr. Cedar? How do you do, Mr. Cobb?
Hi.
Come right in here, gentlemen. Mr. Deeds is in the park arranging for the bazaar. They're trying to raise money for a fire engine. Sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. And are you related to Mr. Deeds?
Oh, no. I'm Mrs. Meredith. I'm his housekeeper.
Oh, then perhaps you can tell us something about him. What does he do for a living?
Why, he and Jim Mason own the tallow works. But that isn't where he makes his money. He makes most of it out of his poetry.
Poetry? He writes poetry?
My goodness, yes. Longfellow's famous. He writes those things on postcards, you know, for Christmas and Easter and birthdays.
Yeah. How long do you think you'll be?
Oh, he won't be long, 'cause 'tain't raining. When it rains, he likes to take long walks.
Likes to?
There he is now. I'll tell him you're here.
Hey, Peter, did you hear that?
Yeah.
The old man must have been goofy to leave all his dough to this yokel.
Oh, well.
How much do you figure the estate will amount to after the taxes are deducted?
About $20 million.
Better be careful how you spring it on him. He's liable to keel over from the shock.
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, good morning. Are you Longfellow Deeds? That's right. My name is John Cedar, of the New York firm of Cedar, and Buddington. My card. Cedar, and Buddington. Buddington must feel like an awful stranger.
Not bad.
This is Mr. Cornelius Cobb, Mr. Deeds.
Hi.
Very well, thanks. Mr. Deeds, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Excuse me, Mrs. Meredith,
Yes, Longfellow?
have you seen the mouthpiece from my tuba?
Why, it's right there on the table.
Oh, that's right. My new mouthpiece. I keep losing them all the time. Go ahead, Mr. Cedar. Don't pay any attention to me.
I just want to see if this thing fits my new bass horn all right.
Mr. Deeds, we have some news for you.
Yeah. I suggest you sit down, though, Mr. Deeds.
Mr. Deeds, does the name of Martin W. Semple mean anything to you?
Not much. An uncle of mine, I think, although I never saw him.
Well, he passed on. He was killed in a motor accident in Italy.
He was? Well, now, that's too bad. If there's anything I can do...
Mr. Semple left a great fortune when he died. He left it to you, Mr. Deeds. Deducting taxes, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million.
Well, for crying out loud.
What about lunch? Are the gentlemen going to stay?
Perhaps you didn't hear me, Mr. Deeds. I said the whole Semple fortune goes to you. $20 million.
Oh, I heard you all right. $20 million. That's quite a bit, isn't it?
Oh, it'll do in a pinch.
Yes, indeed. I wonder why he left all that money to me. I don't need it.
I give up.
I wish you'd tell me about lunch if the gentlemen are going to stay.
Sure, they'll stay. Mrs. Meredith's got some fresh orange layer cake.
Some more coffee, Mr. Cedar?
No thanks. You see, Mr. Deeds, Cobb here is an ex-newspaper man. Been associated with your uncle for years as a sort of buffer.
Buffer?
Yeah, glorified doormat.
You see, rich men need someone to keep cranks away.
Cedar, and Buddington. It's funny, I can't think of a rhyme for Buddington.
Why should you?
Oh, whenever I run across a funny name, I always like to poke around for a rhyme. I've got one for Cobb.
Huh?
There once was a man named Cobb who kept Semple away from the mob. Came the turn of the tide, and Semple, he died. Now, poor Cobb is out of a job.
Sounds like 2 weeks' notice to me.
Huh?
I've gotten a sackaroo in many ways, but never in rhyme.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. I'm sure I'm going to need your help.
Are you married, Mr. Deeds?
Who, me? No.
He's too fussy. That's what's the matter with him. There are a lot of nice girls in Mandrake Falls who are just dying to...
Don't pay any attention to her.
Oh, he's got a lot of fool notions about saving a lady in distress.
Saving a lady in distress, huh? Well, we all have those dreams when we're young. Well, we'd better get started. You'll have to pack, Mr. Deeds.
What for?
You're coming to New York with us.
When?
Tonight, at 6 o'clock train.
Well, that's rather sudden, isn't it?
My dear Mr. Deeds, there are a great many important things to take care of.
I'm kind of nervous. We've never been away from Mandrake Falls. But I'd like to see Grant's tomb at that.
Fine. We'll walk around town now, Mr. Deeds, and we'll meet you at the train at 6 o'clock.
Once more now, boys, a farewell song to Longfellow Deeds, the pride of Mandrake Falls.
Come on, Deeds. You can stand on the observation platform.
So long, Charlie. So long, Ed. So long, Mrs. Meredith. So long. So long. So long.
Gosh. Gosh, I got a lot of friends.
Cedar and Buddington. One moment, please.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cedar.
Mrs. Buddington in?
He's waiting for you in your office, Mr. Cedar.
Thank you.
Cedar and Buddington. Hello. I'll see if Mr. Cedar is in.
Cedar, you're back?
Morning, Buddington.
Well, what happened? What's this fellow Deeds like?
We've got nothing to worry about. He's as naive as a child.
Did you get the power of attorney?
No, not yet.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Well, give me a chance. We only arrived this morning.
John, if you don't mind my saying so, we can't afford to have...
Yes, I know, Buddington. We can't afford to have the books investigated right now.
But $500,000. Goodness me, where are we going to get it?
Will you stop worrying? Just relax and leave it to me. Those books will never leave this office.
Well, I hope not. If they ever do, we'll all land in jail.
Listen, I'm going to see Deeds this afternoon. I'll have that power of attorney the first thing in the morning. Leave it to me. I tell you, Buddington, the boy's a simpleton.
I'll take that deed. Hello? No. I said no. We ain't got any statements to make. Mr. Deeds has taken over his uncle's Fifth Avenue mansion, that's all. That was the press.
Oh, where were we, Mr. Cedar? Oh, yes. We were talking about the power of attorney. It's just a suggestion, Mr. Deeds. But if you'd give it to us, we could take care of everything for you. It would save you a lot of annoyances. Every shark in town is going to try to sell you something.
Yes, there have been a lot of them around already. Strangest kind of people. Salesmen, politicians, and moochers, all wanting something. I haven't had a minute to myself. Haven't seen Grant's tomb yet. By the way, where's all the money? In a bank?
No. There's approximately $1.5 million in cash. The accountants are working on the books now. Be ready in several weeks.
It sounds complicated.
Oh, yes. That's why I suggested you're letting us take care of it. A rich man should unburden himself.
You mean besides wanting to be my lawyer, you also want to handle my investments?
Why, yes.
Well, outside of your regular fee, how much extra would it cost?
Oh, nothing. No extra charge.
No charge. But there'd be a lot of extra work, wouldn't there?
Oh, it's an added service a firm like Cedar and Buddington usually donates.
Only thing, I haven't been able to think of a rhyme for Buddington yet.
Neither have I.
Mr. Deeds,
Listen. A fire engine. Hey, I gotta see it.
There it goes. Boy, look at it. Mr. Deeds, please.
Let him alone, Peter. If he likes to watch fire engines, that's his business.
Gee, that was a pip. We expect to have one in Mandrake Falls pretty soon, with a siren, too.
Mr. Deeds, I wish you'd give that matter some thought.
Huh?
This matter of the power of attorney.
Oh, yes, I will. I'll give it a lot of thought. A fellow by the name of Winslow is in here and wanted to handle my affairs for nothing, too. It kind of puzzles me why people want to do a lot of work for nothing. It isn't natural. So I guess I'll have to think about it some more.
Quite right. You have a good business head, Mr. Deeds. Being an attorney for you is going to be a very simple affair.
You're not my attorney yet, Mr. Cedar. Not till I find out what's on your mind. Suppose you get the book straightened out right away so I can look into everything.
Are you suggesting that?
No, sir, but I just like to look the books over. After that, I'll let you know if you're going to be my attorney or not.
I see. Good day, Mr. Deeds.
Good day. You know, Cobb, I think there's something fishy about him.
There once was a cedar, so tall and so green, chopped down by a hick to the size of a bean.
New York Evening Mail? Hello? New York Evening Mail? Mr. McGowan? One moment. I'll connect you. Hello? New York Evening Mail?
Hello, McGowan speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Hines. Yeah? Yeah, sure, Mr. Hines. I'll get something on him right away. Well, that was the boss again, babe. He's yelling murder. He says this guy Deeds is news and big news.
Sure, but how do you expect me to get at him? Cobb keeps him under lock and key. I'm a reporter, not a magician.
Well, you won't be a reporter long if you don't get some dope on this guy, and I won't be an editor. Hines is yelling for human interest stuff. What this guy Deeds thinks about the big town. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Is he going to get married? Is he smart? Is he dumb? That's the angle. And we've got to get it for him. Well, how about it, babe?
I'll do my best, Mac, but it'll take time.
Listen, babe, you get the story and you can have anything you want.
How about a month's vacation?
With pay.
With pay. Keep 4 columns open on page 1 tomorrow.
Now you're talking, babe. I'll keep the whole front page open. How are you going to do it?
I don't know yet, but I'll get to him if I have to pull a phony feint right on his doorstep.
Hey, what's the matter here? Are you hurt, miss?
Oh.
Here, let me help you up.
I must have fainted on the steps. I sat down for a moment and... I'm sorry.
Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Well, this is my house. I'd like
Oh,
to...
no, really, I'm all right.
What happened?
Oh, I guess I walked too much. Been looking for a job all day. I found one, too. I start tomorrow. Oh, you've been very kind. Goodbye.
Please, you must let me help you.
I'm sorry.
Have you had your dinner?
Dinner? Why, isn't that funny? I forgot to eat.
Forgot?
Oh, yes, I do that lots of times. I just get to thinking about something and I forget.
Well, look. I'm going to a place called Tulio's, and I think you better come along, too. Feel better now, Miss Dawson?
Does this taste good? I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Deeds.
I wish you'd let me help you some.
Please. I asked you not to talk about it.
I'm sorry. You know, you're the first person I've met in New York who didn't want something. Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I've told you everything. My folks live in a small town near Hartford. I'm here alone trying to make a living. I'm really a nobody.
You were a lady in distress, weren't you?
What?
Oh, nothing.
Anything else, sir?
No, thanks. Oh, waiter.
Yeah?
Anybody come in yet? Writers, I mean?
Huh? Oh, no. Nobody important.
You'll be sure to point them out, won't you?
Uh-huh.
I'm a writer myself, you know.
That's so?
I write poetry.
That's so. Well, I'll let you know.
Thanks. He's a nice fellow, isn't he?
Yes. Well, you've had quite an exciting time since you've been here, haven't you? All those meetings and business deals and society people. Aren't you having fun, Mr. Deeds?
No, at least I didn't. Not till now. I like talking to you. It's funny, my finding you right on my doorstep.
Yes, wasn't it?
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Yes?
Brookfield just came in. The poet? Where? Right over there.
Look, Miss Dawson. There's Brookfield, the poet.
Really?
Who's that with him, waiter?
Anna Berry and Morrow.
Anna Berry and Morrow. Why, they're famous authors. Great liberals.
Not with their tips, they ain't.
Gee, that's marvelous. Right here in the same room with me. Gosh, I wish I could meet them.
Well, I might be able to fix it for you. Could you? Sure. I'll be right back.
You hear that, Miss Dawson? I'm going to meet them. Talk to them. Gosh, what a night.
Mr. Deeds, wake up, sir. It's late.
Shut it off. Shut that alarm off.
Yes, sir. It's very late, sir. 11 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
You're my butler, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure.
If you permit me to say so, sir, you were out on quite a party last night.
Was I? Oh, my head feels like it. Has Miss Dawson phoned?
No, sir.
She was a lady in distress, Walter, but she wouldn't let me help her. She's got pride. I like that.
Deeds.
Oh, hello, Cobb.
I got to speak to you right away.
Get some coffee, will you please, Walter?
Very good, sir.
Now listen. Where were you last night?
Why, I met a young lady, Miss Dawson. Went to Tulio's.
Did you sock somebody there? A poet?
Yes, a fellow named Brookfield.
Why? Why?
Oh, I thought I'd better teach him some manners. You see, he invited me over to his table, but after I got there, I found out he only wanted to make fun of me.
So you up and socked him?
Not very hard. He said some things in front of Miss Dawson that I didn't like.
Go on. After you socked him, what happened then?
Well, another writer there, he was in the same party. He congratulated me. He said Brookfield should have been socked long ago. Well, this other writer, he invited me out to see the town, so we went.
Yeah. And then what happened?
Well, it's a little hazy after that.
Well, take a look at the newspapers. They ought to refresh your memory. Look, Cinderella Man on spree. Punches literary light at Tulio's. Shows big city how to cut up. Holds up traffic at 3 a.m. feeding donuts to horses.
Cinderella Man. What do they want to call me that for?
They'd call you anything if you give them half a chance. They got you down for a sop.
I think I'll go down and punch the editor on the nose.
No, you don't. Listen, get this clear. Punching people is not the solution to anything.
Sometimes it's the only solution.
Not editors. Take my word for it. Not editors.
But what about this Cinderella Man?
That's my job. I'll keep that stuff out of the papers if you'll help me. But I can't do anything if you go around talking to people. Please, will you promise me to be careful from now on?
Yes. I guess I'll have to.
Thanks. If you feel the building rock, it'll be me blasting into this editor.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cobb. Your coffee, Mr. Dean.
Thanks. You know, Cobb's right, Walter. I mustn't talk to anybody.
Miss Dawson just called, sir.
Who? Miss Dawson?
She's on the phone now, sir.
Fine, I'll talk to her. Hand me the phone, quick. And remember, Walter, I've got to play safe. She's the only one I'm going to talk to from now on.
moment on a typical Lux home. Mrs. Ellison and her 16-year-old daughter have been listening to our play.
Wouldn't it be wonderful, Mother, if someone left us a lot of money like they did to Mr. Deeds?
What would you do with it, Betty?
He'd buy heaps of new clothes, for one thing, and dozens of new undies. Those lovely French handmade ones with lace. And,
now, child, you have plenty of pretty clothes. And nice undies as it is.
Oh, but, Mums, I haven't. Why, even those new slips I got for Christmas look sort of run down now.
That, my dear, is your own fault. How often have I told you to take care of your underthings? Wash them every night with Lux Flakes. Mine stay new looking for months, even years, thanks to Lux.
Mrs. Ellison is right. Gentle Lux Flakes do keep your silk things new looking far longer. They make your lingerie really clean without hurting colors or fabrics. Things not only wear longer when luxed regularly, but you'll be delighted at how sweet and fresh they are. So why not play safe and be thrifty too? Get the habit of dipping your underthings into Lux Flakes Gentle Suds after each wearing. Start tonight. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Stander. Unaware that his newly discovered friend, Miss Dawson, is really a newspaper reporter, Longfellow Deeds has taken her completely into his confidence. She is the source of all the Cinderella Man stories that are now making front-page headlines. But she's beginning to feel the pangs of conscience. We find them now, sitting on a bench in Central Park.
This is getting to be sort of a habit with us, isn't it?
What?
Well, I mean taking walks and going places.
Yes.
Here you are, people. Read all about it. Cinderella Man plays the tuba. To give reception to society. Read all about it. Cinderella Man.
Well, there you go again. Cinderella Man.
Does it hurt you so very much?
I don't know. I've tried not to worry about it. They'll write those articles till they get tired. Only, I don't understand. Why do people have to go around hurting each other? Why don't they try liking each other for a change?
You know, you said something when you met me, something I've thought about a great deal.
What's that?
You said I was a lady in distress.
Oh, that.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
You said it as though it had some significance.
Well, you see, I always had an idea that someday, have you got are you engaged or anything?
Why, no. Are you?
No,
You don't go out with girls much, do you?
I haven't.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you must have met some swell society girls since you've been here. Don't you like them?
I haven't met anybody here I like particularly. Except you, of course. Last night after I left you, I was walking along and looking at the tall buildings and got to thinking. They created a lot of grand palaces here. But they didn't create any noblemen to put in them. I'd rather have Mandrake Falls.
I'm from a small town, too, you know.
Really?
Probably as small as Mandrake Falls.
Gosh, what do you know about that?
Oh, it's a beautiful little town, too. Row of poplar trees right along Main Street. Always smelled as if it just had a bath. I've often thought about going back.
Have you?
Oh, yes. I used to have a lot of fun there. When I was a little girl, I used to love to go fishing with my father. He was something like you, my father was. He played in the town band, too.
He did? What did he play?
The drums. Taught me to play some.
He did?
I can accompany myself to Swanee River. Would you like to hear me?
Sure.
Well, wait till I find a couple of sticks.
Well, here's one.
All right, this bench will have to do as a drum. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
See, that's swell. Now, you do it again, and I'll sing humoresque.
All right. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
Hey, there's a fire. Here comes the engine. Hey. Well, you're just going to share a space. Hey, will you do me a favor?
Sure, what?
Wait here for me. I want to catch that engine and see how they do it. I'll be right back.
Cinderella Man proves himself fire-eating demon, jumps on board engine, volunteers to help firemen. Did you do that?
Sure. But I didn't know they'd make another story out of it.
I tell you, they'll make a story out of everything. But what gets me is who's on the inside. Where are they getting that dope?
I don't know.
I pleaded with you not to talk to anybody. You promised me you wouldn't. But no, you've been blabbing your head off to the whole town. What have you been doing every night?
Going out?
So I noticed. You're not going out tonight, I hope.
Yes? Why?
Have you forgotten you've got a reception here? All the society people in town are coming.
Gosh, that's right. I forgot.
Well?
I had an appointment. I was going to meet somebody for dinner.
You can't dodge your own reception. It ain't etiquette.
No, I suppose not. Only...
Only what?
Well, let me think it over. I'll let you know.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Dees.
Hello. Can I come in?
Of course. Oh, I didn't expect to see you this evening. I didn't think you could get away with your reception and everything.
Oh, I wouldn't let them stop me from seeing you. I threw them out of the house.
You threw them out? You mean bodily?
Yes. They got on my nerves, so I threw them out. Well, I guess that'll be in the paper tomorrow. Something else for them to laugh at.
Yes, I suppose it'll have to be in the paper.
I don't mind, though. I had too much fun doing it.
Sit down.
Thanks. I can't stay long, though. It's pretty late.
It's all right.
Is there anything wrong?
No, why?
Well, you just look sort of funny. I mean, sad.
I get that way sometimes. How's everything going?
Not so good. I'm finding things out. A lot of things.
What?
Well, first of all, it's not so much fun being a millionaire. I wouldn't mind if they'd let me alone, but you know how it is.
Yes.
Well, I once had an idea I could do something with the money. Some good, I mean. But they keep me so busy here, I didn't get to figure anything out. I guess I'll think of something when I get home.
Oh, you're going home?
Well, a man ought to know where he fits in. I just don't seem to fit in around here. Mary?
Yes.
I was thinking of... Well, I wish you could come to Mandrake Falls sometime.
Me?
Yes. You know, within a couple of miles of my house, you can find nearly every kind of tree and bush and flower in the world. I used to spend hours in the woods just hiking around. It was wonderful. I generally take a girl with me.
A girl?
No, not a real one. I'd make one up, just to have somebody to talk to. She was beautiful, too. I always knew that someday I'd meet her. Mary.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you found things out. Well, so have I. This town gets you somehow. It makes it coarse, unfeeling. It's done it to me.
You?
Listen, dear. Don't let anybody hurt you anymore. They can't. You're too real. And you go back to Mandrake Falls. You belong there. These stories about you will stop. They'll stop right now.
Mary.
Yes.
Remember that poem I told you about? The one I was writing about you? Well, it's finished. Would you like to read it?
Of course.
It's to you. But you don't have to say anything after you read it. You can tell me tomorrow what you think.
I tramped the earth with hopeless feet, searching in vain for a glimpse of you. Then heaven thrust you at my very feet, a lovely angel, too lovely to woo. My dream has been answered, but my life's just as bleak. I'm handcuffed and speechless in your presence divine. For my heart longs to cry out, if it only could speak. I love you, my angel. Be mine. Be mine.
You don't have to say anything now, Mary. I'll wait to hear from you tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow.
Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, stop it, Babe. Stop it. Well, what do you mean you're quitting?
Too, Mac. I'm walking out on you. I'm through.
What's bothering you, Babe?
Last night he proposed to me.
Proposed to you? You mean he asked you to marry him?
Yes.
Why, Babe, that's terrific. Cinderella Man woos mystery girl. Who is the mysterious
Drink
girl?
one word of that and I'll blow your place up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Babe. Say, you haven't gone and fallen for that mug, have you? Well, I'll be a... Oh, that's tough, Babe. I'm awfully sorry. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm telling the truth.
Well, tell him you're Babe Bennett. Tell him you're making a stooge out of him.
I've got a lunch date with him. That's an answer. It's going to be pretty.
Oh, don't be a sucker, babe. You can disappear, can't you?
Oh, I thought of that, too.
You need never see him again.
That's the rub.
Oh, it's as bad as that, huh?
Telling him's a long shot. I'm going to take it. Hand me the phone, will you, Matt?
Now, listen, babe, listen. Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Right thing. It'll be a novelty for me.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Miss Dawson. No, Mr. Deeds is not here just now. Yes? I'll tell him. Not at all.
Good morning, Walter.
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Has Miss Dawson called yet, Walter?
Yes, sir. She was just on the phone, sir.
Is she coming for lunch?
She didn't say, sir. She'll call later.
Oh, here you are.
Hello, Cobb.
I want to speak to you.
Sure.
I don't mind you making a sucker out of yourself, but you made one out of me, too.
Huh?
I finally had sense enough to have you followed last night. Who's that girl you've been running around with?
Why, she's Mary Dawson.
Mary Dawson, huh? Mary Dawson, my eye. She's Babe Bennett.
Babe Bennett?
Yeah, she's the star reporter on the Mail. And every time you opened your kiss her, you were giving her another story. That's the dame that slapped the moniker on you, Cinderella Man. You've been making love to a double dose of cyanide.
Shut up. Get me the newspaper on the phone.
Sure. Hello? Give me Wall, 70689. Yeah. Now you'll see. Hello? Evening Mail? I want to speak to Babe Bennett. Yeah. Hello? Miss Bennett? Hold on a minute. Here, take it.
Hello? Is that you, Mary? Well, this is Longfellow Deeds. Mary, I want you to tell me something. Are you the one who's been writing those articles about me? I see. No bother. There's nothing to explain. Goodbye.
Well, was I right or wrong?
She said she was going to tell me today. It's too late now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Home? But what about the estate? You can't just walk off and leave everything like that. What's going to happen?
I don't care what happens. I never wanted the money. You can give it away. For all I care. Give it to the people that need it. It never did me any good. Just a lot of trouble and pain. I don't want it. I'm going back home where I belong.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
In a few moments, we'll resume Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper in the title role and Gene Arthur as the reporter. We hear now from another lady of the press, Fay Gillis. Miss Gillis fell rather than rose to fame. One of the best-known ladybirds in America, she became the first woman member of the Caterpillar Club, whose ranks are composed solely of those who have saved their lives by parachute jumps from aeroplanes. When Wiley Post made his record-breaking flight around the world, it was Miss Gillis who met him in Siberia with food and fuel, the place occupied by Will Rogers on his tragic flight with Wiley Post was relinquished to Mr. Rogers at the last moment by Miss Gillis. She is now in Hollywood, reporting for the New York Herald Tribune, and expects to leave shortly for the Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, Fay Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Becoming a member of the Caterpillar Club, Miss Gillis, must have been a very exalting experience.
On the contrary, it was decidedly a come-down. I still think flying is the safest means of transportation and use commercial planes whenever I can. But I've had to give up private flying temporarily because it's too much of a luxury.
Oh. Which do you consider the most important syllable of luxury?
Lux, of course. And I'll never give that up. In fact, I carry it with me wherever I go, though it's hardly necessary anymore, for I find it everywhere, from Vladivostok to Paminok and Java. By the way, here's another use for Lux Flakes, washing leopards. I've had my pet leopard Snooks ever since she was a little bundle of fur caught in the African jungle, and she's with me now in Hollywood. Snooks has the most beautiful coat you ever saw. There's a reason. Since babyhood, she's had a bath twice a month with Lux Flakes and loves it.
Trying to put Lux on the spot, huh? Say, you must find Hollywood rather dull after reporting wars, coronations, and other exciting events.
Why, no. When my feet start itching, I can take a trip around the world by touring the studios. I can visit Tibet on the Columbia lot where Harry Cohen has erected spectacular Shangri-La for Lost Horizon, the magnificent new film directed by Frank Capra, who also directed the screen version of tonight's play, Mr. Deeds. I can visit Naples on the set of Dodsworth, India and Afghanistan and Shirley Temple's new film, Wee Willie Winkie, Berlin in The Road Back, Westminster Abbey in The Prince and the Pauper, Dublin in The Plough and the Stars, and China in The Good Earth. And now, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. I'll be seeing you at Paramount before long, slinking through the bayous of Louisiana with Lafitte, the buccaneer.
Good night, Globetrotter. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur with Lionel Stander. Completely disillusioned, Longfellow Deeds started giving his money away to needy farmers. But Mr. Feeder, acting for some distant relative of Old Simple's, immediately entered a charge of insanity. Deeds, confined to the county hospital for observation, refused to speak or enter any defense. And now, on the opening day of the insanity hearing, with the little courtroom jammed, Feeder is just finishing his address to the bench.
The innocence of my client, the only other living relatives of the late Martin W. Semple, we cannot permit a fortune so huge to be dissipated by a person whose incompetency and abnormality we shall prove beyond any reasonable doubt. We present our first witness, Your Honor, Miss Louise Bay Bennett. Quiet. Miss Bennett, you're employed by the Evening Mail.
Your Honor, this is ridiculous.
You will please answer the question.
The whole hearing's ridiculous. That man's no more insane than you are. They're trying to railroad this man for the money they can get out of it.
No.
Young lady, another outburst like this, and I shall hold you in contempt. Proceed.
Are you employed by the Evening Mail?
No. I resigned last week.
Prior to that time, were you employed by the Evening Mail?
Yes.
Were you given an assignment to follow the activities of Mr. Longfellow Deeds?
Yes.
Did you subsequently write a series of articles about him?
Yes.
Are these the articles?
Yes.
You were present when all these things took place?
Yes.
Are they true?
No.
But they did take place.
They're colored just to make him look silly.
But you saw them happen.
Yes, but I...
That's all.
It isn't all. I'd like to explain
That's all, Miss Bennett.
Your Honor, what kind of a hearing is this? What are you trying to do? Persecute the man? He's not defending himself. Somebody's got to do it.
Miss Bennett, please. I'm willing to listen to anything that anyone has to say, but I insist to be done in an orderly fashion. When you learn to show some respect for the court, you can return. Until then, you'd better go back to your seat and calm down. Mr. Deeds, do you wish to say anything in defense of these articles? Oh, very well. Go on, Mr. Feeder.
Our next witnesses will testify together, Your Honor. Take the stand, please.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Jane Faulkner. This is my sister, Amy. Yes, Amy.
I'll direct all my questions to you, Miss Jane. You can answer for both. Do you know the defendant, Longfellow Deeds?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course we know him.
How long have you known him?
Since he was born. Yes, he was a 7-month baby.
Yes, that's fine, thank you. And do you see him very often?
Most every day. Sometimes twice.
Must we have the echo?
Suppose you just answer, Miss Jane. Now tell me, what does everybody back home think of Longfellow Deeds?
They think he's pixelated. Oh, yes, pixelated.
He's what?
What did you say he was?
Pixelated. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps I can explain, Your Honor. The word pixelated is an early American expression. derived from the word pixies, meaning elves. They would say the pixies have got him, as we nowadays would say a man is balmy. Is that correct, Miss Jane?
Mm-hmm. Why does everyone think he's pixelated? Does he do peculiar things?
He walks in the rain without his hat and talks to himself. Sometimes he whistles and sings. We always run in the house when we see him coming. He sure is pixelated. Oh, yes, he's pixelated all right.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. That'll be all. You see, Your Honor, the man's actions speak for themselves. I have one more witness whom I'd like to present at this point. Dr. Emil Fraser, the eminent Austrian psychiatrist. Dr. Fraser, will you give us your opinion, please, in simple terminology, if possible?
Certainly. It is my opinion that Longfellow Deeds is a manic depressive. In cases of this kind, patients sometimes go on for years before they are detected.
Why is that, Dr. Fraser?
That is because their moods change so quickly and so often. First, they are extremely depressed, melancholy. Then the mood changes again in the other direction until they reach a state of high exaltation. Here, everything is fine. Here, the world is beautiful.
How would you say, Dr. Fraser, that this applies to Mr. Deeds?
The symptoms are obvious. When he is on top of the wave, he plays his tuba, writes his childish poems, chases fire engines in his desire to help humanity. This is contrasted with his present mood, which is so low that even the instinct for self-preservation is lacking. Another significant point was his desire to give away every bit of his fortune. Oh, yes, there's no doubt. He is an obvious case of manic depressive.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser, thank you. That is all, Your Honor.
Deeds, you're not going to let him get away with this, are you? At least let me ask for a postponement. Cedar will settle out of court for $2 million. He told me that.
Mr. Deeds, before I arrive at a decision, isn't there anything you want to say?
Come on, don't be a sucker.
Oh, very well, if you won't speak. Mr. Deeds, in view of the testimony, I think it advisable for your own safety that you be sent to a state hospital. You need medical attention, Mr. Deeds. Perhaps in a little while...
No, wait a minute. You can't do it. Please, you've got to make him talk. Let me try. Darling, please. I know everything I've done. I know how horrible I've been. If you never see me again, no matter what happens, do this for me.
Miss Bennett, please.
You said I could speak. You said I could have my say if I were rational. I'm rational. I'll take the witness chair.
Your Honor, what she's saying has no bearing on the case.
Let her speak.
I know why he won't defend himself. That has a bearing on the case, hasn't it? He's been hurt. He's been hurt by everybody he's met since he came here, principally by me. He's been the victim of every conniving crook in town. The newspapers pounced on him, made him a target for their feeble humor. I was smarter than the rest of them. I got closer to him so I could laugh louder. Why shouldn't he keep quiet? Every time he said anything, it was twisted around to sound imbecilic. You can thank me for it.
Your Honor, this is preposterous.
Certainly I wrote those articles, but I stopped writing them when I found out what he was all about. When I realized how real he was. When I found out he could never fit in with our distorted viewpoint, because his was honest and sincere and good. If that man's crazy, Your Honor, the rest of us belong in straitjackets.
This is absurd, Your Honor. The woman is obviously in love with him.
What's that got to do with it?
But you are in love with him, aren't you?
Yes!
Quiet, please. In the interest of the defendant, I've tolerated a great deal of informality. If there's one more outburst, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
Your Honor, I'd like to put in my 2 cents. I've known this man,
Quiet.
Longfellow.
Sit down.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Deeds?
I'd like to put in my 2 cents worth.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Well, I don't know where to begin. There's been so many things said about me. Of course, Mr. Cedar has a right to think I'm loony. I once considered paying him $100,000 a year for his services. About my playing the tuba. Seems like a lot of fuss has been made about that. If a man's crazy just because he plays the tuba, somebody better look into it, because there are a lot of tuba players running around loose. Of course, I don't see any harm in it. I play mine whenever I want to concentrate. That may sound funny to some people, but most everybody does something silly when they're thinking. For instance, the judge here is an O filler.
What?
An O filler. You fill in all the spaces in the O's with your pencil. I was watching you.
Proceed, Mr. Deeds.
Yes, sir. Well, that may make you look a little crazy, Your Honor, just sitting around and filling in O's, but I don't see anything wrong because that helps you think. Other people are doodlers.
Doodlers?
Well, that's a name we made up back home for people who make foolish designs on paper when they're thinking.
Oh.
Called doodling. Almost everybody's a doodler. Did you ever see a scratch pad in a telephone booth? People draw the most idiotic pictures when they're thinking. Dr. Fraser here could probably think up a long name for it because he doodles all the time. I picked up this paper he was scribbling on. I can't figure out what it is. One minute it looks like a chimpanzee, and the next it looks like a picture of Mr. Cedar.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Looks kind of stupid, doesn't it, Judge? But I guess it's all right. If Dr. Fraser has to doodle to help him think, that's his business. Everybody does something different. Some people are ear pullers, some are nail biters. Mr. Cedar is a nose twitcher. See him? So you see, Your Honor, everybody does funny things to help them think. Well, I play the tuba.
Your Honor, this is becoming farcical. I suggest, Mr. Deeds, sensibly beside your mouth. Let him stick to facts.
Be quiet, please. Go on, Mr. Deeds.
Now, about the Faulkner sisters. That's funny. I mean, about Mr. Cedar going all the way to Mandrake Falls to bring them here. Do you mind if I talk to them?
Not at all.
Jane, who owns the house you live in?
Why, you do, Longfellow. Yes, you own it.
Do you pay any rent?
No, we don't pay any rent. Good heavens, no. We never pay rent.
Are you happy there?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Now, a little while ago, you said I was pixelated. You still think so?
Oh, yes. You've always been pixelated, Longfellow. Always.
No, that's fine. I guess maybe I am. Now tell me something, Jane. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated? Come on. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated?
Why, everybody in Mandrake Falls is pixelated. Except us. All except us.
There's just one more question. Do you see the judge here? He's a nice man, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's pixelated?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's all, ladies.
You haven't touched on the most important thing, Mr. Deeds. This rather fantastic plan of yours to want to give away your entire fortune is, to say the least, most uncommon.
Well, I was getting to that, Your Honor. Of course, I don't know why all this hullabaloo has been raised about my giving the money away. The plain fact is I don't want it. I never earned it, and so far it's brought me nothing but hard luck. Now, my idea was very simple. I was going to give each farmer who needed help 10 acres of land, a horse, a cow, and some seed. And if they work the farm for 3 years, it's theirs. Now, if that's crazy, maybe I ought to be sent to an institution, but I don't think it is. And what's more, Mr. Cedar doesn't either. Right before the hearing started, he offered to call the whole thing off if I made a settlement with him for $2 million. So you see, he wouldn't think I was crazy if he got paid off.
Lie. Deeds is drawing on his warped imagination.
You will please permit Mr. Deeds to finish? Anything else, Mr. Deeds?
No. Yes. There's one thing more I'd like to get off my chest before I finish.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Thank you. Mr. Cedar, I've tried to teach a few people some manners here lately. You're next.
Don't sock him, Deeds. Don't!
Order. Mr. Deeds, the court has come to a decision. There's been a great deal of damaging testimony against you. Your behavior, to say the least, has been most strange. But in my opinion, you are not only sane, but you are the sanest man that ever walked into this courtroom.
Thanks.
And you're free to go now. And
Gosh.
best of luck.
Gosh, thanks. That's swell. Wait a minute. Where's Mary?
Hey, Mary! Mary!
I've got her. Here she is.
No, please let me go.
Mary.
You don't want to speak to me.
Yes, I do. I can leave now, Mary. Look, the judge said so, and I'd like you to come with me back to Mandrake Falls.
Mandrake Falls.
Will you, Mary?
Mandrake Falls?
Don't get hysterical, kid. It ain't as bad as that.
It's a beautiful place. I know it is. And I'd love it.
Oh, gosh, Mary.
Well, I guess that's settled. I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deed.
Gosh, you're wonderful, Mary.
I said I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deed.
Huh? Oh, thanks. And Cobb.
Yeah?
Don't forget my tuba, will you?
Mr. Deeds has gone to town, but there'll be a word or two a little later from Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur. We in Hollywood respect Sidney Skolsky for a wit as sharp as his pencil, for his persistence in turning up news and turning down the merely sensational, and for his willingness to hold back a story if printing it would hold back someone's career. Sid and I have flung many a scorching syllable at each other, but this Broadway bantam who keeps his finger on the Hollywood pulse for the New York Daily News is always ahead of the headlines. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Skolsky goes to town. Walter Mill, here I am again. I watched you work the last time you were here, and I'd like to ask you a question. What is a columnist?
That's a little difficult. Columnists are born, not made.
You're the perfect size for a columnist. You're just tall enough to reach the keyhole.
I like that line even when I used it.
You columnists know everything, don't you?
I know enough to know that while peeping through keyholes, I have observed the wardrobe departments in all leading Hollywood studios using Lux Flakes to wash the silk stockings of the movie actresses.
Very nice, Skolsky. If you'll answer my question, what is a columnist, I'll let you get on with your specialty.
All right. A columnist is the only person who is minding his own business when he is minding your business.
Good enough, Mr. Skolsky. Now, go to town.
I hope I don't have any detours. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard doesn't close her dressing room door, where Myrna Loy, while waiting on the set to play a sophisticated lady, knits. It's a town where a producer, advised to take a trip around the world, said, "No, there are plenty of other places I'd rather see first." It's a town where a sign on the road to Gene Harlow's house reads, "Danger, curves ahead." Where Harpo Marx declared that he wanted to keep his marriage a secret until after the divorce. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where the billboards read, "Garbo loves Taylor." But Greta would like you to know that they should read, "Taylor loves Garbo." It's a town where Grace Moore stands in an evening gown and cooks. Where a person whispering a secret says, "I'll tell you this if you promise to let it go further." Where Simone likes the gags about her name and gave her boyfriend, John Swope, a watch inscribed to Swope Swope. Where James K. McGinnis, when invited to dinner by an actor he didn't like, answered, "I'd like to go, but I have a previous engagement, which I will arrange as soon as possible." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, after dancing all day with Fred Astaire, goes dancing at the Trocadero with James Stewart for fun. It's a town where Jack McGowan sits on a permanent New York street at Metro and wishes he were in California. It's a town where Joseph von Sternberg presses a button in his house and creates the effect of rain beating on the roof. Where a Hollywood biggie complained to his wife saying, "I work for you. I slave for you. And what do I get? Nothing but thanks, thanks, thanks." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Joan Crawford always has a favorite dish for every guest at dinner. Where William Powell, the thin man, hates detective stories. It's a town where a bank on Hollywood Boulevard advertised picture night and gave away a 7-reel film with every deposit. It's a town where Billy Rose, on his way to stage the Texas Centennial, declared, "Boys, I'm going to make Texas the biggest state in the Union." Where Ernst Lubitsch said to a group of writers, "Now what this scenario needs is a scene with a typical Lubitsch touch. Got any suggestions?" But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Mary Astor sat in the Brown Derby gaping at a tourist. Where the Earl of Warwick was suggested for the role of an earl in Parnell, but was turned down because he wasn't the type. It's a town where you can wear a Palm Beach suit with woolen underwear. Where Robert Taylor's landlady reduced his rent because she wanted Robert Taylor in the house. Where Groucho Marx, on meeting an actress, said,
I'll never forget a face, but I'm going to make an exception in your case. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Thanks. Good night. Good night, Mr. Stokes. Once more outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur.
This has been great, man. What a slow time. Not at all, Gary. The pleasure's been mine.
In case you don't know, Mr. Dawson and Ron.
Maybe that's just what this interview needs. It must be the spirit of Longfellow Beach.
Excuse me for breaking the news of Mr. DeMille, but this program doesn't need a thing, not even that elegant portrait. As one of your most loyal Monday nighters, Arthur Select Radio Theater is one of the finest contributions to entertainment in Hollywood.
Mr. DeMille, this is the first time the three of us have been together since we made the Strangeman. The 8 hours. What have you been doing?
Well, I'm preparing to film the second air. Story is John Lafitte. How about playing that pirate for me, Gary, if you're free?
There's nothing I'd like better. I've been getting my sea legs now, playing in souls at sea, but I see Mr. Lewis supports things will not be time for me to get along. Thanks for this opportunity to refer again on what I think is the air's #1 program. Good night.
Good night, Maribel. Good night, Calamity Jane.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Road. Before Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars, may I say that Mr. Cooper and Mr. DeMille appears to courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Mr. Sanders, Columbia Pictures, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he is in charge of music for the new film On the Avenue. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you a story of love behind the throne. A story that starts in New York through the chance meeting of a young American with a strange and beautiful girl, then crosses the Atlantic to a tottering kingdom, torn with revolt. Graustark, a tense drama of romance and royalty, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten with James Gleason. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gene Raymond and Anna Sten in Graustark with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Have you ever thought about the water that comes out of the faucet in your house as you fill a glass for a drink? I doubt that many of us have. We take the precious liquid for granted because every time we need it, it's there, and a good supply of it at that. But when there's a drought, the world seems to shrivel up. That's just what's happened around Knotty Pine. There hasn't been more than a half a dozen drops of rain in 3 solid months. The forests and prairies are so dry that Bill has put out a warning to the farmers and ranchers. There's danger of prairie fire, grave danger. Let's find out what happens as we hear the story, The Flaming Grass. Hal Nessel, the government agricultural agent for Knotty Pine County, visits with several of the key ranchers and farmers in his office. Their topic of discussion is the same as it has been for weeks. When will the rains come? Luther Aiken, Rudy Nichols, and Jason Manders lead the conversation, and the discussion is getting somewhat heated as Hal stands his ground and backs Bill's warning.
Hal, I think you and the Rangers are all wet.
I wish we were, Luther. Bill and I and the prairies and forests. I wish we were soaking wet from rain.
That's not what Luther's talking about, Hal.
I understand as much, Jason. But you fellas forget one thing. Bill Jefferson is a skilled and experienced forest ranger. He knows what he's talking about.
Maybe he does when it comes to forest and ranger work. But who does he think he is to tell us ranchers and farmers how we should run our affairs?
Yeah, all the newspapers and magazines are carrying articles written by Ranger Bill Jefferson. And they're written for our benefit.
We're not novices at this game. No, I've been ranching for 30 years, and my dad ranched before that. And my grandfather. Why, he settled out here.
That's right, Jason. And Bill would like you fellows to keep your ranches and farms. He doesn't have to write those articles, you know.
Yeah, we know. But does he?
Now listen here, gentlemen. I'm getting a little tired of your criticisms of a man who is trying to help you.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Because we're sick and tired of a forest ranger telling us how to farm our ranches.
Yeah. Whoever heard of a prairie fire anyway? My grandpa, he talked of one. That was 80 years ago when the buffalo roamed the prairie.
Well, gentlemen, you go right ahead and laugh. But there's an old saying, he who laughs last laughs best. I just hope and pray that Bill and I don't have the last laugh, because it won't be a funny laugh. It'll be a laugh of despair and anguish.
I don't know, fellas. Forest gets much drier, it'll catch fire from our breath. You ain't just joking there, Sonny. So dry out here that even a cactus would shrivel up and blow away.
Boy, if a fire ever got started, we wouldn't be able to stop it. The thing would spread faster than you could run, and then some.
That's right, pal. Well, this is just like having a lot full of unsold Christmas trees and keeping them until spring.
Hey, there's Tom flying patrol.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get more planes in the air today. The only way we can play it safe is to increase our patrolling in the air and on the ground.
Here, Prairie. Farmers and ranchers not do yet what you asked them to do, Bill.
Yeah, they're just plumb foolish, Grey Wolf. They must think Bill's telling them how to prevent prairie fire just for laughs. Every blade of grass in the prairie is a torch. Look at that long, dry grass along their fence lines.
And the grass in the pastures and ranges isn't so short either. But it's sure as dry as an old onion.
Say, Bill, how do you pound horse sense into people's heads and make them realize what you tell them is for their own good? Well, I've almost given up, Stumpy. But I think I'll have one more meeting of the county agents in the morning. If that doesn't work, I don't know. You see, this is private property. We've got to stay out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But if this catches fire, though, we'll be invited in pretty quick. Bill, the Rangers and state troopers here at the meeting. I thought you said it was only going to be
extreme heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Have you ever thought about the water that comes out of the faucet in your house as you fill a glass for a drink? I doubt that many of us have. We take the precious liquid for granted because every time we need it, it's there, and a good supply of it at that. But when there's a drought, the world seems to shrivel up. That's just what's happened around Knotty Pine. There hasn't been more than a half a dozen drops of rain in 3 solid months. The forests and prairies are so dry that Bill has put out a warning to the farmers and ranchers. There's danger of prairie fire. Grave danger. Let's find out what happens as we hear the story, The Flaming Grass. Hal Nessel, the government agricultural agent for Knotty Pine County, visits with several of the key ranchers and farmers in his office. Their topic of discussion is the same as it has been for weeks. When will the rains come? Luther Aiken, Rudy Nichols, and Jason Manders lead the conversation, and the discussion is getting somewhat heated as Hal stands his ground and backs Bill's warning.
Hal, I think you and the Rangers are all wet.
I wish we were, Luther. Bill and I and the prairies and forests. I wish we were soaking wet from rain.
That's not what Luther's talking about, Hal.
I understand as much, Jason. But you fellas forget one thing. Bill Jefferson is a skilled and experienced forest ranger. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe he does when it comes to forest and ranger work. But who does he think he is to tell us ranchers and farmers how we should run our affairs?
Yeah, all the newspapers and magazines are carrying articles written by Ranger Bill Jefferson. And they're written for our benefit.
We're not novices at this game. No, I've been ranching for 30 years, and my dad ranched before that. And my grandfather. Why, he settled out here.
That's right, Jason. And Bill would like you fellows to keep your ranches and farms. He doesn't have to write those articles, you know.
Yeah, we know. But does he?
Now listen here, gentlemen. I'm getting a little tired of your criticisms of a man who is trying to help you.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Because we're sick and tired of a forest ranger telling us how to farm our ranches.
Yeah. Whoever heard of a prairie fire anyway? My grandpa, he talked to one. That was 80 years ago when the buffalo roamed the prairie.
Well, gentlemen, you go right ahead and laugh. But there's an old saying, he who laughs last laughs best. I just hope and pray that Bill and I don't have the last laugh, because it won't be a funny laugh. It'll be a laugh of despair and anguish.
I don't know, fellas. Before it gets much drier, it'll catch fire from our breath. You ain't just joking there, Sonny. It's so dry out here that even a cactus would shrivel up and blow away.
Boy, if a fire ever got started, we wouldn't be able to stop it. The thing would spread faster than you could run, and then some.
That's right, pal. Well, this is just like having a lot full of unsold Christmas trees and keeping them until spring.
Hey, there's Tom flying patrol.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get more planes in the air today. The only way we can play it safe is to increase our patrolling in the air and on the ground.
Here, Prairie. Farmers and ranchers not do yet what you asked them to do, Bill.
Yeah, they're just plumb foolish, Grey Wolf. They must think Bill's telling them how to prevent prairie fire just for laughs. Every blade of grass in the prairie is a torch. Look at that long, dry grass along their fence lines.
And the grass in the pastures and ranges isn't so short either. But it's sure as dry as an old onion.
Say, Bill, how do you pound horse sense into people's heads and make them realize what you tell them is for their own good? Well, I've almost given up, Stumpy. But I think I'll have one more meeting of the county agents in the morning. If that doesn't work, I don't know. You see, this is private property. We've got to stay out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But if this catches fire, though, we'll be invited in pretty quick. Bill, the Rangers and state troopers here at the meeting. I thought you said it was only going to be county agents.
I did, Henry. But I changed my mind later on. Might as well kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I see your point, all right. Why go through the same thing 3 times if it isn't necessary?
Yeah, not only that, but it'll save time in the long run. Well, better get started.
Right. I'll park myself in this chair.
Gentlemen, will you please come to order? Thank you. I thought it best that we meet, and I'll bring you up to date on
string heat. Snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Have you ever thought about the water that comes out of the faucet in your house as you fill a glass for a drink? I doubt that many of us have. We take the precious liquid for granted because every time we need it, it's there, and a good supply of it at that. But when there's a drought, the world seems to shrivel up. That's just what's happened around Knotty Pine. There hasn't been more than a half a dozen drops of rain in 3 solid months. The forests and prairies are so dry that Bill has put out a warning to the farmers and ranchers. There's danger of prairie fire, grave danger. Let's find out what happens as we hear the story, The Flaming Grass. Hal Nessel, the government agricultural agent for Knotty Pine County, visits with several of the key ranchers and farmers in his office. Their topic of discussion is the same as it has been for weeks. When will the rains come? Luther Aiken, Rudy Nichols, and Jason Manders lead the conversation, and the discussion is getting somewhat heated as Hal stands his ground and backs Bill's warning.
Hal, I think you and the Rangers are all wet.
I wish we were, Luther. Bill and I and the prairies and forests. I wish we were soaking wet from rain.
That's not what Luther is talking about, Hal.
I understand as much, Jason. But you fellas forget one thing. Bill Jefferson is a skilled and experienced forest ranger. He knows what he's talking about.
Maybe he does when it comes to forest and ranger work. But who does he think he is to tell us ranchers and farmers how we should run our affairs?
Yeah, all the newspapers and magazines are carrying articles written by Ranger Bill Jefferson. And they're written for our benefit.
We're not novices at this game. No, I've been ranching for 30 years, and my dad ranched before that. And my grandfather. Why, he settled out here.
That's right, Jason. And Bill would like you fellows to keep your ranches and farms. He doesn't have to write those articles, you know.
Yeah, we know. But does he?
Now listen here, gentlemen. I'm getting a little tired of your criticisms of a man who is trying to help you.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Because we're sick and tired of a forest ranger telling us how to farm our ranches.
Yeah. Whoever heard of a prairie fire anyway? My grandpa, he talked to one. That was 80 years ago when the buffalo roamed the prairie.
Well, gentlemen, you go right ahead and laugh. But there's an old saying, he who laughs last laughs best. I just hope and pray that Bill and I don't have the last laugh, because it won't be a funny laugh. It'll be a laugh of despair and anguish.
I don't know, fellas. Forest gets much drier, it'll catch fire from our breath. You ain't just joking there, Sonny. So dry out here that even a cactus would shrivel up and blow away.
Boy, if a fire ever got started, we wouldn't be able to stop it. The thing would spread faster than you could run, and then some.
That's right, pal. Well, this is just like having a lot full of unsold Christmas trees and keeping them until spring.
Hey, there's Tom flying patrol.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get more planes in the air today. The only way we can play it safe is to increase our patrolling in the air and on the ground.
Here, Prairie. Farmers and ranchers not do yet what you asked them to do, Bill.
Yeah, they're just plumb foolish, Grey Wolf. They must think Bill's telling them how to prevent prairie fire just for laughs. Every blade of grass in the prairie is a torch. Look at that long, dry grass along their fence lines.
And the grass in the pastures and ranges isn't so short either. But it's sure as dry as an old onion.
Say, Bill, how do you pound horse sense into people's heads and make them realize what you tell them is for their own good? Well, I've almost given up, Stumpy. But I think I'll have one more meeting of the county agents in the morning. If that doesn't work, I don't know. You see, this is private property. We've got to stay out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But if this catches fire, though, we'll be invited in pretty quick. The Rangers and state troopers here at the meeting. I thought you said it was only going to be county agents.
I did, Henry. But I changed my mind later on. You might as well kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I see your point, all right. Why go through the same thing 3 times if it isn't necessary?
Yeah, not only that, but it'll save time in the long run. Well, I better get started.
Right. I'll park myself in this chair.
Gentlemen, will you please come to order? Thank you. I thought it best that we meet, and I'll bring you up to date on
string heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Have you ever thought about the water that comes out of the faucet in your house as you fill a glass for a drink? I doubt that many of us have. We take the precious liquid for granted because every time we need it, it's there, and a good supply of it at that. But when there's a drought, the world seems to shrivel up. That's just what's happened around Knotty Pine. There hasn't been more than 6 drops of rain in 3 solid months. The forests and prairies are so dry that Bill has put out a warning to the farmers and ranchers. There's danger of prairie fire, grave danger. Let's find out what happens as we hear the story, The Flaming Grass. Hal Nessel, the government agricultural agent for Knotty Pine County, visits with several of the key ranchers and farmers in his office. Their topic of discussion is the same as it has been for weeks. When will the rains come? Luther Aiken, Rudy Nichols, and Jason Manders lead the conversation, and the discussion is getting somewhat heated as Hal stands his ground and backs Bill's warning.
Hal, I think you and the Rangers are all wet.
I wish we were, Luther. Bill and I and the prairies and forests. I wish we were soaking wet from rain.
That's not what Luther's talking about, Hal.
I understand as much, Jason. But you fellas forget one thing. Bill Jefferson is a skilled and experienced forest ranger. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe he does when it comes to forest and ranger work. But who does he think he is to tell us ranchers and farmers how we should run our affairs?
Yeah, all the newspapers and magazines are carrying articles written by Ranger Bill Jefferson. And they're written for our benefit.
We're not novices at this game. No, I've been ranching for 30 years, and my dad ranched before that. And my grandfather. Why, he settled out here.
That's right, Jason. And Bill would like you fellows to keep your ranches and farms. He doesn't have to write those articles, you know.
Yeah, we know. But does he?
Now listen here, gentlemen. I'm getting a little tired of your criticisms of a man who is trying to help you.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Because we're sick and tired of a forest ranger telling us how to farm our ranches.
Yeah. Whoever heard of a prairie fire anyway? My grandpa, he talked of one. That was 80 years ago when the buffalo roamed the prairie.
Well, gentlemen, you go right ahead and laugh. But there's an old saying, he who laughs last laughs best. I just hope and pray that Bill and I don't have the last laugh, because it won't be a funny laugh. It'll be a laugh of despair and anguish.
I don't know, fellas. Forest gets much drier, it'll catch fire from our breath. You ain't just joking there, Sonny. So dry out here that even a cactus would shrivel up and blow away.
Boy, if a fire ever got started, we wouldn't be able to stop it. The thing would spread faster than you could run, and then some.
That's right, pal. Well, this is just like having a lot full of unsold Christmas trees and keeping them until spring.
Hey, there's Tom flying patrol.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get more planes in the air today. The only way we can play it safe is to increase our patrolling in the air and on the ground.
Here, Prairie. Farmers and ranchers not do yet what you asked them to do, Bill.
Yeah, they're just plumb foolish, Grey Wolf. They must think Bill's telling them how to prevent prairie fire just for laughs. Every blade of grass in the prairie is a torch. Look at that long, dry grass along their fence lines.
And the grass in the pastures and ranges isn't so short either. But it sure is dry as an old onion.
Say, Bill, how do you pound horse sense into people's heads and make them realize what you tell them is for their own good? Well, I've almost given up, Stumpy. But I think I'll have one more meeting of the county agents in the morning. If that doesn't work, I don't know. You see, this is private property. We've got to stay out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But if this catches fire, though, we'll be invited in pretty quick. Bill, the Rangers and state troopers here at the meeting. I thought you said it was only going to be county agents.
I did, Henry. But I changed my mind later on. You might as well kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I see your point, all right. Why go through the same thing 3 times if it isn't necessary?
Yeah, not only that, but it'll save time in the long run. Well, better get started.
Right. I'll park myself in this chair.
Gentlemen, will you please come to order? Thank you. I thought it best that we meet, and I'll bring you up to date on
string heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Have you ever thought about the water that comes out of the faucet in your house as you fill a glass for a drink? I doubt that many of us have. We take the precious liquid for granted because every time we need it, it's there, and a good supply of it at that. But when there's a drought, the world seems to shrivel up. That's just what's happened around Knotty Pine. There hasn't been more than 6 drops of rain in 3 solid months. The forests and prairies are so dry that Bill has put out a warning to the farmers and ranchers. There's danger of prairie fire, grave danger. Let's find out what happens as we hear the story, The Flaming Grass. Hal Nessel, the government agricultural agent for Knotty Pine County, visits with several of the key ranchers and farmers in his office. Their topic of discussion is the same as it has been for weeks. When will the rains come? Luther Aiken, Rudy Nichols, and Jason Manders lead the conversation, and the discussion is getting somewhat heated as Hal stands his ground and backs Bill's warning.
Hal, I think you and the Rangers are all wet.
I wish we were, Luther. Bill and I and the prairies and forests. I wish we were soaking wet from rain.
That's not what Luther is talking about, Hal.
I understand as much, Jason. But you fellas forget one thing. Bill Jefferson is a skilled and experienced forest ranger. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe he does when it comes to forest and ranger work. But who does he think he is to tell us ranchers and farmers how we should run our affairs?
Yeah, all the newspapers and magazines are carrying articles written by Ranger Bill Jefferson. And they're written for our benefit.
We're not novices at this game. No, I've been ranching for 30 years, and my dad ranched before that. And my grandfather. Why, he settled out here.
That's right, Jason. And Bill would like you fellows to keep your ranches and farms. He doesn't have to write those articles, you know.
Yeah, we know. But does he?
Now listen here, gentlemen. I'm getting a little tired of your criticisms of a man who is trying to help you.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Because we're sick and tired of a forest ranger telling us how to farm our ranches.
Yeah. Whoever heard of a prairie fire anyway? My grandpa, he talked of one. That was 80 years ago when the buffalo roamed the prairie.
Well, gentlemen, you go right ahead and laugh. But there's an old saying, he who laughs last laughs best. I just hope and pray that Bill and I don't have the last laugh, because it won't be a funny laugh. It'll be a laugh of despair and anguish.
I don't know, fellas. Forest gets much drier, it'll catch fire from our breath. You ain't just joking there, Sonny. So dry out here that even a cactus would shrivel up and blow away.
Boy, if a fire ever got started, we wouldn't be able to stop it. The thing would spread faster than you could run, and then some.
That's right, pal. Well, this is just like having a lot full of unsold Christmas trees and keeping them until spring.
Hey, there's Tom flying patrol.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get more planes in the air today. The only way we can play it safe is to increase our patrolling in the air and on the ground.
Here, Prairie. Farmers and ranchers not do yet what you asked them to do, Bill.
Yeah, they're just plumb foolish, Grey Wolf. They must think Bill's telling them how to prevent prairie fire just for laughs. Every blade of grass in the prairie is a torch. Look at that long, dry grass along their fence lines.
Well, the grass in the pastures and ranges isn't so short either. But it's sure as dry as an old onion.
Say, Bill, how do you pound horse sense into people's heads and make them realize what you tell them is for their own good? Well, I've almost given up, Stumpy. But I think I'll have one more meeting of the county agents in the morning. If that doesn't work, I don't know. You see, this is private property. We've got to stay out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But if this catches fire, though, we'll be invited in pretty quick. Bill, the Rangers and state troopers here at the meeting. I thought you said it was only going to be county agents.
I did, Henry. But I changed my mind later on. You might as well kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I see your point, all right. Why go through the same thing 3 times if it isn't necessary?
Yeah, not only that, but it'll save time in the long run. Well, better get started.
Right. I'll park myself in this chair.
Gentlemen, will you please come to order? Thank you. I thought it best that we meet, and I'll bring you up to date on
string heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson, Mel Blanc, and our guest star, Eddie Cantor. 'Twas the day after Christmas, and in the Burns house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Oops, my mistake. George is stirring.
You know, Gracie, I just can't get over this beautiful Christmas present Eddie Cantor gave me. $110 smoking jacket.
Yes, it's hard to believe, all right, but there's the price tag hanging right on it.
That was probably an over. Well, I don't care. It's a beautiful gift. Boy, $110. I'll bet that's more than he spent on Ida.
Well, of course it is. He got her for nothing.
I meant that's more than he spent on her Christmas present.
Oh, there's something awfully strange about this, George. It's not like Eddie Cantor to spend all this money.
Well, I guess he figures he can't take it with him.
George, if Eddie can't take it with him, he'll find a way to send for it. There's the door. I'll answer it.
Gee, $110 smoking jacket. No more of those 2-for-nickel cigars while I'm wearing this. From now on, I smoke only Royal Havana Super Deluxe King Specials. 3 for a dime.
That was the delivery man, George. Look, someone sent you an Erector set.
Erector set?
Uh-huh.
That's a child's toy. Somebody's trying to rib me. What does the card say?
It says, to little Georgie Porgy from Santa Claus.
Oh, fine.
George, did you write Santa Claus a letter?
This is not from Santa Claus. It's from somebody who wants to pull my leg.
Oh, that's your tailor. He's always wanted to get your legs even.
My legs are even. Some wise guy. Anyway, this Erector set just makes me appreciate Eddie Cantor's gift all the more. $110 smoking jacket. Now, there's a present.
Oh, well, don't feel so bitter about this Erector set, dear. Maybe it'll be lots of fun. Look at the things it says you can make with it. A teeter-totter.
A teeter-totter? Oh, jolly. Won't the fellows at the cigar store envy me when they see my teeter-totter?
Well, now just a
I'll
minute.
hide it behind my back and say, guess what, fellas? And they'll say, golf clubs? Fishing tackle? And I'll say, no. A teeter-totter.
Oh, I'll answer it, dear. You play with your Erector set.
Play with it, my foot. I wouldn't touch the silly thing.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. Well, how do you feel? Did delivering all that Christmas mail wear you out?
Oh, yeah. My feet have blisters that belong on a B-29.
Oh, you poor man.
I delivered more mail than Bing Crosby's obstetrician.
Well, I hope Santa Claus was good to you. Was there something nice in your stocking yesterday morning?
Yes, but there was something horrible in my wife's stocking.
Oh, what was it?
My wife. How about your Christmas, Mrs. Burns? Was the jolly old gentleman with the big tummy good to you?
Oh, George is always good to me. This year he gave me a lovely gold bracelet. I picked it out myself.
Then it wasn't a surprise?
Well, it will be to George. He doesn't know about it yet. And right now, I don't dare tell him. He's in a pretty bad humor.
How come?
Oh, some practical joker gave him a child's toy for Christmas. One of those Erector sets. George is furious.
I pulled a similar joke on my wife, Bertha, one Christmas. I gave her a broom.
Well, what's wrong with giving your wife a broom?
It had a saddle and stirrups on it. Bertha was mad as a hornet.
Well, I'll bet it handed you a laugh.
Laugh, I thought I'd die. And so did the doctor. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. You remember, keep smiling.
Oh, not much mail, George. Just a few late Christmas cards and... Why, George!
I made a teeter-totter. And I did it in 6 minutes flat.
Oh, I'm proud of you, darling. Only 6 minutes? Why, it says right here in the box, to make a teeter-totter should take the average child about... Well, it's new to you.
What does it say the average child should take?
30 seconds.
Well, anyway, this thing is sure a lot of fun. And now I'm going to start a steam shovel. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes, what is it, son?
I believe you've got my Erector set by mistake.
Huh?
My name is Georgie Lemaire, and I live across the street. And the delivery man says he got the wrong house and left it here.
Oh, we're sorry it happened, little boy. Put it in the box, George, and give it to him.
Wait a minute. Look, kid. How would you like to have a nice smoking jacket? $110 smoking jacket.
No, sir, I want my Erector set.
Well, give it to him, George.
But, kid, look. This smoking jacket is from Eddie Cantor.
Who's he?
Who's he? Tell him, Gracie.
Why, Sonny Eddie Cantor is the man who... He tells all those... He's the biggest... Give him the Erector set.
Now, look, kid, can't we make a deal? This is a beautiful smoking jacket.
I want my Erector set.
Oh, all right. But let me finish the steam shovel first.
By then, he'll be old enough for the smoking jacket.
Never mind. How about it, kid?
I want my Erector set.
Now, look, I wouldn't want to use force on an 8-year-old. But I'm going to finish that steam shovel if I have to throw you down and sit on you.
No, you're not. You give me that.
Now, let go of that.
Give me
Let go.
here.
Let go. Let go.
Oh, shame on you, you bully. You let him up this instant. There. Now, you take your Erector set and go home, Sonny. Did he hurt you, George?
Skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. You know, Meredith, I guess that's one of the gladdest and happiest songs I've ever known.
That it is, Bill. And with New Year's Eve less than a week away, it's mighty timely, too. New Year's Eve. That's the great American night for ringing out the old and ringing in the new. Yippee. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on.
Yes, Meredith, it's one night in the year when all of us can see that silver lining. When hope and optimism and good cheer are really riding high. Makes you understand why the celebration of New Year's Eve is such a happy and joyous part of the American scene. And that brings to mind how Maxwell House coffee is a very real part of the American scene, too. We Americans love coffee, have made it our national drink. And more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. North, east, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavors behind this great popularity story, of course, the rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these selected Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other fine coffees for vigor. Adding up to great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not enjoy the very best in coffee goodness, coffee pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Next time, say, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Darn kid. He would have to come after his Erector set just when I was getting interested.
Oh, well, never mind, dear. You'll get over it.
But I wanted to finish that steam shovel.
Oh, well, there. Mama will make some ice cream and let you lick the dasher.
Oh, stop. Just because I happen to enjoy building things. Come in. Hello, all.
Hello, Meredith.
Hello.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Somebody took away his Erector set.
Oh, well, George, I don't have an Erector set, but I'd be glad to lend you my set of Tiddlywinks. Although it's not quite complete.
Look, Meredith.
All the winks are there, but in the excitement of a recent game, I broke my red Tiddly.
Meredith.
Or, you might be interested in a Cupid doll I have, which, when patted on the stomach, says Mama.
No, I'm not interested.
Would you care to hear how I got that Cupid doll?
No.
It was at the Saragordo County Fair back in 1928. There was a booth there where for a nickel you could buy 3 baseballs, hurl them at assorted knickknacks, and keep whatever knickknack you knocked over. I purchased 3 balls and let fly with the right goodwill.
And you knocked over the Cupid doll.
No, I knocked over J.C. Tolliver, a local apothecary. He was at a nearby booth eating hot buttered popcorn.
My goodness.
Undismayed, I cut loose with the second baseball.
Oh, and that time you got the Cupid doll.
No, got J.C. Tolliver again. He was bending over to pick up his hot buttered popcorn.
Show me how he was bending over, Meredith.
Like this, George.
Ow! Goodbye, Meredith.
Goodbye, all.
Oh, yes. Tiddlywinks. All I want is an Erector set so I can build a steam shovel.
Unless you get one, there'll never be an end to this. You wait here.
Gee, Gracie, you shouldn't have done it.
Well, George, I knew you wouldn't be happy until you had an Erector set, so I went to the store and got you one.
Boy, Hey, where'd you get the money?
I traded the smoking jacket for it.
You traded Eddie Cantor's $110 smoking jacket for this Erector set?
That smoking jacket didn't cost $110, dear. I talked to the man Eddie bought it from.
But it had a big price tag on it.
He bought that from the same man.
He's exaggerating. Besides, I don't care what Eddie paid for the jacket. It's the spirit of the gift that counts. Now, you go right back to the May Company and get it.
It didn't come from the May Company.
Bullets?
No.
Broadway?
Uh-uh.
Where?
Laughing Frankie Gordon.
That smiling Frankie Gordon.
He laughed when he saw that.
Well, you get it back here. No matter what the jacket is worth, it's Eddie's gift to me, and I want it. Besides, I don't believe all that stuff about a free trip to Azusa and a set of dishes. Eddie Cantor's got plenty of money, and he... Come in.
Oh, Merry Christmas, George and Gracie. Merry Christmas.
Well, Eddie.
Eddie, you're a day late with your Merry Christmas.
I know, Gracie. I got caught overnight in Azusa.
What did you give Ida for Christmas?
Ida, oh, a lovely gift. A set of dishes.
I thought so.
And how about your 5 daughters?
Well, to Janet, the oldest one, I gave a beautiful pocket knife. Then to each of the other 4 girls, I gave a box of cigars.
Cigars?
Money is no object to me.
But, Eddie, your daughters don't smoke cigars.
Their husbands can smoke them.
But won't the cigars be awfully stale by then?
They'll be dead and buried by then. Oh, yes. But enough about my Christmas. Did you get the smoking jacket I sent you, George?
Oh, yes. Thanks, Eddie.
Oh, that's all right. What's $110 among friends?
Who said anything about $110?
The price tag came off? Why, how could it? I stuck it on with a Pabst beer label. Oh, well, as long as I know you got it. Well, now, how would you two like to eat dinner with me, huh?
Oh, we'd love it.
Well, thanks. Now, don't fix anything extra, Gracie. I'll take potluck.
You're eating here?
Well, yes, I want to see George in that beautiful smoking jacket I gave him. Why don't you put it on right now, George?
Yes. Gracie, run get that jacket.
Yeah, all right. It's in the next room. I'll be back in a half hour.
Yep. Wait a minute. It takes you a half hour to walk into the next room and back?
Thick carpets.
Oh, yes. Let me get it for you.
No. I just happened to think. I took the smoking jacket to the cleaners.
Already?
Well, yeah, George got smoke on it. I'll be right back.
Well, look, my car's out front. I'll drive it to the cleaner.
Oh, no. I'm too tired. I'd rather walk. Goodbye.
Gee, I hope she gets it, Eddie. I wouldn't want anything to happen to a $110 jacket.
Look, George, we've known each other for 25 years. You and I, well, we can be honest with each other. That jacket didn't cost $110.
No?
No. I put that price tag on it so as not to embarrass you.
Embarrass me?
How would you feel if you knew I really paid $150 for it?
I'd die,
They say it's wonderful. Our nomination for the best song of 1946, Meredith Willson and his music. George. Is Gracie here?
No, Bill. She's going to pick up my smoking jacket. You know Eddie Cantor, don't you?
Oh, of course. Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Oh, Bill, my boy, how are you? Looks good. Haven't been by to call on my daughters lately.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, I did call on your daughter Janet last night. You weren't there.
I know. I spent the night in Azusa. Bill, did you have a good time with Janet?
Well, Mr. Cantor, I would have, but...
But what?
When did she start carrying a pocket knife?
Smart Christmas present I gave her. How was Ida, Bill? Was she lonesome without me?
Well, I don't know. She was out seeing the Jolson story.
Every night Ida sees the Jolson story? She getting passes? Tell me, were the other girls home?
Oh, yes. They introduced me to a game called Break One and Get One.
Break one and get one?
Yeah. It seems that some schnook gave Ida a cheap set of dishes. And she wanted the girls to get rid of them, so every time I broke one, I got a cigar.
A cigar?
Yeah, the same schnook gave the girls cigars.
I wonder who that schnook could be.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Cantor, speaking of the Jolson story, I think they should do a picture about you.
No. How would that sound, the schnook story? It's no good. It wouldn't work out.
Well, really, I think it's a great idea, Mr. Cantor. Now, Jolson had to have a handsome young fella named Larry Parks to play his part, but you wouldn't need him.
That's right. I wouldn't.
No, I could do it. You see, they'll photograph me, and your voice will come out of my mouth singing, Ida, sweet as Maxwell House coffee.
Wait a minute. That's not what the song says, you know.
If it comes out of my mouth, that's what it'll say. Maxwell House coffee is rich, mellow, delicious, the result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
But Bill, coffee doesn't rhyme with Ida. That spoils the song.
Oh, you're right, of course. I'll have to change that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do it like this. Sophie, sweet as Maxwell House coffee.
William Goodwin.
Well, what's the matter now? That rhymes. It not only has rhyme, but reason, because more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Oh, Bill, stop teasing Eddie. There's only one way that song can go, like this.
Ida, sweet as apple sauce. Oh, Ida.
Pardon me for interrupting, but George, did you enjoy working for our sponsor in 1946?
Well, sure.
Would you like to work for him in 1947?
You bet.
How does the song go?
Sophie, sweet as Maxwell House coffee.
That's better, George. Because Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why so many millions of Americans insist on Maxwell House. These days, they know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Now, look, if you two think that you can...
Well, I'm back. We can have dinner now. Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
George, may I speak to you alone for a moment?
Sure.
Excuse us, Eddie.
That's all right.
Did you get the smoking jacket?
Well, I couldn't. The store was closed.
And what's in the package?
Well, I stopped by the cleaners and got your overcoat. You can wear that at the dinner table.
An overcoat?
Well, we'll tell Eddie you're wearing the smoking jacket under it.
He'll think I'm crazy.
No, he won't. We'll open all the windows and get it freezing cold in the house. Thank goodness we live in Los Angeles when you can do that.
Well, that's a big help. Gracie, it doesn't happen to be freezing cold outside.
Well, open the windows anyway. In 2 minutes, he won't be able to see you for the smog.
That won't work either.
Oh, you put on the overcoat. I'll think of something.
Okay. Anything to keep Eddie from knowing you traded in his Christmas present.
Room. Dinner's on the table.
Oh, swell. I can't wait to see George in that smoking jacket.
Well, there he is.
Yeah, he's wearing an overcoat.
Well, naturally. We're having a cold meal.
Yes, I'm very sensitive to heat and cold.
What does he wear when you have a hot meal?
I don't know. Ladies aren't allowed.
You like this meal, Eddie? Sliced bologna, cold chicken?
Yeah, oh, the chicken's another reason for the overcoat. It saves wear and tear on the tablecloth.
How?
Well, he can stick the bones in his pocket.
It's neater that way.
Chicken, Eddie?
Thanks. It seems a shame to cover up a $200 smoking jacket.
The last time you mentioned the price, it was $150.
What a memory. Well, there were a few extras. Special buttons, fancy buttonholes, a $10 tip for the boy who delivered it.
Bologna, Eddie?
Only the part about the tip. Oh, you're passing the bologna. Thanks.
Whatever it cost, Eddie, I really appreciate it.
Well, don't mention it, George. I'm just a generous, open-handed type that loves to do things for my friends.
Applesauce, Eddie?
You're asking me to have some?
Yes.
Oh, in that case, thanks. As I was saying, George, I'm the generous type, and I never expect a favor in return. When I bought you that smoking jacket, I had no idea that I'd be asking you to appear on my radio program next Thursday night.
Applesauce, Eddie.
I just took some.
This time I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Well, how about you two coming on my show next week? I can arrange it so you won't have to pay any income tax.
That's great. How can you do that?
It's simple. I won't give you any money. But for old time's sake, what do you say, kids, huh?
Okay, Eddie, we'll be on your program. Let's get to work on the script. I'll take off my coat.
No, George, no. Don't take coat off. No.
Hey, wait a minute. There's no smoking jacket under that overcoat.
George, you've been robbed.
Huh?
The thief must still be here. Don't leave this room, Eddie Cantor.
Gracie Allen, I did not steal it.
Oh, it's no use, Gracie. We might as well confess. Eddie, we traded the smoking jacket in for an Erector set.
An Erector set? For that $300 smoking jacket? That came with gold buttons and velvet lapels and silk lining that lit up with neon signs?
A set of dishes and a pocket knife.
And a round trip to Azusa? Oh, you know about that.
Eddie, we know the jacket cost $10.
Gee, I'm sorry. Kids, naturally, now I can't ask you to appear on my program for nothing. Honestly, I feel terrible.
Well, why don't you pay us?
No, then I'd feel worse. But I guess it's the only decent thing to do. Come on, you two come over to my house and I'll make it worth your while, huh?
Again, Eddie.
Not at all, Gracie. I'll see you and George on my program next Thursday night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eddie.
Goodbye, children.
Well, Gracie, what did Eddie give you?
George, I'll never have to ask you for money again.
You won't?
No. Whenever I want some, I'll just pull this pocket knife on you.
Oh.
Next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always
Thursday,
good to the last drop.
Come on, Gracie, I'll take you to a movie.
Oh, take me to see The Yearling. I'm dying to see that.
Yeah, I understand there's a cute little deer in it.
Oh, I'll say there is. Gregory Peck.
By cute little deer, I didn't mean Gregory Peck.
Oh, Jane Wyman, huh?
No, I mean there's a little dough in the picture.
A little dough? I'll bet it makes a fortune.
Good night, folks, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Eddie Cantor appeared through the courtesy of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Don't ever say that again.
Don't ever say what again?
No matter how clean I get my wash, it never looks really white.
But it's a fact.
Not if you blue with La France. La France gets clothes snowy, sparkling, dazzling white.
Always?
Always. Even when you have to dry your clothes indoors, a La France blued wash is a really white wash. And remember, too, La France gets rid of the separate bluing job. You dissolve La France right along with your soap, and it blues while you wash.
Hurrah for La France.
The bluing flakes used by more women than any other.
the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we break the employment racket.
Call Employment Agency. Mr. Krull is busy. Just a moment, please. Call Employment Agency.
Look at the dough. Suckers, all of them.
It's a racket. You can't keep my money.
You hire him and I fire him. But they lay the dough on the line first.
You're crook. Crook! Crook! Crook!
Krull Employment Agency. Mr. Krull is busy. Just a moment, please. Krull Employment
Yes, Quentin, we're doing all right. As long as you can fire them, I'll keep on hiring them. At our usual percentage, of course.
Let go of me.
Well, young lady, don't you realize this is a private office?
I had to see you, Mr. Krull.
Oh, I'll call you back later. Yes. Well, don't stand there with your back pressed against the door. You're in. What do you want?
My name's Taylor. Mrs. Taylor. You sent me out on a job and I didn't get it.
That's too bad. Well, you're registered here. Just keep
But
on.
I left some money here. $10.
Of course. Our fee.
I must have it back. My husband and I, we really need it.
I'm sorry, but that's out of the question.
But you can't keep that money. I didn't get the job.
That, my dear young lady, is your headache, not ours.
Girl outside said the same thing, but I didn't believe her. Now you say it.
It's the policy of the agency.
Policy? You can't do that. It's crooked. It's not right.
Now, see here. I've been very patient with you. My agency is the biggest in the city. That money will not be refunded.
But that's not
It's
fair.
our regular registration fee.
If you don't give it to me, I'll...
You making threats?
My husband and I are both out of work. Unless you give me back that $10, I'll...
You what?
I'll call the Sentinel. They fight people like you. They fight racketeers.
The Daily Sentinel, huh?
Yes, Mr. Krull?
Miss Peck, there's a woman leaving my office.
She
She's at the outside door now.
She's going to telephone the Daily Sentinel. You know what to do.
Yes, it was the Kroll agency. That's why I called your newspaper. You have my name and address if you want to get in touch.
Hang up, Mrs. Taylor.
Oh, why should I?
You don't want to get in bad?
Take your hand off the mouthpiece. I know you.
That's right. I'm Mr. Kroll's secretary.
So, you don't want me to call the Daily Sentinel?
Really, I don't think you should.
Well, I'm going to.
There. Now listen to me.
I won't. Before I wanted my money. Now I want more than that. I want other people in my position to know the kind of employment agency Kroll is running.
You're looking for a job, Mrs. Taylor.
I'll get one.
That depends.
Depends.
Insist on talking to newspapers and you'll be blacklisted.
Blacklisted? What?
Mr. Kroll can do it.
I'll go to another agency.
We can call them. Suppose we give you a bad recommendation.
Well, you can't do that.
Now, think it over. You may want to change your mind about calling the Sentinel.
Mrs. Taylor. Hey, Mrs. Taylor. What's the matter with that dame?
What is it, Lowry?
She's hung up.
Golly, Lowry, you sound put out about something.
Some dame was beefing about that employment agency. And right in the middle, she cuts off. But there's some confusion going on beforehand.
Confusion?
Couldn't quite catch it. But there's one way to find out.
Me too, Lowry.
Good grief. Where do you think you're going, Lowry? Mr. Reed expects to see you when he comes in.
He's been after something on that employment agency, hasn't he?
Sure he has, Casey.
Well, that's true, but I don't...
But nothing. When a lead like this comes in, we can't drop it. That dame hung up in too great a hurry, and I want to know why.
I think that's about it, Miss Case. Type that up and have it set in the lead editorial for tomorrow.
Very well, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
But don't you think it's pretty strong?
Not as strong as I'd like to make it. Quentin isn't the sort of man who should be placed in charge of so much money.
But the state has to have someone to supervise the development of state projects.
True enough. I'm not questioning the rights of the state to keep its roads in repair. Merely the man selected to disperse the money allotted for that purpose.
Quentin's an expert in road construction.
Too expert.
Mr. Reed, the figures have been checked all along the line. If Quentin's juggling the allotment so that some of it sticks to his fingers, well, wouldn't that show?
Yes, Miss Case, it would. Yet I can't understand why there have been so many rumors going around.
A lot of people get jobs on those road projects. You have to expect some of them to grouse.
There's too much smoke, Miss Case. There's a fire around someplace.
Is Quentin the logical place?
Quentin's always played too close to the fire. The trouble is, he hasn't got his fingers burned. Not yet.
Here I am, boss. Sorry I'm late.
Yes, Miss Case told me what out in the story.
Yeah, there's a story there, but I didn't get it.
She wouldn't talk?
What do you think?
Oh, but Laura, she
Oh,
must...
she talked a little. Did you ever meet a dame that didn't? Trouble is, she said nothing and took a lot of words to do it.
Wait a second, Laura. Let's get this straight.
I wish I could, boss.
As Miss Case gave it to me, a phone call came in from Mrs. Taylor.
Yeah, she was burning up at some employment agency guy. Claimed he collected $10 from her, sent her out on a job.
And there was no job and no refund when she went back.
Well, according to her story, she got sore and left him, threatening to call the Daily Sentinel.
Yes, we have a reputation for cracking down on rackets.
This one's petty stuff, boss, if it is a racket.
You just saw her?
Well, me and Axford hopped over there. We thought there was something phony when she hung up on us so fast.
Did she explain that?
Yeah. Said this guy Kroll came in and convinced her she was making a mistake.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Kroll?
That's right.
He runs this employment agency?
What's the angle, boss?
Lowry, maybe we run into something. Doesn't Kroll's agency supply most of the men and women employed on the state road project?
This Taylor dame said she was sent out for office work on that job.
Good grief, Mr. Reed. You don't think
I
that
don't think anything. I'm really wondering.
Come on, boss, spill it.
Lowry, you know who bosses the hiring and firing for that project?
Sure, Quentin.
He controls the purse strings completely.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. If Quentin does all this hiring through this Kroll guy, maybe he knows about this deposit business.
If there's any crooked work going on, Quentin would surely know about it. He's that type.
That project takes plenty of people. They're being hired and fired all the time.
According to your editorial, Mr. Reed, the turnover is terrific.
But Kroll collects the deposits, not Quentin.
Don't you see, Lowry? Quentin's in the limelight. He can't take a chance of digging into the state money. Too many people double check on it.
And where's the racket, Mr. Reed?
There's a tie-up someplace. Lowry, go over to this employment agency.
Want me to ask some questions, huh?
Strong questions.
Wish we had some facts to start from.
Well, Kroll doesn't know that.
Huh?
Kroll can't tell whether you have facts or not. It's up to you to make him think you have plenty.
I get it, boss. String him along.
That's it, Lowry. When a crook thinks you have the rope all ready to hang him, he's apt to tie the noose himself.
Wait, Axford. Here it is.
Ain't we going in?
Let's you and me get it straight beforehand. Who's going to do the talking?
Sure, Lowry, you are. You said so.
I don't want you messing this up with your brilliant remarks.
So for the snakes, I'll keep as mum as a turtle.
Something tells me I'm a sap for letting you come along in the first place.
Ah, Lowry. Golly, suppose you run into some strong arm stuff. You'll be needing me.
Yeah, brains and brawn. That's us.
Oh, don't be so modest, Lowry. You got some brains, too.
What?
Oh, sure, it ain't everyone can be smart.
But don't you worry. If you pull any boners, I'll cover 'em up.
Why, you big overgrown... Oh, come on.
There, supper and snakes. Are these looking for jobs?
Now, remember, keep your ears open and your mouth shut.
Oh, sure. Say, miss, we want to find...
Axford.
Sit down along the wall, please. All applicants must wait their turn.
We'd like to see Mr. Krull.
You and 100 others.
Miss, we ain't after no jobs. We're looking for information.
Information?
Yes. That is, we're sort of making a survey of employment agencies for the company.
Oh, I see. Well, the Krull Agency is always glad to take over the employment department for large business organizations. Do you have a large force?
Can we see Mr. Krull about it now?
In a few minutes. He's tied up for the moment.
We can't wait very long. If he only has an applicant for a job in there, why, he might prefer to see us.
It's not an applicant. Someone quite important. Won't you sit down?
No, look here, lady. We're reporters. Ow, that's me ankle. You kicked your big lump.
It should have been your neck.
Did I hear him say reporters from a newspaper?
Did he say that?
I have ears.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't mention a newspaper. You see, what he meant to say was...
Mr. Krull isn't seeing any reporters. He's too busy.
You see, Lowry, you gummed it up.
I did it? Why, you big ape.
Will you please get out?
We're going, lady.
Just a moment. You're going the wrong way.
Sure, Lowry, she's right. That's the front door.
Who said anything about the front door?
Here, you can't. That's Mr. Krull's office. Stop.
You're a blasted fool, Krull. That girl may spoil everything.
How'd I know she was going to the papers? You can't...
Go right ahead, Mr. Krull. Quentin can't what?
Who let you in? I gave Miss Peck strict orders that she... Can't be blaming her for a mistake. What mistake? She told us to get out, and we did.
We just happened to go through this door instead of the outside one.
We'll go through it again the other way.
Supper and snakes. That's a fine attitude to take, Mr. Quinton. All we was doing was looking for... oh, yeah. If you're looking for jobs, Miss Peck will take care of you.
Matter of fact, Mr. Krull, we're more interested in a certain Mrs. Taylor.
What's that? Who are you?
Quentin, maybe you can help us.
I don't even know the girl.
Weren't you talking about her when we came in?
Sure you was. I heard you.
Why, that's ridiculous. Krull and I were merely discussing business.
Never mind the wool, Quentin. The only time my eyes are covered is when I sleep.
Now, look here.
So you persuaded Mrs. Taylor not to talk, eh, Krull?
Stay where you are, Quentin.
I recognize this man, Krull. Thought I'd seen him before. He's a reporter from the Sentinel.
Sure, and don't forget me. Reporters.
If you're looking for an interview...
Who said we were?
Well, what else could you want?
Quentin, when a reporter has the facts, he doesn't need an interview.
What's that? Facts from who?
Mrs. Taylor called the Sentinel, didn't she?
What do you mean?
Better start explaining, Krull. What's your side of the story?
Golly, Reed, you should have been there. Them two crooks were stumbling all over their own feet, worrying.
That idea of yours was a pip, boss.
I hoped it might work.
Only it didn't work.
It didn't? Why not?
It was that guy Quinton. He was too smart.
That's it. Krull was ready to spout. He was going to deny everything.
And by what he denied, we'd have found out just what he was doing.
Only Quentin shut him up too soon.
Did Quentin give a reason for being there?
He said he was there on business.
It might have been phony business, Reed, but there wasn't no way of proving it.
That's true, Exford. As long as Quentin hires his help through Krull's agency, he's got a perfect reason for seeing him. Did Krull explain this deposit angle?
With Quentin steering him.
What was his explanation?
Krull claimed the money was charged for service and for courses of instruction before sending an applicant out.
Yet Mrs. Taylor thought otherwise.
Until Krull put the pressure on.
Suffering snakes, Reed. What kind of pressure?
Very simple, Exford. Krull undoubtedly threatened to blacklist her.
Blacklist?
Keep her from ever getting jobs through his agency.
A lot of others, too. Those agencies work together. Krull claims he's got an applicant tied down. She won't get far with the others.
Krull handles a lot of accounts, Exford. This woman knows he can make it tough for her to get a job.
And then where does Quentin come in?
He most likely splits those deposits with Krull.
Don't you get it, Exford? Krull takes the dough and sends them out.
Sure, but how
then
is he...
Quentin hires them for a week or so, if he hires them at all. After a week, out they go.
Holy crow!
Meanwhile, with a rapid turnover, Quentin and Krull have a nice weekly income.
Golly, can't you print that?
Exford, there's one word that stands in the way. One word.
You got a dictionary?
Oh, you big lug. The boss means proof.
Oh.
I'll keep after that dame, boss.
Yeah, do that, Lowry. But not today.
Why not?
Well, she's still scared. You wait till tomorrow. She may be easier to handle then.
Sure, that's it. And I'd go with you, Lowry.
You would, with both feet.
Mrs. Taylor won't talk any more tomorrow than she has today. No, there's only one way of cracking this racket. And that's the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now, to continue our story. That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed explained the racket to the one man who knew him as the Green Hornet, his faithful valet, Cato.
You understand how it works, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Quentin is too clever to take money from the state fund, so he's cooked up this unscrupulous scheme with Krull.
I see.
As long as it continues, he'll be raking in several thousand a week. Money that's practically stolen from people who can't spare it.
Very bad.
It's one of the dirtiest rackets I ever heard of. You know what we have to do, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt. Here they are.
I thought you would. The Green Hornet mask and the gun. The gun is loaded.
Fresh, this afternoon. Look for something, Mr. Britt?
Making a Green Hornet seal. One in particular.
But, Mr. Britt, in the drawer...
I don't want a real Green Hornet seal. I'm making a fake seal. For a reason.
Are you expecting someone, dear?
Me? Nobody but the landlord after his rent.
Can't be him. We know his ring by heart by this time.
Maybe it's that chiseling agency guy coming to give you back our $10.
More likely the reporter from the Sentinel.
Might as well see.
No, wait.
Hmm?
I can't talk to him. Kroll warned me not to.
You don't have to talk.
He'd ask so many questions. We better not. Kroll can blacklist me. He said he would.
You're being smart, Mrs. Taylor.
What the devil?
I don't like to be kept waiting.
The door is
You
locked.
forgot the window.
Oh, who are... Your mask.
The Green Hornet. Look out.
Get back.
What are you here for? I warn you, if you harm my wife...
Do as I say and you'll be all right.
It's Kroll. You're working for him.
You gave him $10.
I didn't mean to tell a newspaper.
What you meant to do and what you did are two different things.
Hornet, she didn't mean it. You heard her.
Are you telling me what to do?
Please don't try anything. He's the Green Hornet.
Don't worry, dear. I don't care who he is. A gun.
To save time.
Please don't. Don't shoot my wife.
Never mind the talk, Taylor. Listen.
I won't say any more. I swear it.
You'd say that naturally.
Oh, but it's true. Believe me.
I prefer to believe in getting you away from here.
Getting away from
That reporter is coming here tomorrow.
Please, Kroll needn't worry.
I'm sure of that.
The way you say that...
If you're thinking of murder,
Here.
Money? Oh,
You're taking this money and you're going to a hotel.
I don't understand.
Take it.
Listen, Hornet. What's the idea of a hotel? We haven't...
Not you. Just Mrs. Taylor.
Is this Kroll's idea?
That reporter can make you talk. He may be able to dig a story out of you. That's why you're leaving.
Well, Oh, yes, I see. Until it blows over.
Now get going. There isn't too much time.
Hey, Casey, the boss in?
All morning, Lowry. Did you see Mrs. Taylor again?
For the boss's ears, Casey, not for yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Lowry. I didn't...
Boss, have I got news?
The employment agency set up?
You told me to see that dame. She wasn't in.
What?
Her husband was there. He said the Green Hornet came last night.
Green Hornet? And the woman's missing?
It's on the level, boss. Look at this.
That's a blank card.
Turn it over. It's the seal of the Green Hornet. Is that a story or isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but not the way you think.
Huh?
How do you know the Hornet was there?
Holy mackerel, boss. The dame's husband, that seal.
That seal is a fake.
What?
We've seen plenty of the real Green Hornet stuff here, Lowry. This one's an imitation.
Yeah, I didn't notice it before. It is a phony. And I thought I had a page one yarn.
You have?
But, boss, if it wasn't the Hornet...
That's just it. Who left that fake seal at the Taylor home? What's the purpose behind it?
It's a mystery to me.
Now, it is a mystery, and the Sentinel's going to play it up big.
Sentinel paper! Sentinel! Mystery surrounds missing woman! Hornet seal called fake! Sentinel paper! Read all about it!
It's that Taylor dame. Sentinel says the Green Hornet seal was found. A phony seal. If that rat Krull is using this way to get her out of circulation, it's a bonehead play. Or maybe Krull's up to something phony himself. I'll see what he's got to say right now.
Yeah? Yes, I saw the Sentinel, Quentin. I was just going to call you up myself about it.
You don't know a thing, huh?
It's strange. It's as much a surprise to me as it is to you.
Is it?
Somebody did it, but blessed if I can figure out. Huh? Just a second, Quentin. What is it?
I've been thinking. Nobody knows about that Taylor woman except us and that Daily Sentinel reporter.
Well?
Newspapers have spirited witnesses away before. That story might be a plant.
What do you mean, a plant?
If they're trying to uncover our method of getting money, they may have her someplace themselves.
And I thought it might be Quentin.
Not so loud, he's on the phone.
couldn't hear me. I had my hand over the mouthpiece.
Tell him it's the Sentinel.
Yes. Quentin, Peck has an idea.
Let's have it.
She thinks the newspaper may have her in hiding.
The Sentinel?
We have to find her, Quentin. We have to find her before she really starts talking.
Britt Reed gave certain people time to think about the Sentinel story. Then, when darkness fell over the city, he traveled forth once again as the Green Hornet.
This time, Kroll and Quentin must be on edge, Cato. You're undoubtedly wondering where the Taylor woman is.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
We're the only ones who know. And we'll make good use of that knowledge.
Where are you going, Mr. Britt?
See that house there on the corner?
Yes.
We're calling on the owner of that house, a rat named Quentin.
Shall I go with you?
You wait here for me, Cato. I could handle a dozen like Quentin.
That dame must be in the city someplace. We don't find her before.
You want Quentin?
Who's that?
Nervous?
You, the Green Hornet.
Right.
I thought that seal was a fake.
It was a fake.
But I don't understand.
Didn't you talk to Kroll?
Kroll?
Maybe he's tired of handing out so much dough to you.
Huh? What's that?
You heard me.
But Kroll said nothing to me.
Of course not. Told you he had nothing to do with it, didn't he?
So that's it.
For a smart politician, you don't get things fast, do you, Quentin?
Why, that dirty double-crosser. He knew it all the time. Where is she?
We're going there, Quentin.
Wait. What's that gun for?
For you.
No, wait, don't. Take it. I'll pay you out. I can't breathe.
Gas will hold him just about long enough. Kroll's phone number must be here someplace. Maybe in the back of Quentin's desk calendar. Yeah, here we are.
Hello?
Kroll? Quentin. The girl's been located.
You found her, Quentin? Where is she?
Bring the money with you. Might as well take care of the split at the same time.
Bring the money? Don't you think that's dangerous?
You do as I say. That Taylor dame may want a bribe. Her room number is 604 at the old...
After Britt Reed finished giving directions to Kroll, he made another phone call.
Is this the Daily Sentinel? You had a picture of a woman in your paper today. Well, I saw someone who looked like it might be her. Well, the best time would be around midnight. She's sure to be in then. Yeah, you can get a look at her. That's right. You know that old hotel on the corner of Main and 16th? Yeah, room 604.
Who is it?
Open the door. Bellboy.
I didn't ring for a bellboy.
Hiding out, huh?
Kroll.
Get inside.
You can't come in
How
here.
much did you spill to that reporter?
I haven't seen him.
No? Where's the key for this door? I got it.
What are you going to do?
I don't want to be disturbed while we're waiting.
But I don't understand.
As soon as Quentin gets here, we're scramming, and you're coming along.
No, I haven't said anything.
Don't tell me. Why else should that reporter bring you here?
Reporter?
Where's this other door go?
A connecting room next to this one.
Yeah? We'll see who's in there.
There's no one. I tell you, I haven't seen that reporter. I haven't seen any reporters.
Looks empty.
Who's that on the couch?
On the... Quentin! What the devil?
Don't move, Kroll.
The Hornet.
What the... Where'd you come from?
I was behind this door when you came in.
He's the one who brought me here.
What?
You better look after Quentin. He's coming too.
Where am I? What?
Quentin, what happened?
The Hornet.
I gassed him, Kroll.
What is this? What's going on?
Kroll, so you're around.
Sure. You called me up.
I did not. You're not fooling me, Kroll. You and the Green Hornet worked this out.
Huh?
It wasn't the reporters brought you here, was it?
Why, I just told Mr. Kroll.
Was it?
No, it was...
You're right, Quentin. I brought her here.
What?
Don't pull that innocent stuff with me, Kroll. I know all about it. You and the Green Hornet, huh? Trying to cut me out of the tape, were you?
You're crazy, Quentin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up, the two of you.
You can't
I
do
said
this.
shut up. You're both out.
Both out?
Did you bring that money?
Well...
Answer me. Did you bring the money to split with Quentin?
I don't know what's going on, but be careful what you say. This dame's listening.
Never mind her. I planned this whole setup.
Sure, Quentin. I told you I was in the clear.
Okay, but what's he want?
Search me.
You two are running a racket. The Green Hornet's very much interested in rackets.
Huh?
Why do you think I brought this woman here? Why do you think I told you to come here with the money?
The money?
So that's it. You're after a split.
You can't get any of this dough, Hornet. It's our scheme, and nobody gets in on it, see?
What about the people Kroll took that money from? The unemployed, like this woman here.
Figure out your own racket. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
I prefer to catch you.
Why, you...
What's that?
It's in the next room. Help!
Stop her.
Too late for that. It's the police.
Let's get out of here.
You're staying, Kroll. I'm no longer interested.
No!
Stop him, Kroll. Get him.
I can't.
Stop him, Kroll. He turned off the lights.
Where are you, lady? I heard you yell. Get the light.
Okay, Sarge.
Well, is this a surprise? Kroll and Quentin.
We had nothing to do with this.
I heard everything they said, every word.
The Daily Citizen can use it, lady.
Looks like we got the goods on your racket, Kroll.
It was Quentin as much as me. It was his idea in the first place.
Shut up, you fool.
What's the difference? Mrs. Taylor can do enough talking for all of you.
So it was you two rats bringing her here? No.
They didn't bring me. It was the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? He tried to cut in on us. Holy crow. What does he know?
Where do you think? Out the window.
Yeah, there's a fire escape here. Ah, Lowry, can you imagine that? We nabbed the little fish and missed the Green Hornet, the big one.
That's the way it is all the time, Axford. The big one always gets away.
Employment racket smashed. Kroll and Quentin behind bars as witness top. Hornet escaped police. Read all about it. Green Hornet doing large. That's the electric
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The heroic deeds and actions of the famous Masked Rider of Justice live on and on, despite the fact that the history of the United States does not record any of his stirring adventures. Today we thrill to another daring ride with the phantom figure of the plains. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We must hurry, old fellow! We're needed in the town of Bixby! Hurry, Silver! The town of Bixby was a typical mining community of the Old West, supplying the necessary equipment of the prospectors and providing recreation for those who had struck it rich enough to patronize the many cafes lining the main street. Lem Purvis, a seasoned veteran of the hills, was celebrating the sale of his gold claim. And as the action of our story begins, we see him surrounded by a number of his friends. The Lone Ranger, unmasked but wearing a disguise, is also present.
Just step right up, boys. The drinks is on me.
Come on, boys, step up. Lem Purvis is buying.
What's the celebration?
Lem sold his mine.
Got $200 for it. Come on, join the fun.
Lem's luck has changed, sure enough.
Won't Tom Gordon be surprised when he hears about it? He ought to be. Told me this here sample of ore wasn't no good. Told me my mine was worthless. First worthless mine I seen to pay $200.
Have you had the ore assayed?
Yes, stranger. It ain't even worth the effort of digging it out in the ground.
What do you mean?
I mean it ain't what it looks. It ain't no good. But that Eastern dude, Carter Dodson, bought my mine lock, stock, and barrel when he seen this here sample.
How do you know the sample is worthless?
How'd I know? That's a good one. I took it to the assay office and had the assay clerk, Tom Gordon, test it for me. That's how.
And Gordon, he said the mine weren't worth working. When Carter Dodson offered to buy your mine, did he know about the assay?
Of course not. Dodson come snooping around with that sneering way of his and thought he was putting something over on me, buying the mine for what he paid. And I just shut up and let him talk himself into buying it.
Never did like that Dodson fellow, no how.
He's got it coming to him. About time he was given a little of his own medicine.
Slicked up Easterner. Carter Dodson represents a gold mining syndicate, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right, stranger.
Has he been here long?
Nope. Come from the east about 2 months ago. He's been trying all sorts of tricks on the boys here.
I'd like to see his face when he finds out that Betsy Ann is worthless.
He'd sure be mad.
He might come gunning for you, Lem.
No chance of that. He's an Easterner, ain't he?
May I see that sample of ore?
Shucks, stranger. No reason why not. Here it is. Say, I ain't seen you around these parts afore, have I?
I don't suppose you have.
You seem powerful interested in things, and you sort of talk like an Easterner. You ain't a friend of Carter Dodson, are you?
I don't know, Dodson. That's strange.
What do you mean?
This ore is rich.
No, it ain't, stranger. All 'tis is fool's gold. I thought it was gold at first, but it ain't.
This is not fool's gold.
Oh, I had it tested, I tell you. There's Tom Gordon heading this way. He can prove it. He's in the assay office.
Tom, come here. Lem wants you.
I'm coming. Hey, Lem.
Gosh, he's excited about something.
Tom, listen, we've
You
been
listen.
talking of...
That ore of yours?
what about that ore?
I don't know how to say it.
What is it? What's the matter?
I made a mistake, Lem.
A mistake?
Yeah, an awful mistake. I gave you the wrong assay.
The wrong assay? You mean on my mine?
Yeah.
You found Lem's ore to be valuable after all?
That's right, stranger. Lem, I don't know what to say about it. I heard about you selling the Betsy Ann.
You mean to tell me the Betsy Ann is worth something?
Yeah, that's just it. It's worth a lot, Lem.
I can't believe it.
It's the truth. I wouldn't have had it happen for nothing. But I tell
How
you,
valuable is the Betsy Ann?
I reckon the ore run over $25 a ton.
And I sold the whole claim to Dodson for $200.
I wish I'd have found out sooner. I sure do, Lem.
You wish? Why, you
Lem,
don't.
you better watch out.
So you made a mistake.
Yeah. I told you that
Seems to me that's a pretty good mistake you made for the Easterner.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. Dodson stands to make thousands of dollars out in my mine.
Yeah, but
And with 2 days around the assay office, you didn't find out the mistake till I'd shined over the mine.
I know. But, Lem...
Shut up! You don't make much money on that job of yours, Gordon. You might be able to stand a little extra cash, mightn't you?
Lem, you...
I've been slaving for years to get a good claim, living from hand to mouth. And then you make a mistake. I've been robbed, that's what. You robbed me of my rightful money.
Careful, Lem.
You keep out of this, stranger. I'm beginning to catch on to things around here.
He's got a gun! Lem, don't shoot. You can't do it. I ain't got a gun with me. You can't shoot me down.
You change them samples of purpose, and you'll pay for it. You can't rob Lem Purvis and get away with it.
Lem, put down your gun.
I won't. Gordon, you're gonna pay.
No!
My hand, you shot me.
You're not hurt, Lem. I simply knocked your gun out of your hand.
I could have got that crook if you hadn't interfered.
If you'd shot Tom Gordon, you'd have hung for murder.
But he stole from me.
You've no proof of that. It's your word against his.
That's right. I swear it was a mistake.
A darn convenient one for Dodson.
Yeah.
Quiet! Gordon, whose report did you confuse with Lem's?
Jeff Saunders, mister. He'll be powerful disappointed when he finds out his mine ain't worth nothing after all.
Disappointed? That's a mild word for what he'll be, Tom.
Maybe he can still take that offer Dodson made him.
What offer?
Dodson offered him $1,000 for his mine, but Jeff laughed at him. If Dodson don't know about the mix-up yet, maybe Jeff can take up that offer.
Are you going to tell Jeff about it?
You're darn right, mister, and I'm going to do that same now. I just hope I'm in time. It's some ride to his place.
$200.
I reckon I'll clear out myself.
Hold on, Gordon. I got more to say to you.
Take it easy, Lem.
I'll see you when you cool off, Lem. Trouble with you is you got a low boiling point.
That read it. I bet he done it a purpose. If only I was sure.
You'd never find out by shooting him. Let him go. See what happens next.
When Tom Gordon left the cafe, the Lone Ranger followed the young man. On his way, he met Tonto and told the Indian what he'd overheard in the cafe. Together, they continued after Tom until the young man stopped at a house some distance ahead.
He's stopping at the Widow Sims' place, Kemosabe. That's where Carter Dodson is staying.
That's right.
We'll leave our horses here and go on foot. I want to hear what Gordon tells Dodson. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh, my fella.
We must go carefully, Tonto. If he sees us, we'll learn nothing.
Oh, that's right.
He's going inside now.
Dodson feller open door.
Yes, I see. Quiet, Tonto. We haven't much farther to go.
We get near window.
Careful. Gordon seems to be excited. Must be telling Dodson everything that happened in the cafe. Here we are. Listen, Tonto.
If that stranger in the cafe hadn't shot Lem's gun away before Lem had a chance to shoot me...
A stranger? Who was he?
I didn't find out.
Oh, what'd he interfere for?
I don't know that either.
I guess that isn't important anyhow. What else made you think these miners suspect our scheme?
Why, nothing else.
Then why did you come here?
I had to warn you.
Warn me that a miner was angry when he heard his mine hadn't panned out like he wanted it to?
Why,
Get some sense, Tom. Things are working out just like I planned.
But I don't see how you figure that.
Lem Purvis simply lost his head when he heard the mine he'd sold to me for $200 was worth a lot more.
He called me a crook.
Did the rest of the men call you a crook, too?
No.
Then don't worry about it.
All right.
As long as you stick to your story, they'll think Lem's raving mad about losing money. They may think you're stupid, but they won't think you're crooked. And even if they do, they can't prove it.
Leastways, not till we've cleaned up and got out of here.
That's right.
And how about Jeff Salter?
You think it's all right to go on like we planned about him?
Why not?
You don't think he'll get suspicious about the mixed essays?
Our scheme is foolproof. No one can prove anything against us. You made a mistake, and I was lucky enough to cash in on it. And that's all.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
Jeff Salter owns one of the richest mines in the region. And Lem Purvis's mine is almost as good.
Yeah.
You made Lem Purvis think his mine was worthless, and he sold it to me for $200.
I know that, but I
Then
can...
you claim you got the essays mixed and tell Jeff his claim is worthless.
And Jeff takes you up on that $1,000 offer you made him.
Right. He'll think he's putting one over on me by taking me up on the offer before I find out his mine is no good.
It's a plenty slick scheme, Dodson.
We'll pay Jeff Salter the $1,000, and then when we have the deeds, we'll clear out.
Then send men back here to work the mines, and we collect the profits?
Exactly. If they ever realize they've been swindled, we'll be so far away they'll never catch up with us.
When are we clearing out?
All we're waiting for is to get the Salter claim. I told him I'd call on him today to see if he'd change his mind about selling.
Yeah?
I'll start out for his place in about an hour. That will give that friend of his time to get to him and tell him his mine is worthless.
Yeah.
As soon as he signs over the papers, we'll start for the east.
We can't be stopped now.
No.
And we get 2 valuable mines for just $1,200.
Mines that'll yield us a fortune. We'll be rich. You'd better ride over to Salter's with me.
Well, if he sees me...
He doesn't have to see you. You can stay back a ways. But I don't want you too far from me until this is all settled.
Why?
I don't want you to get scared again and get out of control. You're riding with me. We're leaving in an hour. And you're staying right here till we do. I will get our horses, and then we'll get
Tonto, did you hear what they said?
Me here.
We must get back to our horses quickly. There's no time to lose.
You got a plan?
I have an idea, Tonto, that might work. If we just told Jeff Salter about the scheme, we'd save his mine, but that wouldn't help Lem Purvis. What we must do is find some way to jail those crooks.
That's right.
Here, Silver.
White fella.
We'll go out and call on Jeff Salter, and then, Kimosabe, you'll talk to Carter Dodson. Is my mask tight? Good. Come on, then, Tonto. It's a long ride to Jeff Salter's mine. Come on, Silver.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Carter Dodson of an Eastern mining syndicate and Tom Gordon, the assay clerk in the town of Bixby, plotted to cheat Lem Purvis and Jeff Salter out of their claims by substituting false reports on the value of their mines. Lem, believing his claim worthless, sold to Dodson. But the Lone Ranger and Tonto overheard the plot to get Salter's mine in a similar manner and decided to do something about it. We hear their horses coming to a stop in front of Salter's mine.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Steady.
Who's there? Is it Dodson?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Salter.
A masked man.
A mask means nothing.
It means just one thing to me, mister. Outlaw. You and that redskin are after my gold, ain't you?
No, we're not, Jeff.
Then why'd you come here masked?
You had an offer to buy your mine, didn't you, Jeff?
Yeah, and what about it?
Are you planning to accept the offer?
What difference does it make to you whether I sell my mine or not?
Just this, Salter. You heard that your assay was mixed up and your mine really worthless, didn't you?
Yeah, but how?
What you heard is not true.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's a scheme to get your mine for a fraction of its actual worth.
You mean it's a put-up job between Dodson and Tom Gordon?
Exactly.
Why, those dirty... Wait a minute, mister. How do I know you're telling the truth? Where do you come in?
You'll have to take my word for it, Jeff.
Then all you're doing is warning me?
Not quite.
Huh. I might have known a masked man...
Wait. I told you I wanted to warn you against the thieves, but I also want your help.
My help? What can I do?
I have a plan to catch those crooks, so they'll not be able to swindle other people. I want you to help me.
Darndest thing I ever seen. Masked and not an outlaw. Helping people and wanting nothing for it. I like your style, mister. Tell me what you want me to do, and we'll see about doing it.
All right then, Jeff. Listen carefully. Here's the plan I have in mind.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto left the old prospector shortly before Dodson arrived. The Easterner did not suspect that his plans were known.
Oh there. Whoa. Hello, Salter. I'm here just as I told you I'd be. Have papers with me and everything, all set to sign. I'm sure you thought this thing over carefully.
I have.
That's good. You can't go far wrong on taking $1,000 for this mine of yours, Salter. Of course, it is worth a bit more, but...
It's worth a darn sight more than 1,000 to me, Dodson.
Huh?
I told you I'd thought it over. And I still say you ain't buying this here mine.
But I thought...
Never mind what you thought. I ain't selling. And just to show you how much I'm backing on this here mine, I'll tell you something.
What's that?
Tom Gordon made a mistake in assaying the mine, and now he says it ain't worth a cent.
You mean...
In spite of that, I'm still holding on to it.
But if it's worthless...
You won't get it, worthless or not.
But I don't see what...
I ain't selling. Now get.
Very well, Salter. But you may change your mind before very long. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up there. Get up. So I won't get it. We'll see about that. Can't afford to let Salter's mine slip through my fingers. And there's Tom coming to meet me.
Oh, there. Oh, boy. Steady, boy. Well, Dodson, is everything all set?
All set nothing.
What do you mean?
That old fool Salter won't sell his mine.
Won't sell?
No.
What went wrong, Dodson?
Salter doesn't seem to believe the story. He still thinks his mine is worth something. He told me he wouldn't sell for any price.
What are we going to do now?
I don't know. There must be some way to get hold of that mine. What's that?
I don't know. Sounded like something moving.
It was right over there.
Hey, look.
It's a man. He's heard what we said. Get him out of there.
You come out of them bushes and keep your hands high.
Me come. A redskin. And you understand English?
Me savvy. Me here. You talk about gold mine.
A smart Indian.
Maybe me help you.
What do you mean? How could you help?
You want mine?
Yes, that's right. What were you thinking of?
Maybe feller take trip.
Maybe he could. A nice long trip. I was thinking about that myself.
You mean that...
I mean we can't argue that old coot out of his mine. But there's one way of getting hold of it that's sure.
You wouldn't...
That mine's worth any risk, Gordon. If Jeff Salter was to disappear...
You'd let this Injun murder him?
That's exactly what I'd do.
Me fix Salter. You maybe pay me?
I thought you might be hired.
But Dodson, murder...
What the Indian does won't involve us. With Salter out of the way, we can get his mine.
How?
You will see that folks think he signed his mine over to us and left town.
But if they don't believe it, if we're caught, we'll hang. Murder's nothing to fool with.
We won't get caught.
I don't like it, Dodson.
I don't care whether you like it or not. Do as I say. Now listen carefully.
Yeah?
I have it all figured out. The Indian will go back to the mine now and take care of Jeff Salter. You understand, Indian?
Me savvy.
I'll pay you when you've got the job done. Tom, we'll ride back to town.
Yeah?
We'll take the bill of sale with us. You'll sign Jeff Salter's name.
Forge it?
Of course. Then you act as if you'd been hunting for me all day. Tell me about the mixing up of the two essays. And ask me if I bought Jeff's mine.
What for?
When you ask me about the mine, I'll show you the paper as proof that I bought it.
Yeah?
Then I'll go into a rage about being swindled out of $1,000 by Salter.
And then?
We'll go to the sheriff. Take him out to call on Jeff Salter. When they don't find any trace of him, they'll think he skipped town with my $1,000 cash.
I see.
Then you leave town, and I'll have someone else make an essay on mine and find it might pay me to keep the papers Jeff Salter signed.
What about the engine?
Redskin, you're not to leave any trace of Jeff's things. Take them all away.
Me do.
You'll get what's coming to you after we get that mine.
When Dodson returned to town, it was taken for granted he had bought Salter's mine without realizing its worthlessness. Dodson, relying upon this impression, stormed into the sheriff's office.
He cheated me, Sheriff.
Maybe so, maybe not.
He did. He knew that mine was worthless when he sold it to me.
Can you prove that, Dodson?
I'll prove it, all right. I'll prove it if you'll come out there with me.
Well,
All of you come. I'm going to have the law on Jeff Salter. He can't swindle me like this. Are you coming or not?
All right, Dodson. Reckon I'll have to. That there bill of sale looks binding, though.
It won't be if we can prove a swindle. If he confesses.
We'll see. Come on, boys. We'll go call on Jeff. Anything to please this gentleman. It wouldn't do for an Eastern dude to be swindled.
It's different when the shoe's on the other foot, ain't it, Dodson?
Come on, let's go. Get on your horses.
I'm coming, too. It'll be right enjoyable seeing Dodson face Jeff Salter.
I'll prove I'm right. Come on. Tom Gordon has to come, too. He's the one can prove that Jeff Salter knew about that mine.
Yeah, I'm coming, Dodson. Get up there. Come on, boy. Come on.
There's the mine now. Your mine, Dodson.
Looks kind of deserted, don't it?
Jeff was in that shack by the mine entrance when I left.
He ain't around there now. Maybe he's inside the shack or down in the mine. Hold it.
Jeff Salter.
You don't answer.
We'd better look around inside.
Yeah, you look in the shack, and I'll take a look in the tunnel.
Maybe he's run out with the money.
Don't go speculating. We find out for sure where he is.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
Sheriff, Jeff's things is mostly cleaned out of the cabin. His tools are gone. So is his extra clothes.
Is he in the mine?
Jeff's not in the mine, Sheriff. I called down the tunnel and didn't get no answer.
That proves he swindled me. That proves it.
It don't prove anything of the sort. Since Jeff ain't around here to talk for himself, Dodson, I'm afraid you're going to have to keep this mine.
Keep it?
That there paper looks legal enough, and I don't see there's a thing I can do about it.
But if Tom Gordon tells you
reckon that signed paper means more than Gordon's word. This is your claim now. I reckon we can start back for town, boys.
What's that? Sounded like stones sliding in the tunnel.
I'm going to see.
Yeah, sure. Let's all see.
Come on, Dodson. We'll see what's going on in there.
Yes, sure. Come on, Gordon.
It's an engine.
What's he doing here?
Drag him out.
What were you doing in Jeff Salter's mine?
Me not tell.
Maybe he was stealing ore.
Maybe Jeff didn't run off after all. Maybe this redskin killed him.
That's right.
Make him talk. Where's Jeff?
What about it, Injun?
You better talk, because we ain't none too friendly with redskins in these parts.
Dodson, fella, tell me, come here. Take care, Salter.
That's a lie.
If anything's happened to Jeff Salter, he did it.
Yeah, the engine planned it. He's the one.
Shut up, you fool.
And there was a plan to kill Salter.
Yes, no. Tom Gordon was talking to the redskin. Maybe he planned to kill Salter.
What? It was Dodson's idea. He wanted Salter's mine. It was him schemed it all. He schemed to get Lem Purvis' mine, and then schemed to kill Salter to get his.
Sheriff, he's lying.
I ain't lying. He made me sign Jeff's name to that bill of sale, and he hired the engine to kill Jeff.
You double-crosser.
Shut up, Dodson. So you swindled Lem Purvis out of his mind.
I
killed Jeff to get his.
That's right, Sheriff. He did it all.
Tie him up, boys.
I got a rope right
You gotta
there.
prove Jeff's dead. We can jail you for forging his name to the bill of sale. We don't need to find Jeff.
Have you evidence enough to convict them without murder, Sheriff?
Who are you? If you're one of them,
I'm not one of them. I asked you if you could jail them without proving murder.
Jail them and hang them. All three of them blame schemers.
You can't hold the Indian, Sheriff.
Who says I can't?
He's done nothing wrong.
He's the one suggested that...
Jeff!
Jeff ain't dead.
Here I am, boys. I was in that tunnel, too. What the masked man says is right.
What are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead.
Well, I ain't. You see, Sheriff, this masked man and his friend got me to helping them show that Dodson Tom Gordon was crook.
Why, you... sakes.
And I reckon he done it.
He sure did. They won't need no minds where they're going. You and Lem are sure lucky the masked man and that Injun showed up. Say, where did they get to? Hey, hold on, you two. Come on, Silver! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Thomas waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow begins his next adventure, I want to tell you that the big news going the rounds among motorists these days is about the amazing Goodrich Silvertown tire with the Lifesaver tread. It's the talk of the nation. Yes, this new kind of tire stops you quicker in any wet weather emergency than you've ever stopped before. And here's the secret. The reason why this tire resists skidding on the slipperiest roads. The tread is grooved with never-ending spiral bars. Those spiral bars act like a battery of windshield wipers. They sweep water right and left. force it out through the deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. No wonder this new Silvertown is the talk of the nation, the safest thing on wheels. It costs no more to give your family this life-saving protection. Equip your car with Goodrich. Safety Silvertowns now. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. His true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Tenor with the Broken Voice.
I just adore hearing Pagliacci. It seems to be the most...
Lamont, this is delightful. I'm so glad we're going to hear Pagliacci. It's my favorite opera.
It is beautiful, Margot. You know, they say this young tenor, Hagen Radcliffe, is a gorgeous voice.
I hear he's marvelous. He should be magnificent in that closing aria of the first act, Vesti la Juba. We'd better go.
That's why I didn't get in. I think you're going to be late for all right.
La gente paga per ridevole qua. Ai, se alle chi vola colombina, ridi Pagliaccia e ognuna applauderà. Tra i musica e la mattina spasso il pianto in una spazio vigliacca e il dolor ridi Pagliaccia ma il tuo volva in
Lamont, what happened?
I'm afraid Radcliffe's voice is cracked, my dear. This is tragic.
Madonna Maria, my beautiful voice, it's gone. 10 years of study in slavery, and now nothing. My life is ended.
How sad, Lamont. They're leading him off the stage.
Good evening, Margot.
Good evening, Lamont. What are you listening to on the radio?
Don't you recognize it, Margot? The opera Pagliacci.
Oh, yes. And it's being broadcast from that same opera house where Hagen Radcliffe's voice cracked during the closing aria, the first act we heard last week.
Yes. Too bad. Just as Radcliffe had reached the end of the long ladder that leads to fame, his voice should fail. But, Margot, I'm not quite sure that we've seen the end of that tragedy.
Why, what do you mean, Lamont?
Just that great tragedy invariably has repercussions. You might like it to throwing a stone in a quiet pond. There's never just one ripple. There are waves of them. But I'm afraid I'm becoming morbid. Who's singing the tenor role in Pagliacci tonight? You?
Harley Fisk.
Oh,
He has quite a lovely voice, too, hasn't he? This is that same aria that Hagen Radcliffe's voice cracked on last week.
Turn up the radio a bit, Margot.
Yes, I will.
We regret that this brings the broadcast of Pagliacci to a close.
What?
There's been a tragedy at the opera. A sandbag fell from the ceiling, hitting Harley Fisk, the tenor, killing him instantly. We now return you to our studios.
Oh, Lamont, how ghastly.
See, my dear, as I said, the ripples of the stone falling in the quiet pond starting to spread.
Then you think this has a connection with what happened to Radcliffe last week?
This is no time to think, Margot. I'm going to investigate.
Oh, Lamont, can the shadow never rest?
Not as long as crime and outrage never rest.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston?
Yes?
This is Clyde Burke of the Classic. Say, Commissioner, what about the death of Harley Fisk at the Opera House last night?
Well, what about it? A very regrettable accident.
Maybe. But listen, Commissioner, there's a story in here somewhere. Just the week before, Hagen Radkoff was singing that same song when he lost his voice for good.
Yes, I know that.
Well, we figured on running a story on how maybe that song is jinxed. And we wanted a statement from you. You know, they're planning to do the same opera again tomorrow night.
Of all the cheap sensationalism. You can't expect me to be a party to such a story.
Why not?
Good day, Mr. Burke.
Commissioner Weston, you sign these orders for the traffic detail?
Yes, Hello.
Good morning, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, it's you, Shadow. What do you want now?
I have some suggestions for you. You know they are doing Pagliacci again tonight.
So I've been told.
Weston, you must be sure at least 2 squads of detectives cover every section of the opera house. Afraid there'll be trouble again during the singing of the closing aria.
No, I won't do that, Shadow.
Weston, you're a very foolish man. There is catastrophe in the cards for tonight. You can prevent it if you follow my instructions.
Shadow, I don't need you or any other man to tell me how to run this office.
Commissioner Weston, didn't your grandmother ever tell you that old saying, there are none so blind as those who will not see? My grandmother did, and again I say it is absolutely imperative that you have a detail guarding the opera house tonight.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and I'm too busy to discuss it any further.
Isn't it exciting? Did you read that story in the Classic about the opera Pagliacci?
Yes, I did. You know, my husband usually goes to sleep every time we come here to the opera house. But tonight, my dear, he's positively sitting on the edge of his chair.
Oh, can you blame him?
Well, Henry, do you think the tragedies will repeat themselves?
Well, we'll know in a few minutes. Curtain's just about to go up in the first act.
Yes, so I understand. Oh, say, isn't that Commissioner Weston coming in?
Hey, George, it is. Say, maybe there is something in this after all. Oh, good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
Good evening. You here to try and stop another tragedy, Commissioner?
Absurd. There's nothing to that tragedy nonsense. I'm here solely to listen to the music, and I wouldn't have even done that if my wife hadn't insisted.
Did you hear what he said?
Well, I guess there's nothing to it then.
We could have stayed home and played bridge, too.
Yeah.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up.
Well, I wonder if it'll happen tonight. Here's the fatal aria now, dear.
La gente paga per ridere qua. Sai chi innamora colombina, ridi pagliaccia e ognuno applaudirà. Tra il musica e la stima con il pianto in una smile ogniato e il dolore ridi pagliaccia e
ring down the asbestos curtain.
Pay no attention to that man. I warned you today, Shadow.
Yes.
What is this?
This is the voice of the Shadow. And possibly the citizens of this city have more faith in me than the commissioner has. Clear the stage immediately and ring down the asbestos curtain.
Yes, do what he says. Shadow. Shadow, bring down the curtain.
Well, there goes the curtain down. I wonder what next.
Listen to me. Listen to me once again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be afraid. There will not be another explosion. And the fire will be kept backstage by the asbestos curtain. Begin leaving in orderly fashion. Obey the ushers, and no one will be hurt. As regards these calamities, you have my word as the Shadow that I will not rest until I have solved this mystery of the opera.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the Shadow makes a false step now, he'll be playing right into the hands of his enemies. And remember, every time you drive in the rain on worn, smooth tires, you may be playing into the hands of a dangerous skid. Who knows what may happen?
The Shadow knows. Beware. Thousands killed or injured. Cars wrecked. That's the price American motorists pay every year when tires lose their grip and skid on wet, slippery pavements.
Yes, motorists. Don't risk that sickening, pit-of-the-stomach feeling that comes when your car suddenly swerves out of control. For remember, this new Goodrich Silvertown is the only tire with the Lifesaver tread. The amazing skid protection that will stop you quicker, safer in a wet road emergency than you've ever stopped before. The nation's largest independent testing laboratory proved this by testing this new Silvertown against both regular and premium price tires of the 5 other leading tire manufacturers. The engineers of the impartial Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory found that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the Goodrich Silvertown in skid resistance. And when you know that Silvertowns also give you the famous Golden Ply blowout protection, is it any wonder that it's called the safest thing on wheels? Put Goodrich Safety Silvertowns on your car now and play safe.
Gentlemen, we have called this meeting of the Board of Directors of the Opera Company because we feel that there now exists a crisis and we directors must come to an immediate decision. You're all aware of the regrettable events of the past week. And gentlemen, we must decide whether or not to suspend opera for the balance of the season. I call on Commissioner Weston, who has kindly considered to come here this evening and advise me. Commissioner Weston.
Well, gentlemen, I'm placed in an awkward position. I realize that to close the Opera House for the balance of the season will mean that a number of people will lose their jobs. Not only the stars, but many who can ill afford it. Stagehands, ushers, porters, extras, and many others who are necessary to an institution of this size. But, gentlemen, the question is, dare you continue?
That is indeed the question, Commissioner. Gentlemen, Mr. Hagen Radcliffe has also considered to appear before us this evening and give his opinion. Mr. Radcliffe.
Gentlemen, my heart is very sad. Not only because I lose my beautiful voice, but also these tragedies that happen when the opera Pagliacci is sung. But I do not think you have to close the opera house. It is only Pagliacci that must close. Because if Pagliacci is never given again, these terrible accidents will finish.
Yes, that makes sense. Why couldn't we just eliminate Pagliacci?
Because, gentlemen, these tragic events are not accidents.
Who said that? I know that voice. The Shadow is here.
The Shadow? Here?
Yes, gentlemen. Here in the shadows.
Shadow, what do you know about these tragedies in the opera?
Enough, Commissioner Weston, to realize the person who started this reign of terror will never stop until he is brought to justice. You would be content for a time if you discontinued Pagliacci. But the burning, blistering hate that motivates him would force him to strike again and again.
Look here, Shadow. If you have any information, you're obstructing justice in not turning it over to me.
At present, Commissioner, I've only a theory. But I will solve these tragedies for you within the next 48 hours.
Commissioner Weston, I do not agree with the Shadow. I believe Pagliacci is cursed. and that it is only that aria that will bring tragedies.
Mr. Radcliffe, although many times I don't agree with the Shadow, I must admit he has helped me solve many tough cases.
Thank you, Commissioner Weston. I will trap this killer for you if you'll do exactly as I say. Tomorrow night, you must once again give the opera Pagliacci.
Gentlemen, have there not been tragedies enough?
Shadow, what do you intend to do if Pagliacci is sung again?
I cannot tell you my plans, Commissioner, but you must trust me. Remember, the Shadow has never failed you yet.
Well, gentlemen, though I hesitate to advise you to do this, nevertheless, in my opinion, this is a case for the Shadow.
Thank you again, Commissioner.
But, Shadow, if there are any tricks...
There will be none. Gentlemen, will you do as I ask? Will you give Pagliacci again a week from tonight? If you do so, arrange to keep Box 7 vacant. For Box 7 will be occupied by the Shadow.
We had best take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No, never.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Radcliffe. You have no vote. Only the directors are entitled to vote.
But you cannot do this. Pagliacci is cursed. It started by breaking my voice. Death will follow it every time.
Mr. Radcliffe,
no,
we know how you
cannot
feel.
Do.
Understand the strain you're under as a result of the recent events. But try to calm yourself, sir.
I am sorry, gentlemen. I am sorry.
Will one of you gentlemen assist Mr. Radcliffe to his home, please?
I'll be glad to.
Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. We have important work to be done tonight. Meet me in front of the Opera House at 12:30. That is all.
Good evening, Mike. Kind of nice tonight.
Ah, it is that. Sure hate to go inside and make me rounds.
Well, Mike, aren't you a little scared having to guard the Opera House at night after all them killings?
Oh, sure, I've been night watchman here at the Opera House for going on 8 years now. I ain't going to start trembling at this late day.
Well, I guess you're safe as long as you don't start singing that mystery song.
Ah, never a bit of fear of that. The Wearing of the Green is the only tune I ever sing. Well, good night, my lad. I must make another inspection tour of the Opera House. The saints preserve us. This here Opera House is the darkest spot in the world. Who's that? I see you over there.
All right, Mike.
Oh, I didn't know it was you, sir.
Come here a minute, Mike. I want to show you something.
Yes, sir,
Oh, don't do that, sir. Not to me. Oh, the knife, sir. No one will stand in my path. Now I will complete my work in Box 7. So, the electric cord runs from the asbestos curtain, and I connect it here to the powder. Tomorrow, let the Shadow call for them to lower the asbestos curtain, and his own words will seal his doom. He will blow the Opera House to pieces.
Well, Margot, the Opera House isn't quite so glittering at this hour.
Oh, so dark it almost seems haunted.
It is haunted in a sense, Margot. Haunted perhaps by the ghost of the immortal Caruso, come to sing at last duet with his great friend Shaliapin.
Lamont, look over there. The body on the floor.
The night watchman. He's been stabbed. Killer has struck again.
Lamont, when will this end?
If my plans work, tomorrow we'll see this atrocious murderer brought to justice.
Why? Why did he kill the watchman?
Probably the watchman discovered him before we arrived, but you'd better go home now. I'll send for an ambulance.
Oh, Lamont, please be careful.
Don't worry, Margot. The killer will not return tonight. She'll be here for tomorrow's opera. I have a ticket for you in Box 6. I will be in Box 7, in the shadows.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Well, Shadow, you don't seem to be able to do much about this opera killer. Thanks to my trust in you, the night watchman was almost killed last night. If someone hadn't given him first aid before the ambulance arrived, he'd surely have died. As it is, he'll be unconscious for 3 days.
Weston, I gave that watchman the necessary treatment that saved his life. And I will unmask the killer at tonight's performance of Pagliacci.
There isn't going to be any performance of Pagliacci tonight. I'm going to force them to cancel it and close the opera house for the balance of the season.
Weston, you can't do that. You'll only turn this atrocious killer into other channels. He's at the breaking point now. Unless he is captured, he will soon terrorize every place of entertainment. The whole entertainment world. You must do as I say. I will see that no harm comes to anyone at tonight's performance. But only if you follow my instructions.
Well, I'm a fool to trust you, Shadow. What do you want me to do?
Arrange to have everyone connected with the opera company present at tonight's concert. All singers, even the members of the board. You personally assign their seats to them and station a plainclothes man on each side of every one of them.
Well, all right, Shadow, I'll do it. But this is your last chance.
Unless I underestimate this murderous madman, it is indeed my last chance, Commissioner. Goodbye.
Well, my dear, I didn't expect to find you here, Pagliacci. Aren't you terrified?
No. I think the whole thing was only a series of unfortunate coincidences. After all, if there were any danger, they would hardly repeat the opera tonight.
I heard a rumor that they were doing it at the request of the Shadow. He guarantees to catch the murderer tonight. Oh, isn't it thrilling? I can hardly wait until the fatal aria is sung.
Is everything all set, Cardona?
Everyone connected with the opera company is present and accounted for, Commissioner. I got 2 men detailed, each one of them. Don't seem to be no trouble so far.
No, but the trouble never started until the closing aria of the first act. Be on your toes.
Yes, sir.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up, ladies and gentlemen.
Curtain going up.
This is the fatal aria now.
Non so più quel che dico e quel che faccio. Bastati, ma e tu fettelo. Tu sei Pagliaccio. La giuva e la fascia in farina, la gente paga e ride vuole qua.
Stop the performance instantly!
Bring down the asbestos curtain! This is Commissioner Weston! Bring down the asbestos curtain!
Under no circumstances is that asbestos curtain to be lowered.
Why not?
For reasons you will discover in a moment, Commissioner. Send some men to prevent anyone lowering that curtain. You value your lives and the lives of everyone present.
What he says? Shadow, no. Listen to the Shadow. Don't lower the curtain. Listen to him.
Cardona.
Yes, Commissioner.
Take some men immediately. Get backstage and guard the ropes that control the asbestos curtain.
Yes, sir. Come along, you. Get back there and see no one touches that curtain.
Now, Mr. Radcliffe.
Aye?
Yes, you. You look relieved. You didn't expect Commissioner Weston to order the asbestos curtain lowered, did you?
What do you mean?
You didn't want it lowered until you had a chance to escape out of the theater yourself.
Why should I want to leave the theater?
Because you know that if the curtain were lowered, it would operate a switch and explode the dynamite you planted in this box.
He lies. The Shadow himself planted the gunpowder in that box. He is the guilty one.
Very clever, Radcliffe. But how did you know there was gunpowder? I said there was dynamite. Radcliffe, you were the killer who has been terrorizing the opera house.
That's a lie, a lie.
You were also one of the few who knew that the Shadow would be in box 7. Radcliffe, you are guilty.
Yes, I did it. I lost my voice in this opera, and with it my chance to be the greatest to ever sing Pagliacci. But I swore then I would be the last, that nobody else would sing it. I would have been too, if it weren't for you. Curse you, Shadow!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the opera murders. The stone has sunk at last to the bottom of the pond, and the ripples are ended. The curse of this opera and the dangers attached to the performance have been removed. The people of this city may again enjoy the beauty of the music drama without fear of death.
del duol cantava Elena.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is very hush-hush. Tonight, the secret word is radio. R-A-D-I-O.
Really?
You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is,
the one, the only...
Groucho! Oh, you can do better than that. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bachelor and a spinster, and here they are. Miss Dorothy Kent and Mr. Bob Davis. Meet Groucho Marx.
And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll pay $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. So we have a bachelor and a spinster, eh? Miss Dorothy Kent?
That's right.
In what town did you begin your career as a spinster?
I was born in Buffalo, New York.
And Mr. Davis? Bob Davis, huh? Where did you start being a bachelor?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What is your occupation, Dorothy?
I'm a school teacher.
A school teacher?
That's right.
Well, why is it you never married? You're a nice-looking girl.
Well, I've never found the man who made more money than I did as a school teacher, even though their salaries are low enough.
You must have met some pretty low men in your... Would you think it too impertinent if I asked you how old you were, Dorothy?
No, I'm 43.
Well, you don't look it. You look
Thank
about
you.
33.
Thank you very much.
What about me? Aren't you? And Bob? How old are you, Bob?
Well, I'm approaching the half-century mark.
You have, huh? Which century?
The half.
And why haven't you married?
Well,
Mr. Davis?
I just want to take my time. I don't want to rush into anything. Seriously, thank you.
Well, frankly, you haven't been acting like a jet plane so far. How long do you think a man should know a girl before he takes any serious steps?
Oh, I'd say about 2 or 3 years.
You think people should wait 2 or 3 years before they get married?
No, before they get engaged.
Well, you're pretty near the slowest man I ever met. Are you sure you're not a statue from Pershing Square? Will you turn around? I want to see if there's a pigeon on you. Now, Dorothy, how would a marriage-minded woman like you encourage a creeping Casanova like him to pop the question?
Well, I think one way would be to flatter him, or perhaps find his weakness.
Well, you have a weakness, Bob, that you would care to discuss?
No.
In addition to rushing headlong into everything. Now, Bob, what sort of work do you do?
Well, right now I'm in between jobs. I've done a lot of selling, and I'm just sort of looking into television.
Oh, you're going to sell the sets, huh?
Well, I don't know. I'm just looking into it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you keep looking into it. All the sets will be sold by the time you... Well, in other words, at the moment, you're at leisure. Is that right?
I fool around a little bit with radio.
Well, you said radio, and that's the secret word, so you just made $100. Here it is, and congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
And you're going to fool around with television. Well, Bob, let's get back to the subject of romance. Tell me, have you ever proposed to a girl?
Yes, I did one time.
Well, how did you propose? I mean, what position were you in?
Well, the old one-knee position.
Well, what did you just say? Just out of a cliff?
Well, I just asked her if she would like to be married. She was a little bit evasive, and she kept continuing that way for some time. And from time to time, I'd see her, but it just sort of withered away. I forgot all about it.
Well, tell me. It's a very sad story. Well, did you drop down on one knee every time you saw this girl?
Oh, no.
She just kept withering away, huh?
Well, no, I found out later on that... from friends and acquaintances that I thought I was in love with her, but she was really more in love with herself than I was with her.
Well, the three of you could have been very happy together. Now, what qualities do you think a woman should have in order to be eligible for your affections? You're a fine-looking broth of a boy.
Well, I think she should be kind and considerate. Mm-hmm. Fairly intelligent, and above all, a good sense of humor.
That's important.
Oh, very important, yeah.
Would you say you had a good sense of humor, Dorothy? Yeah?
I think I have.
Well, let's find out. Tell us a joke, huh? Any old joke that happens to be kicking around. I don't care, Dorothy, huh? Just remember you're on the air, that's all.
Perhaps you've heard about the deep-sea diver who met a mermaid. And he was so polite to her that he died.
No, that's... That's a pretty deep joke, isn't it? Bob, what do you think of her joke? Would you consider that a good example of humor?
Well, no, it's an old joke, as I remember it. I don't think she told it all.
It seems to me it was kind of short. Would you mind telling us the balance of it, huh?
Well, as I remember it, it's a deep-sea diver met a mermaid, and he died because he dipped his head.
I don't know, I like her way just as well. See, your way, you know there's no joke. With her way, there's always a little uncertainty about it. I don't know why why you two don't get married. Between you could go around telling jokes together. You could be another Burns and Allen. Well, it's all settled. We're all ready for the ceremony. You ready, Bob? Huh?
Oh, don't rush me. Don't rush me.
Bob, you better get going. If you get married right away, someday you can bounce a little grandchild on your knee. What a thrill that'll be. A little tot only 2 years old and you 196. Well, you're a charming and amiable couple. I think you'll be very happy together. Huh? And if you were half the man you said you were, you'd get down on one knee right now. Right? And you'd get down on the other knee, darling. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $2,500. Right now, I want you to listen to this. Now then, let's see how well you two will do in the quiz. Fenneman, tell them how to play You Bet Your Life.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Cities on the Great Lakes.
That's right. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
10.
On what lake is the city of Cleveland?
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie is right.
And we're off to a good start with $30.
Remember, this is chicken feed. What you're going after is that $2,500. Now, how much of your $30 will you try?
25.
I think that would be all right.
On what great lake is the city of Gary?
Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan is right.
They're climbing now. They have $55.
All right, you have $55, and here is your third question. How much are you going to bet?
All right.
55.
55, huh? On what lake is the city of Rochester?
Rochester, New York is on Lake Ontario.
Lake Ontario is correct.
They're really on their way. They have $110.
Say, Dorothy, you got yourself a pretty hot potato here.
So, too.
I haven't heard a peep out of you yet, huh? You got $110. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 110 will you risk?
110. 110.
110. This is Diamond Jim Brady here, huh? On what great lake is the city of Sandusky?
On Lake Sandusky, Ohio?
The city of Sandusky is on one of the Great Lakes.
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie is correct.
And they
Give him a kiss, Dorothy.
$220 plus $100.
Good luck. Don't sneak away now. They'll be married by 10 o'clock, these two. Now, don't sneak away. You still have a chance at the big question.
Our next couple has been in a waiting room off stage, Groucho, so they don't know the secret word is radio. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a baker and a housewife, and here they come. Mrs. Etta Daly and Baker Luther McCann meet Groucho Marx.
And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, I'll hand over $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Etta Daly, huh?
That's right.
How long have you been a housewife?
As long as I've been married.
Gonna have trouble with her, I can see. What does your husband do, Mrs. Daly?
Well, right now he's training horses. He's given them their basic training, and in April he's going to take 2 of them to the track. But
basic training?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Are they in the service? How did you meet your husband?
Well, this was back east, and he was a furnace man. He was putting a furnace in our house, but he was working up in the, putting the ventilator in over the dining room. And while we were sitting there eating, he slipped on the rafter and he came right through the ceiling. It was a little house anyway.
Well, he fell for you, huh? Well, I don't see the connection between putting a ventilator in the attic and your getting married, huh?
Well, at the time I was engaged to somebody else, and after I met Melvin,
What happened to the other fellow?
He disappeared in thin air.
Just withered away, huh?
What happened to him?
This is a big night for withering tonight. How many children do you have with this finest man?
One nice little girl, 9 years old.
Is she as cute as you?
Cuter.
Cuter? Oh, pretty snappy-looking gal there.
Oh, I bet you tell that to all the girls.
Well, I rarely say it to any of the men, huh? Does your husband help you around the house, Etta?
He's very nice and helpful. He gets the breakfast in the morning while I'm getting my little girl's lunch. He takes the garbage out. For school, I have to get her lunch made for school.
What do you do, eat the whole 3 meals in the morning? You must be ready to go to bed by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I'm glad that day is over. Luther McCann, I've been kind of neglecting you here. Are you married, Luther?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. So you're a baker, huh?
That's right.
Well, tell me, Pumpernickel, exactly where do you do your baking, huh?
Well, in an oven.
I didn't think you did it in a manhole. I mean, what bakery?
Well, I'm with Humphrey's Bakery at the Farmer's Market, 3rd and Fairfax.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Apple Dumpling, do you help your wife? Do you help your wife around the house?
No.
Why not? You're too busy bending over a hot stove, huh?
I work nights most of the time. Too busy sleeping.
You ought to eat some of your yeast cakes, then you could rise in the morning, huh? I just read a very revealing book about cookies. It's called Let 'Em Eat Cheesecake by Earl Wilson. Unfortunately, you can't get that kind of cheesecake in a bakery. Although they have some nice cookies there, huh? Now, what's the most popular pastry you bake, Luther?
Well, most people sort of go in for those chocolate eclairs and those whipped cream and cream puffs.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty nice.
What's your recipe for chocolate eclairs?
Well, the eclair base is with water and shortening. And then you cook that together, and then you add your eggs and a little milk along with a little powdered ammonia to give them that blowed-up effect.
I get that after I eat them, huh? Now let's play You Bet Your Life for $2,500. If you run your $20 into more than the other couples, you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple earned.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $220.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select? Products of states, is that right?
That's right.
Now here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10, she says.
Now what state leads the nation in the production of corn?
All right.
Now you can take one answer between you. Decide between you and then tell me.
Tell them.
Did you say Kansas?
Yeah.
Kansas?
No, I'm sorry. It's Iowa. Now you have $10. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. That's the big prize. Now, how much of your 10 will you try?
That's all of it.
Anything what you say.
You going to bet all of it?
Mm-hmm.
What southwestern state leads in the raising of beef cattle and in oil production?
Texas.
Texas is right.
And now they're on their way. They have $20.
Now you have $20. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
Let's bet all of it.
Oh, just bet 25. You might be.
Well,
you only have 20. How can you bet 20?
You said 30. Okay.
You're not going down to the bank and borrow 5, are you? Why don't you bet 30 while you're at it, huh?
All right, take a
Let's
chance.
bet it all.
You want to bet $20? What state makes more automobiles than any other state?
Michigan.
Michigan is right.
They're climbing now. They have $40.
You're climbing high up here. You've got $40, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 40 will you try?
All of it.
Now you can bet 30 if you want to. You going to bet 40?
Lady says all of it. Shoot it.
Well, is that all right
That's
with you?
okay with me.
What is the leading coal mining state in the nation?
Coal mining.
Coal mining.
Pennsylvania, I think.
Pennsylvania.
No, I'm sorry. It's West Virginia.
West Virginia.
And you lost all your money, and we can't have that, so I'll give you one more chance. Answer this question correctly, and you'll win $10. And please, no help from the audience. Are you ready? Think hard now. Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
Grant, but I wish
General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $2,500 question. Right now, pay attention to this.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.
Bye.